Quest Audiobooks presents an unabridged recording of Death by Night by P.F. Ford, narrated by Andy Creswell. Prologue. It had been a cold, frosty February night. Now, in the early morning darkness, well before dawn, parts of the little town were beginning to come to life and prepare for the coming day. On the outskirts, away from the town centre, the lights were on in the small supermarket. Nearer the centre, the mouth-watering smell of bread, fresh from the oven, wafted from the open door of the bakery. A little further along, light shone across the pavement from the open door of the newsagent's as the owner grappled the bundles of today's news into the shop. An occasional car stopped outside and disgorged its occupant in search of an early morning newspaper and maybe a pack of cigarettes. In the shadows, a small, tatty-looking old woman flitted from doorway to doorway, a grubby off-white coat tied around her waist with what appeared to be string. She seemed to be looking for something, and as she searched, she muttered quietly to herself, absently running her fingers through her long silver-grey hair, much as a child might do. As she got to the bakery, she hovered in the doorway, peering inside until a kindly woman dressed in white overalls came out, carrying a large brown paper bag. "Morning, Florence," said the woman cheerily, her face glowing red from the heat inside the shop. "How are you today?" The old woman in the grubby coat smiled uncertainly. "Have you seen Dougal?" "Still not found him, then?" The lady from the bakery smiled kindly back at her, knowing she wouldn't get an answer, but feeling she should ask anyway. She handed the paper bag to the old woman, who looked down at it as if it didn't belong there. Then she hugged it to her chest, as if frightened it was going to be snatched away. She nodded her head in thanks, and as she looked up at her benefactor, a tear slid down her grubby cheek. She was overwhelmed by this act of kindness, even though it happened every time she came into town. "I've done you a loaf of bread, 2 of those pies you like, and a couple of cakes," said the kindly woman. "And there's a hot pasty on top. You should eat it now before it gets cold. Would you like to come in? I can make you a cup of tea to go with it." The old woman shook her head and backed away. She wasn't being ungrateful. She just couldn't risk going inside, no matter how kindly the lady in the shop might be. She gave another uncertain smile, and then hurried off down a narrow passageway that led off in the direction of the old canal and the adjoining towpath, still clutching the bag to her chest. The lady watched her go and let out a long sigh. The baker, a large, ruddy-faced man, emerged from the shop and slid an arm around her waist. "Never mind, love," he said to his wife. "You can't make people accept your help. At least you know she won't go hungry today." "I know," she said sadly. "I just wish I could do something more. I don't even know where she lives, and I dread to think how she survives in this cold." "Come on inside," he said, giving her a hug. "We'll just have to drink the tea ourselves." The kindly lady was not alone in her ignorance. Not many people in Tinton even knew of the tatty old woman's existence. Those that were aware of her called her Florence, because that's what they'd always called her. It was doubtful if anyone could remember if it was her real name. In much the same way, no one really had any idea where she came from, or how she existed. She made this journey into town 2 or 3 times a week, and had done for years. She always came under the cover of darkness, because she knew if she came into town any later, she would have to cope with more traffic than she could handle, and people would see her and stare at her. Some might even feel the need to pass nasty comments and tell her how she wasn't wanted in this town. They didn't seem to understand. They never had. She just wanted her Dougal back, and then everything would be all right. Chapter 1. The night caller had been targeting the larger houses of Hampshire for some weeks now. Acting with impunity, he had so far robbed over a dozen homes, netting a haul of jewellery and works of art worth several £1,000,000. To date, no one had the faintest idea who the culprit was, despite him leaving a night caller business card at the scene of each robbery. Last night, it appeared he had made his latest call, this time in the Tinton area. D.S. Norman hated going to these great big houses out in the country. It wasn't that he had a problem with the people who inhabited them, it was more the case that they seemed to have a problem with him. He couldn't see what their problem was. OK, so he was a little untidy sometimes, but did that matter? As long as he was good at his job, and Norman thought he was pretty damn good at his job, what did it matter what he looked like? He had an especially bad feeling about this one. This guy was a retired chief constable and had been knighted for his services to law and order. Norman was convinced this more or less guaranteed he was going to be given a hard time, and as he turned his car off the road and onto the long driveway and got his first glimpse of the enormous house, he just knew he wasn't going to enjoy this job. Sir Robert Maunder was an inch or two shorter than Norman, and yet when he opened the front door and stood silently looking Norman up and down, there was something about him that made him seem rather grand. But in that initial silence, Norman wondered if perhaps the only thing grand about this man was his own sense of self-importance. Perhaps it was the result of having spent much of his life looking down on people he perceived to be of lesser rank.
"I'm sorry," said Sir Robert at last, "but we don't allow your sort of people here. Now go away or I'll call the police."
Norman sighed heavily and began rummaging in his pocket for his warrant card. He could see this was going to be even worse than he had expected.
D.S. Norman.
He held up his warrant card and rolled his eyes slightly as Sir Robert scrutinized it for a good few seconds.
"I understand you've reported a crime. I'm here to investigate."
"Good Lord," said Sir Robert, looking at him suspiciously.
"I knew things were getting bad, but is this the best you could do? I'm a knight of the realm, you know."
"I'm sorry," said Norman. "We understood this was a simple break-in and no one got hurt."
"Yes, that's right." "Well, frankly, sir, you're lucky to get a DS and a forensics team." "I don't like your attitude, Sergeant," said Sir Robert angrily. "You seem to forget I used to be a chief constable. I know how these things work."
Norman didn't like Sir Robert's attitude either, but he didn't say as much. He could imagine Sir Robert in his heyday, looking after his cronies regardless of the crime that had been committed.
"With respect, sir," replied Norman, "I think you'll find things have changed a bit since you were in charge. These days we rarely get to pick and choose our jobs. I just go where I'm sent and try to do my job to the best of my ability. You could put in a request for someone more important to come out if you like, but I wouldn't expect too much if I were you."
For a moment, Norman felt as if he and Sir Robert were engaged in some sort of stare-off, and he waited for the inevitable storm to break, and for him to be sent packing.
"Don't you even have scene of crime officers?"
Sir Robert said suddenly, his voice calmer. Norman was surprised by the sudden change of attitude.
"There's a forensics team on the way," he said. "They should be here in a few minutes. Perhaps you could show me the crime scene while we're waiting."
Sir Robert backed up and Norman stepped into the hall. He took a pair of thin forensic overshoes from his pocket and slipped them over his shoes. It was unusual for him to think of such a thing, but Ian Becks, Tinton's forensic expert, had been very insistent on the phone. If this was the work of the night caller, Becks had warned, he didn't want Norman leaving his great big heavy hoof prints all over the scene. Sir Robert led the way through the house and up the stairs.
"It was this night caller chap," he explained to Norman. "There's no doubt about it. He even left his calling card.
Norman didn't comment on Sir Robert's speculation, preferring to make up his own mind based on the evidence.
"Is there much missing?" he asked.
"Most of my wife's jewellery. I'm afraid she left her jewellery box out where it was easy to find."
"Don't you have an alarm?"
asked Norman. "Damn thing didn't work." Sir Robert sighed, sounding exasperated. They reached the bedroom where the theft had taken place. "In here," said Sir Robert, as he pushed the door open. The room was palatial in size and design, with a huge four-poster bed at one end, tapestries on the walls, and what appeared to be expensive Persian rugs on the floor. Norman thought it was way over the top, but then he supposed you have to fill a room this size with something, and modern furniture would definitely have looked out of place. A large jewellery box sat on a dressing table. The lid had been thrown back, and several small drawers in the front were open. Norman peered inside to see what could best be described as a few scraps of jewellery in the bottom. Inside the open lid, a brilliant white card, about the size of a standard business card, stated clearly and simply, "You're a victim of the night caller." The words "night caller" were inscribed in a large, fancy font.
"Do you have a list of what's missing?"
asked Norman, staring at the card.
"Downstairs on my PC," said Sir Robert. "I'll print a copy for you." "Where were you and your wife when he was emptying the jewellery box?"
Yes, that's a bit embarrassing." Norman was surprised to see that the Knight of the Realm was actually reddening slightly. "I was actually hoping you wouldn't ask."
"I'm a police officer, Sir Robert," Norman said, sighing. "It's my job to ask questions, remember?"
"Yes, of course." Sir Robert pointed to the massive four-poster bed. "We were both sound asleep in there."
"In the same room?"
said Norman, not bothering to hide his surprise now.
"So the alarm didn't work, your wife left her jewellery box out in the open, and you both slept while someone broke in and helped himself to its contents. Is that right?"
"Yes, it sounds very careless of us when you put it like that," mumbled Sir Robert sheepishly.
"I would say careless is quite a good word," said Norman pointedly.
But before he could say any more, there was the sound of a doorbell ringing downstairs. "I must get that," said Sir Robert, looking as if he had been saved by the bell. "My wife's resting. She is very upset."
"That'll be the forensic team,"
said Norman, following the older man back down the stairs. Chapter 2. Detective Sergeant Dave Slater breathed a sigh of relief. "It wasn't that bad, was it?" PC Jane Jolly asked, laughing. "Anyone would think you don't like children."
"It's not that I don't like them," said Slater. "I used to be one. It's just that I feel so awkward around them, and I'm never quite sure how to speak to them."
"You worry too much," said Jolly. "You were fine once you relaxed."
"I was?" he asked, doubtfully.
"Yes, you were. Didn't you notice? Once you started talking about your job, they were hanging on to your every word."
"Yeah," he said, "but that's the easy bit. It's when I have to engage with them informally. That's when I feel awkward. And then I look across at you, and you find it so easy. It makes me feel totally inadequate."
"I have 3 kids of my own," explained Jolly. "I find it easy because I do it all the time. I suspect you don't have much contact with kids. Are there no nephews or nieces? No friends with small children?"
"No, you're right. I don't get any practice. But I can hardly go around accosting small children and engaging them in conversation, can I? I'd get arrested."
"Never mind," Jolly said, smiling at him. "If this is going to be a regular gig, you'll be getting plenty of practice."
"Norman's the same rank as me. He can do the next one," said Slater, as he gathered up their stuff. "Come on, Jane. Let's get out of here."
The source of Slater's discomfort was the latest idea to come down from the Chief Constable's think tank. The Children's Community Initiative was intended to demonstrate to children that the police weren't the enemy that many of them seemed to think they were, by sending out appropriate officers to prove otherwise. To this end, Slater and Jolly had just spent the best part of 2 hours talking about their work and fielding questions. It had seemed to Slater that most of the questions seemed to be about how to avoid getting caught. Not for the first time, he thought their time would be better spent re-educating the parents who taught their children to think that way. "Was it me?" he asked as they walked towards their car, "or were most of the questions about how to get away with crime?" "I think you must have your cynical head on this morning," said Jolly, laughing. "It wasn't that bad." "Are you sure? It left me thinking the baddies are beginning to outnumber the goodies." "I was wrong," Jolly said, shaking her head at him. "It's not just the cynical head today, but the full Mr. Negative head. Did you find something nasty in your breakfast this morning?" "Am I that bad? I just get frustrated when there's so much petty crime going on. I mean, what's wrong with people?" They had reached their car now, and they climbed in. "I'm just a lowly PC, and you're a DS, so it's really not my place. But shall I tell you what I think?" said Jolly. "I think we've known each other long enough to forget about rank in these situations," said Slater. "I also think we've been friends long enough for you to know I value your opinion, so go ahead, Jane. Fire away." "I think you're getting bored. You like the big cases. They're a challenge, and you have to think. The small stuff, which is just about all we get here in Tinton, doesn't challenge you at all. Maybe it's time you moved on to somewhere bigger. Perhaps you should try to get into a murder squad somewhere."
"Move on?" said Slater in surprise. "Do you really think so?" He thought she was probably right about him being bored with the jobs he got to do, but moving on wasn't something he'd really thought about. It was a bit drastic, wasn't it? For the first time in a long time, he was in a serious relationship, and he certainly didn't want to walk away from that. But then, if his job was making him unhappy, he wasn't going to be much fun to be around, was he? Perhaps she had a point. Unfortunately, the dull, grey morning they had left outside earlier showed little sign of improvement now they were back in the car. The only good thing was that it had finally stopped raining, but black clouds still lingered overhead. It was a typical Tuesday in late February. As Jolly started the car, she called in to let Control know she was available. "Thank you, 17," the radio crackled back at her. "I know you've got DS Slater with you, but could you look in at 17 Canal Street? It's probably nothing, but the milkman's called in to report his concern. Apparently it's the home of an elderly person, and the milk hasn't been taken in for a couple of days. I've got no one else free at the moment, so if you could take a look on your way back, it would help." Jolly turned to Slater. "Is that all right with you?" Canal Street was only a short detour on the way back to the station. They would be there in about 5 minutes. "Sounds like another one of these big cases you were talking about," he said, smiling at her. "Yeah, let's do it. I've got nothing to rush back for." As they emerged from the school car park, a fine drizzle began to fall, and by the time they reached Canal Street, it had turned into steady rain once again. As its name suggested, Canal Street ran parallel to the old canal, with the back gardens of the houses only separated from the water by the old towpath. Many years ago, this waterway had been a hive of activity, and then, like so many other canals, it fell into disuse and disrepair after the Second World War. More recently, it had been recognized as one Tinton eyesore that could be cleaned up, and now, rubbish removed, banks rebuilt, and towpaths gradually being restored, it was becoming a popular place of retreat for many locals. The house was easy enough to find, the milk delivery van parked outside taking the guesswork out of the task. As they pulled up behind it, the driver's door swung open, and a soggy, bedraggled milkman emerged.
Jolly felt a certain empathy for the milkman's plight. She had spent countless hours standing on cordons while the rain lashed down around her, and she knew from experience that it didn't really matter how good your waterproofs were in this kind of weather. The rain still managed to get inside and soak you if you were out there long enough. "Are you coming in?" Jolly asked Slater as she climbed from the car. He looked out at the increasingly grey day. "I think this is one of those situations where rank does count," he said, grinning at her. "I'll wait here." "I thought you might." Jolly sighed, closing the car door. She couldn't really blame him. She would have much rather stayed in the comfort of the car too. "Are you the guy who called in?" she asked the milkman as she walked over to him. "Yeah, I'm worried about Mr. Winter, the old guy who lives here. This is one of the days I call in and see if he's okay when I've finished my round. He usually makes me a cup of tea and I sit with him for a while and have a chat. But there's no answer today." "Maybe he's gone out," said Jolly. "Perhaps he's gone shopping." "He has his shopping delivered," said the milkman. "If he needs anything else, I get it for him. And he always tells me if he's not going to be here." Jolly could see the man was genuinely worried. "Have you looked round the back?" she asked. "Yeah, of course," he said. "There's no sign of life, and yesterday's milk is still on the step. It's been there since 6 yesterday morning. That's just not right. He wouldn't do that. And the dog's not barking." "Perhaps he's taken the dog for a walk." "He'd be back by now," said the milkman. Jolly banged on the front door of the house and rang the bell. "I've done all that," said the milkman. "I told you there's no answer." "I'm sure you have," said Jolly. "I'm not doubting you. It's just procedure I have to follow. I can't go busting in without good reason." She looked up at the house. "Right," she said. "Elderly person not answering the door. That's a good enough reason for me. Let's take a look around the back." River Lane was tightly packed with small Victorian semi-detached houses. Narrow passageways ran down between each pair of houses, leading to the back gates. Jolly led the way down the passageway to the left of the house and through the open gate that led into the back garden. A paved area led across the width of the narrow garden to the back door, and an adjoining window looked out onto the garden. Jolly peered through it into a kitchen that looked badly in need of updating, but for all that she could see, it was kept neat and tidy by the owner. She noticed the light was on, and wondered if that meant it had been on all night. At the same time, she acknowledged just how gloomy it was at the back of these houses. You'd need a light in there on a day like this. "I can't see anyone," she murmured. "It all looks neat and tidy enough." "Suppose something happened to him upstairs?" the milkman said over her shoulder. "I'm not supposed to break in unless I know for sure." "There's a key," said the milkman. "It's so I can let myself in, but I've never felt the need to." "Now might be a need-to time, don't you think?" Jolly wondered why on earth he hadn't done this already. Some people seem to lack common sense. The milkman turned back the corner of the doormat. Then he pulled it back a bit further, until finally he'd lifted the whole thing. There was no key to be seen, but they could both clearly see the imprint of a key in the dust that had collected under the mat. "He kept it under the doormat?" asked Jolly in dismay. "And you knew?" "I told him, but he wouldn't listen to me," said the milkman. "I told him it was the first place anyone would look." Now Jolly was worried. Of course it was possible the key had been removed by the old man himself, but her instincts were telling her something very different. "Right," she said. "I'm going to let myself in. I want you to stay out here." "But what if someone's already let themselves in and—" "That's precisely why you need to stay out here," interrupted Jolly. "If someone has been in there, this could well be a crime scene. If it is, we don't need you contaminating it." "Let me do something to help," pleaded the milkman. "Maybe I could knock the door down for you." "You've been watching too many TV shows," said Jolly. It's not as easy as it looks, and anyway, that won't be necessary. There's a much easier way that makes much less mess and doesn't take so much effort. Just turn around and look the other way."
"What?"
"Just humour me," she said, pulling on a pair of latex gloves. "It'll be better if you don't see what I'm doing. And the sooner I get in there, the sooner we'll know what's happened." Reluctantly, the milkman turned his back. As he did, Jolly fished a set of picks from her pocket and knelt before the lock. It was unofficial, of course. She knew very well that a police officer picking locks could never be condoned, but sometimes these things just had to be done, and it just so happened she was rather good at it. After less than a minute, she felt the tumblers fall into place. "Just in case he's standing guard, what's the dog's name?" she asked over her shoulder as she stood up.
"Dougie," said the milkman. "He's only little, but like I said earlier, if he was in there he'd be barking his head off by now."
"Right, you wait here," she said quietly as she gently turned the handle and eased the door open. Inside, the house was still and silent, but for a loud, regular tick-tock, tick-tock that seemed to be coming from the hall. "Hello?" she called out as she walked across the kitchen. "Is there anyone home?" She stopped to listen, but there was nothing above the noise of the clock. She continued slowly into a tiny hall. Sure enough, a huge grandfather clock dominated the narrow space, the tick-tocking becoming even louder now she was right next to it. An open door led off to the right. She peered through it into a tiny living room with 2 shabby armchairs and an ancient television set. A huge, ornately framed landscape dominated the biggest wall in the room. It was obviously a print of something. Maybe a constable, Jolly guessed. Again, everything appeared neat and tidy and in order. She began to ease her way carefully up the narrow staircase, mindful to tread as far from the centre as possible. But even so, the ancient staircase creaked loudly about halfway up. She paused to listen once again, but there was nothing to hear except the noisy clock below her. There were 3 doors off the landing. To the left, an open door led into a bedroom. The quilt had been folded back from the single bed, and a bedside lamp was on. But the room was empty. Behind the middle door was the tiny bathroom. This, too, was empty. She found Mr. Winter behind the only closed door in the house. It hid the smaller of the 2 bedrooms, which was obviously being used as an office. He was in his pyjamas, lying on his back on the floor in a corner. She checked his pulse, but this only confirmed what she could see easily enough with her own eyes. Mr. Winter was dead, and she thought he'd probably been there for at least 24 hours, and maybe even longer. She stood up, sighing heavily. You got used to death in this job, but she still always felt affected when confronted with a dead body. Edging out of the room, careful not to disturb anything, she headed back downstairs and out to the car. "The doctor's on his way," Jolly told Slater after she had called her find into the station.
"Waste of bloody time," muttered Slater. "The poor old guy's obviously dead."
While she had radioed back to the station, Slater had gone for a nose around the house, and after a few minutes, Jolly had forced herself to join him. She had been deeply affected at finding the little old man lying on the floor all alone, and 2 things were niggling away at her. First, there was the missing key. Although it didn't seem to have any obvious relevance to what had happened, she would have been much happier if they knew where it was. And then, perhaps most worrying, the milkman had assured her Mr. Winter and his little dog were inseparable. If that was the case, it would be reasonable to expect to find the dog close to his master. But there was no sign of him. It's not as if he could have let himself out, so where was he? She took a last look around the tiny office where the body had been found. An old table had been put to use as a desk, while a rather uncomfortable-looking chair sat before it. A relatively new keyboard, mouse, and screen sat on the table with a small printer off to one side. The cables ran tidily down the back of the table, where they were plugged into the back of a home computer. A small filing cabinet sat alongside the desk. She slid out the single drawer and peered inside. There was just the one file inside, which seemed to be crammed with household bills, statements, etc. Everything seemed to be in order. Whatever Mr. Winter used this office for, he was obviously a neat and tidy worker. She closed the office door, and then, carefully and deliberately, closed all the other doors as she made her way slowly back downstairs to the kitchen. As she closed the kitchen door, she leaned back against it and surveyed the tiny room. Slater had his back to her, looking through the window and down the garden. "Are you going to call Sockos out?" she asked. "I don't think so," he said. "It's a bit worrying about the missing key and the missing dog, but really there's nothing here that makes me think a crime's been committed. We just need to notify the next of kin." An ancient refrigerator whirred away in the corner of the room. 3 business cards were held to the fridge door with magnets. There was one for a plumber and another for a painter and decorator, but it was the third one that interested Jolly. She'd noticed earlier that this card was a solicitor's business card. From its tatty appearance, she guessed Mr. Winter had had the card for quite some time, so hopefully John Hunter, the solicitor in question, would be aware of who to contact. She made a note of the name and phone number in her notebook. "According to the milkman, there are no next of kin," she said, sighing sadly, "and I haven't found anything to suggest he's wrong. It looks like the poor old guy was all alone. Perhaps this solicitor will know a bit more about him." Finally, they slipped out through the back door and locked up, using the house keys Jolly had found in a kitchen drawer earlier. She was careful to leave the gate slightly ajar. At least if the missing dog came home, he would be able to get into the garden. As if the weather felt the need to match their mood, the rain was now falling even harder, and the sky seemed to have become even more grey and gloomy than before. She thought it was a fitting tribute to the demise of another lonely old person, and she let out a long, sad sigh as she sank into her car seat. Slater was silent, and Jolly thought he had been affected by the whole thing too. After a few minutes, she decided to pull herself together. She was a tough cookie after all, and had seen it all before. She put the car into gear, and Slater looked across at her, surprise on his face. "Right," she said, "there's not much we can do about what's happened, but perhaps I can make sure he gets laid to rest in the right way. I think the world owes him that much, at least." Chapter 3. Up in the canteen at Tinton Police Station, Norman surveyed the room from a corner table. He had become something of a legend within the small community of Tinton Police Station. He had arrived with a reputation for being a lazy loner, but had quickly disproved the reputation, and was now held in both high esteem and great affection by all his colleagues. His positive attitude could always be relied upon to lift spirits and raise a smile if needed, and with his unruly hair and creased clothes, Norman didn't do ironing, and appeared not to even own an iron. He had a unique style all of his own. Some might call it casual, although his friend and colleague Dave Slater was always quick to remind him, rather fondly, that dragged through a hedge backwards would be more appropriate. Although equal in rank to Slater, Norman was older, and not interested in climbing any greasy promotion pole. When they worked together, he was happy to defer to his younger partner, as he knew that in return Slater was more than happy to accept Norman as a valuable source of experience and ability. After working together for a few months, they had developed a healthy respect for each other, and a friendship that seemed to grow ever stronger. Combining this respect for each other with their complementary abilities had enabled them to create a formidable partnership. Right now, though, Norman's attitude was anything but positive, having just received what he considered to be a totally undeserved bollocking from his boss, Detective Chief Inspector Bob Murray. He bore no real malice towards his boss, whom he knew was simply passing on the dressing down he had no doubt been given from above earlier that day. What irked Norman was the injustice of it all. Norman had known the old fart Sir Robert Maunder was going to cause trouble the moment he had arrived at his house. The man had been a complete arsehole, not just filled with his own self-importance, but positively overflowing with it. A clash of personalities had been inevitable, but Norman hadn't expected to be on the receiving end of the backlash quite so quickly. Now it seemed it was Norman's fault Maunder and his wife had slept while the thief broke in. It appeared it was also Norman's fault the burglar alarm hadn't worked. And who left all that jewellery out in the open? Apparently that was Norman's fault too. According to the retired chief constable, everyone at Tinton was totally incompetent, and he had convinced the current chief constable to agree with him. Norman wasn't one to dwell on negatives, however, and he knew there were two things that would quickly restore his good humour. The first was the huge bacon-filled torpedo roll he was about to devour. The second was the eagerly anticipated imminent arrival of Dave Slater. Slater had been complaining about having to speak in front of all those kids from the moment Murray had bestowed the honour upon him, and Norman couldn't wait for him to get back. Winding up Slater was almost like a hobby for Norman. While he waited and chewed on his bacon roll, he thought about what he would say to Slater. When the doors swung open and Slater and Jane Jolly pushed their way through, it only took Norman a quick glance at their faces to see they'd had a bad morning. As Norman watched them queue for their food and then walk slowly across to join him, he decided maybe it would be better to test the water before he started taking the piss. Everyone at Tinton had a big soft spot for PC Jane Jolly, and Norman was no exception. She was one of the station's stalwarts, always there and always with a kind word and a smile. She wasn't known as Jolly Jane for nothing. Norman had been particularly impressed with her efforts when they had worked together in the past, and, despite the difference in rank, he regarded her very much as part of their team, and he knew Slater did too. Norman thought he probably had a larger soft spot for her than most, because she reminded him of his wife, although he'd never told her as much. He looked at her as she approached. The smile was there on her face, but it was half-hearted, lacking its usual vibrancy.
"You two had a shite morning too, huh?" asked Norman.
"It started off okay," Slater said, sitting down opposite him. "We got through talking to the kids all right, but then we got the call to deal with an old man who wasn't answering his door." "Poor old bloke was dead when I found him," Jolly said, sighing. "He had died all on his own, and he'd been lying there for at least a day."
"Oh, a really shite morning then," Norman said sympathetically. "That's never a nice thing to have to deal with. So, how come you got to find him?"
"The milkman cared enough to look in on him 3 or 4 times a week," she said. "He knew as soon as he got there this morning that something was wrong, so he called us."
"This seems to be becoming more and more common as more and more people live on their own," said Norman gloomily. "There used to be a time when everyone knew their neighbours, and those neighbours looked out for each other. But this is fast becoming a land of strangers."
"Looks like he died of natural causes," Slater said. "There's no sign of a break-in, and I couldn't see any sign of a struggle or anything like that." "It's a bit odd his dog is missing, though." Jolly looked slightly puzzled, and Norman raised a quizzical eyebrow. "According to the milkman, they were inseparable," she explained. "So why wasn't the dog there? I thought it seemed a bit strange, that's all."
"Maybe he'd run away," Norman ventured.
"Maybe," agreed Jolly, but she sounded doubtful. "But I'm going to look in every time I go past in case he turns up."
Isn't that something for the family to sort out, or the RSPCA? Asked Slater.
But it looks like there is no family, remember? Said Jolly. I suppose that's why the poor old bloke was living on his own. All I've got is the name and phone number of his solicitor.
Well, give him a call, said Norman. Let him sort things out and earn his keep.
Yeah, I suppose I should.
Jolly looked unhappy, though, and Norman knew she would want to do everything herself. So, why was your morning shitty? Asked Slater. It's been great, said Norman sarcastically. Remember that Maunder guy I told you about? The one who got a knighthood because he was a chief constable? He could easily have got his knighthood for being a complete arsehole, said Norman. He's certainly damn good at it. Anyway, it turns out he knows the current chief constable, and he's complained about me. Apparently it's my fault his alarm didn't work, and that his wife left all her jewellery out. It's even my fault him and his wife slept through it all.
Great mornings all round, then, Jolly said, smiling sadly. When she called on him later that day, Jane Jolly thought Solicitor John Hunter was a kindly-looking man. In his 60s, he obviously looked after himself, but didn't seem vain enough to worry about the fact that his hair was grey or anything like that. Jolly approved of that. As he came from behind his desk and extended his hand to greet her, he scored more points for his engaging smile and easy manner. A waft of aftershave came her way. She didn't know what it was, but it was rather pleasant, and she added a few more points to his score. "Good morning, Mr. Hunter. I'm PC Jane Jolly from Tinton Police," she said, shaking his hand.
My secretary tells me you think one of my clients has met with a fatal accident, said Hunter, looking concerned. What terrible news. Of course, I'll help in any way I can.
Thank you,
said Jolly. Please, sit down. He indicated a chair, and she sat down. He sat down opposite her. So, what happened? He asked. She gave him a brief rundown on what had happened to Mr. Winter. So he fell and hit his head?
That's how it looks, said Jolly. The thing is, we could find no evidence of any next of kin. I was hoping, as his solicitor, you might be able to help us out there.
I'm afraid I didn't know him very well, said Hunter. He only came to me a few weeks ago to make his will.
Ah! Jolly pulled out her notebook. So he'll have told you about his family.
I'm afraid what he told me isn't going to be much help, Hunter said. According to Mr. Winter, his only living relative is a sister, Julia, but he had no idea where she is now.
Oh!
Jolly was crestfallen. I'm sorry, he said. I've been trying to find her, but with no success so far. I'm going to have to redouble my efforts now. He's left everything to her in his will.
We were hoping there would be someone who could identify the body and maybe arrange the funeral.
Oh, I see. Why don't I do it?
Are you sure?
Asked Jolly. Identification's just a question of looking at his face, isn't it? Asked Hunter.
It'll only take a minute, Jolly said. It's just a formality.
It's the least I can do. And I'll get my secretary to arrange the funeral. It won't be anything fancy, but at least he can be sent off with a bit of dignity.
That's so very kind of you, said Jolly. Could you let me know when the funeral is arranged? I found him, you see, and it seems a bit sad dying all alone like that. I'd like to be there.
How very thoughtful, said Hunter. You're a credit to the police, Miss Jolly. Leave me your number, and I'll make sure to let you know. John Hunter scored a few more ranking points for calling her Miss Jolly. She knew she looked like a typical harassed mother of three, and couldn't remember the last time anyone had called her Miss. Norman snatched the phone from his desk and answered it with his usual professional manner. "Yo, Norman here." "Hi, Norman, it's Ian Bex," replied the voice in Norman's ear. What can I do for you, Bexy?"
"Are you okay?" asked Bex. "That self-important twat was giving you a hard time this morning."
"I have broad shoulders," Norman said, sighing. "I've come across guys like him before. He can't help it. He thinks that title makes him better than everyone else. He's also missed the fact that time has moved on and he's no longer in charge. And of course he was probably embarrassed at having to admit his alarm didn't work and he slept through the robbery."
"Yeah, well, that's what I was calling to tell you. This might cheer you up. The alarm didn't fail. The old duffer didn't even switch it on."
"Are you sure?"
"Absolutely. I've checked and double-checked. It wasn't switched on last night."
"Does that happen often?"
asked Norman, feeling slightly suspicious. "Can't say for sure without a lot more testing," said Bex, "but I'd bet on it being an isolated incident."
"Are you suggesting what I think you're suggesting, Ian?"
"Hey, it's not my place to speculate, Norm. It's my job to supply you with evidence and facts. And that's just a fact."
"What else have you got?"
"Not much, if I'm honest," said Bex, sounding grim. "There's no sign of forced entry, no unexplained fingerprints, and bugger all else, apart from that calling card."
"Anything on that?"
"Nothing to get excited about. I have to send it off to Winchester so they can compare it to the cards they've got so far. Apparently a lot of people are doing break-ins and leaving these calling cards, but when you put them next to each other, the fakes are easy to spot. They tell me the real night caller uses very special ink and card. By comparing them, they can tell us if we're dealing with the real night caller or not."
"Let's hope it is," said Norman. "Then they can take over the case and I don't have to deal with that pompous arse again."
"I'll keep my fingers crossed for you," Beck said, laughing.
"Thanks for letting me know, Ian."
As Norman put the phone down, he wondered about Sir Robert Maunder. It was a bit of a coincidence, wasn't it? Forgot the alarm, left out the jewellery box, and then slept while the guy was there in the same room helping himself. And there was no sign of a forced entry. Someone could easily be forgiven for thinking there was some sort of insurance swindle going on. But then that someone would need to get their hands on the old guy's financial information to take that suspicion any further. Norman thought he would stand more chance of finding a snowman on the equator. Chapter 4. Dave Slater hated funerals. He subscribed to the idea that a funeral should be a celebration of a life gone by, but in his experience that just didn't happen. To be fair, he had only ever attended 3 in his life so far, but he had found each of them to be a very morbid affair. He knew it was probably down to the fact that all those funerals had been those of his grandparents, and each one had been very old-fashioned. Whichever way he looked at it, though, and no matter how much allowance he made, he couldn't deny he had found each one deeply depressing. On this drab, grey Monday morning, he could see no reason to think Mr. Winter's funeral was going to be any less depressing. In fact, he was sure it would be even worse because, as far as he could make out, there were going to be very few people attending this particular interment. He'd shared his misgivings with his girlfriend, Cindy, and, bless her, she'd offered to come with him. But this was no place for her. He was only here himself because Jane Jolly had spent the past few days making him feel guilty about Mr. Winter's death. It wasn't his fault the poor old guy had no friends or relatives, was it? Nor was it his fault the guy's death had been an accident and he hadn't been murdered. Even so, in the end he had agreed to come as long as Norman came too. So here they were, like 3 stooges who'd come along to make up the numbers, which was exactly what they were. Now he was looking round the inside of the crematorium. Slater thought he had been correct in his assessment of the numbers attending, and apart from himself, Jolly, and Norman, the only people inside the church were John Hunter and his wife, a small, grey-looking man whom he vaguely recognized from around town, the small team from the undertakers, and the vicar who was conducting the service. He thought it very sad that, apart from the milkman who had alerted the police, there were so few people here to pay their respects. Then he felt worse still when he realized he and Norman wouldn't have been here but for Jane Jolly cajoling them along. The 3 police officers had at first chosen to sit several rows back, but they soon realized they had only succeeded in drawing attention to their presence. This made Slater feel even more uncomfortable, but Norman didn't seem to notice. Enviously, Slater wondered how his colleague always managed to look at ease whatever their situation. The vicar was obviously doing his best to sound upbeat and interesting, but with such a small audience it was hard going. Aware that he could easily fall asleep if it became any more boring, Slater tuned him out and allowed his mind to wander. His thoughts were interrupted when Norman nudged him and then nodded towards the rear of the crematorium. Looking over his shoulder, Slater could see a figure hovering by the door. He turned slightly to get a better look at a small, grey-haired old woman who stood there in a shabby off-white coat. She looked rather fragile and fidgeted nervously as though she felt she shouldn't really be there. There was an air of distraction about her, which made her look lost and confused. He thought, rather poetically, that she reminded him of a butterfly, fluttering haphazardly on damaged wings. He had been observing her for at least half a minute or so before she noticed, with a start, that he was staring at her. Not wishing to frighten her, he turned to face the front for a few seconds before sneaking another glance in her direction. But she was gone. He turned right round to have a better look, but she was nowhere to be seen. As he turned back, he was sure he caught a glimpse of someone else, a man, he thought, stepping back into the shadows at the back of the room. He wondered why someone would be creeping about like that. Or was he just being suspicious? At long last, the curtains drew back, and Mr. Winter's coffin began its slow journey out of sight. In a few minutes it would be reduced to ashes and gone forever. As the coffin disappeared from view behind the closing curtains, Slater took another look around. There by the doorway he noticed her again, the small, grey-haired old woman in her shabby coat. She was holding her right hand to her mouth, in a gesture of dismay, perhaps, or maybe to stifle a sob. From this distance he couldn't tell for sure, but the gesture made him feel she must have known Mr. Winter. Then, as before, she realized he was watching her, and, taking a couple of steps back, she disappeared from view. As they filed from the building, Slater pulled on Norman's arm. There was something weird going on at the back of the room, Slater said, when Norman looked at him quizzically.
You saw that too?
Norman asked, looking around.
I thought I saw someone hanging around in the shadows back there.
I'm going to slip off and see if I can see anything, Slater said, and Norman nodded.
I'll see if I can find anything.
Slater thought he had caught a glimpse of her as he left the building, and he hurried across to a nearby clump of trees where he thought she'd been. But his elusive butterfly seemed to have flown. He searched around for a few minutes, following a footpath that led through a small gate to the road outside. But she was nowhere to be seen. As he came back through the gate, he could see Norman had returned, and was now talking to Jolly and the hunters and the small, grey-looking man Slater thought he should know. He briefly searched in and around the trees again, wondering how the woman could have just vanished without him seeing her go. It made no sense, but she was nowhere to be seen. Cursing quietly, he made his way back. The tiny gathering had dispersed now, leaving just the solitary figure of Norman waiting for him. As he approached, Norman's mobile phone started to ring. He watched him take the phone from his pocket and look at the screen before he turned his back and answered it. Slater assumed it must be a personal call, so he kept a discreet distance until Norman had finished. As he turned back to face Slater, it was obvious Norman was none too happy. "You okay?" asked Slater. onto Hunter for safekeeping.
It fits, doesn't it?
Norman's smile broadened.
And who better to leave it with than your own solicitor?
We'll have to go back and ask him, said Slater.
Go on, I'll wait here.
He says Mr. Winter definitely did not leave anything to look after, said Slater 5 minutes later, as he climbed back into the car.
Rats, said Norman. So much for that brilliant idea. I told you I might be talking through my arse.
It was good thinking, Slater said encouragingly, and I think our burglar thought so too. And at least now we know for sure that Mr. Winter hadn't given anything to John Hunter.
Yeah, that's true enough, agreed Norman. But if we assume all this theory is correct, it means we still have no idea what we're looking for. And even worse, we haven't a clue where it might be hidden.
But this guy seems to be desperate. If you thought Hunter had the thing you were looking for, where would you look next?
You mean his house?
Norman let out a whistle.
We could always stake it out. Maybe we'd get lucky.
I doubt Bob Murray would agree with you, but I guess it wouldn't hurt to ask, said Slater, not looking forward to that particular conversation. Chapter 9. As they were just a very small 3-person team, they didn't have use of the main incident room. Instead, they were crammed into a much smaller room with barely enough space to swing a cat. The single window hadn't been cleaned in years, and permitted just a small amount of light to penetrate the layers of grime. "So," Slater had asked Norman mischievously, "how are you going to apply your positive spin to this particular situation?"
"It's sort of like an old telephone box, but with barely any windows,"
Norman had said glumly. But then he brightened, and with a beaming smile added, "On the bright side, it'll give us a good incentive to get out there and do some real investigating." Slater had rolled his eyes, and Norman had just laughed. It was almost 11 when they got back to the tiny office, which had undergone something of a transformation at the hands of the ever-efficient Jane Jolly. When they had looked in earlier, it had resembled a storeroom, with desks and chairs all pushed to one side. Now it looked like a reasonably orderly workspace for 3 people. On the basis that she had done all the work sorting out the room, Jolly had chosen to place her own desk under the window, where she now sat, pecking away at the keyboard of her computer.
"Wow," said Norman as they walked in. "You know, you should be on TV, Jane. Magicians are really popular right now."
"I don't know how you do it," Slater said, gazing around the room. "Application," said Jolly. "That and an acceptance that no one else was likely to do it." "Any calls, Jane?" asked Slater, ignoring the implied slur. "No, sorry. Deathly quiet," she said.
"Don't apologize," said Norman. "Deathly quiet is okay. How's your search coming on?"
The 2 detectives huddled behind her desk so they could look over her shoulder. "I've got a result," she said. "I've been through every car registration number on my list, and there are just 2 that belong to people who don't live in Canal Street. Then I called in a favor with the traffic division and got them to run the 2 registration numbers through their search program on the date in question. One of those cars was picked up on a CCTV heading towards Canal Street, and then away again a bit later. The recorded times are a good fit for this car to be the one our intruder was driving." "Have you got a name and address?" asked Slater. "I certainly have." With a broad grin, she waved a sheet of paper in the air.
"Look out, Tinson,"
said Norman appreciatively, patting her on the shoulder.
"Jolly Jane strikes again."
He took the sheet of paper she offered and looked at the address.
"Do you know where this is?" he asked her.
"Uh-huh," she nodded.
"Want to come with me and ask our new friend some awkward questions?"
"I'll just finish my tea," she said, beaming, "and I'll be with you."
"And I suppose that while you're gone I'd better go tell the boss we want to mess up his overtime budget," said Slater gloomily.
While Slater set about trying to convince Bob Murray that it would be a good idea to blow his overtime budget, Norman hoped he and Jolly would make some progress in their inquiries via a nice quiet chat with Danny Trent, the owner of the vehicle in question. "What if he does a runner at the back?" asked Jolly as they drove down the road towards his house.
"I've thought of that," said Norman from the passenger seat. "There are 2 uniforms waiting out the back just in case."
"Thinking ahead," said Jolly approvingly. "I like it. At least now I know I'm not going to have to do all the chasing if he does make a break for it." Norman smiled broadly and tilted his head to acknowledge the truth in that statement. He didn't do running.
"Just looking after my partner," he said, as she eased the unmarked car into a handy space right outside Trent's house.
"Thank goodness," she said. "He's only 19, and I'm old enough to be his mother. I'd never be able to catch him." In the event, they didn't need to worry about their suspect doing a runner.
"I'm Detective Sergeant Norman, and this is PC Jolly," Norman announced, showing his warrant card when the door opened. "We'd like to speak to Danny Trent."
The young man who had answered the door looked shocked initially, but he quickly recovered his composure, and the shocked expression was replaced with a smug grin. Youthful arrogance, Norman thought. "He's not here. Why do you want to speak to him?" he asked.
"Who are you?"
asked Norman, noting the attitude. He liked the challenge. I'm John, his brother."
"Are you twins?"
asked Norman, looking him up and down. "What?" he said uncertainly. No, of course not."
"Wrong answer, sunshine," said Norman.
Then, turning to Jolly, he said, "Got your cuffs, Andy?" She nodded. Norman turned back to face the now not quite so smug-looking young man.
"Then arrest this man, constable."
Jolly took a step forward. "Now, hold on a minute. You can't just arrest me like this. You might think you can go around bullying people, but you're not going to get away with it here. I'm a newspaper reporter."
"Really?" said Norman in mock wonder. "Oh, wow. Who do you write for? The Times? Or maybe you're a telegraph man?"
"The local newspaper," said the mystery man, looking as if he wanted a hole to open up in the ground and swallow him.
"We'll check that," said Norman.
"And anyway, I haven't even done anything wrong," bleated Trent.
"Well, now, let's make a list, shall we?" said Norman with an evil grin. "For a start, you've just given a false name to a police officer. By doing that, you're obstructing a police inquiry, and you should understand we're not talking some pilfering little case. This is a murder inquiry."
"Bollocks," said the young man, his face reddening. "I'm John Trent, and I haven't murdered anybody."
"Oh, come on, son," Norman sighed wearily. "Do we really look that stupid? We found you through your car. We've seen your photograph on your driver's license. You might think you know it all, but you really don't, do you?"
"But I haven't done anything wrong."
"What were you doing in the back garden of number 17 Canal Street 12 days ago?" asked Norman.
"Never been there in my life," the man on the doorstep answered, a bit too quickly. "I don't even know where it is." "So how did your car get there?" asked Jolly. "It wasn't—" "It was," interrupted Jolly. "I saw it there myself and noted the registration number, just after I saw you running through the back gate." "Look, I told you I'm a reporter. I don't have to tell you anything." He folded his arms and leaned defiantly against the door.
"Like I said before," said Norman, smiling pleasantly, "you don't know quite as much as you think you do. Just so you understand, I'll tell you again. This is a murder investigation, not some schoolboy game. Even if you are a reporter, you still have to talk to us. It's true that if you tell us something second-hand, you don't have to reveal your source, but that's not quite the same thing, is it?" "And just so you understand, mate," barked the young man, taking a step forward and jabbing his finger at Norman, "I'll tell you what you can do."
Norman watched with no small amount of pleasure as Jolly grabbed the man's hand, twisted his arm up behind his back, slammed him up against the door, and slapped on the handcuffs.
"Now that was a silly thing to do," said Norman patiently. "Now we can add threatening a police officer and resisting arrest to that list of charges. And think yourself lucky. If my colleague hadn't been so quick off the mark, I might have been able to add assaulting a police officer to that list."
Then, as an afterthought, he added,
"And just so you know, I am not and never will be your mate."
He looked at Jolly and nodded his head towards the road. Jolly began to drag her prisoner towards the car.
"Ow!" yelled Trent. "That hurts, you bitch! Foul and abusive language and threatening behaviour towards a second police officer," interrupted Norman, following along behind. "At this rate, I'm going to need a bigger notebook."
"Do you know how difficult it is to even keep near our budgeted costs?" Bob Murray asked, sounding exasperated.
"I appreciate you're under a lot of pressure," sympathized Slater, "but—"
"And now you want me to provide protection for someone who might be in danger, but you don't exactly know for sure, and you don't have a clue why. Come on, David, you need to be a bit more convincing than that." These rants about spiralling costs were certainly becoming more and more frequent, so Slater figured the pressure from above must be really getting to Murray. It explained why he seemed to be here 7 days a week recently. He thought it couldn't be much fun for an old-school copper who had spent his entire career doing whatever had to be done to get a result to suddenly have to start worrying about balancing books. Murray sounded like a man who'd just about had enough. "We believe Mr. Winter died because he had some information somebody wanted very badly," he said, trying to stay calm and reasonable. When it couldn't be found at his house, that same somebody decided Winter must have passed it on to his solicitor, John Hunter. Now his office has been turned over, but nothing was found. It seems reasonable to assume the next place to be targeted is going to be Hunter's home. We've already had one murder, and we believe the person behind this wouldn't hesitate to murder again. "How long's it going to take?" asked Murray. "How long's a piece of string?" replied Slater tritely. The scowl on Murray's face immediately told Slater he'd spoken out of turn, and wished he could take the words straight back. "Don't get clever, Sergeant," growled Murray. "This isn't some bloody game we're playing here." "Yes, sir. I'm sorry, sir," mumbled Slater. Murray sighed heavily. "There's no need to grovel," he said. "I shouldn't be snapping at you like that." Slater thought that was as near as Murray was going to get to an apology, but he also knew he had spoken out of turn. "No, you're right to have a go. I was out of order," he admitted.
"Do you know,"
Murray sat tiredly back in his seat,
"there was a time when I used to love this job. But now I sometimes feel as if they want us to catch criminals with our hands tied behind our backs. How can we do the job with no bloody funds? It makes me so bloody angry."
It was unusual for the old man to swear, and when he did it usually signified he was particularly angry about something. Right now Slater was losing count of the bloodies, and he had no wish to become the object of Murray's ire, so he decided he should keep his mouth firmly closed. "Let me think about it," said Murray. "I'll let you know later." "Okay, boss. Thank you," said Slater, climbing to his feet. At least the old man hadn't said no. He figured it would probably be a good idea to get out while he was ahead. "Have you thought any more about what we were talking about the other day?" asked Murray before Slater could escape. "Boss?" asked Slater dumbly. "About becoming a D.I.?" "Ah, right, yes," said Slater awkwardly. "I have, as it happens. But as there's no vacancy for a D.I. yet, it seems to me I'd have to move away. At this particular time, I'm not ready to do that. Maybe in a year or two." "Serious this time, is it?" asked Murray. Slater looked nonplussed.
The new girlfriend. Do you think she might be the one?
Slater felt himself going red. He didn't know what to say. He didn't think Murray had the faintest inkling about Cindy.
Don't look so surprised, Murray said, smiling. It's my job to know if people are happy or not, and I'd have to be blind to miss the fact that you have a spring in your step at the moment.
He nodded his approval.
I do understand, he went on, but just remember these career opportunities won't always be there just when you want them. That's all, David. Thank you.
Right. Thanks, boss, said Slater, eager to get away before Murray embarrassed him any further. Chapter 10.
Is that Rita Mayers?
Asked Norman into the phone. Rita was both editor and owner of Tinton's only local newspaper, the Tinton Tribune. Speaking, said a businesslike voice on the other end of the line.
This is D.S. Norman from Tinton Police. We're questioning a young man who claims to work for you.
Who is it? She asked.
His name's Danny Trent, said Norman. Says he's a reporter.
Ha! She laughed. That boy has ambition, but I'm afraid he's rather exaggerating his own importance. He's not exactly reached those lofty heights just yet.
So he's definitely not a reporter, Norman said.
He's just the office junior at the moment, she replied. Look, I'm sorry if I sound rather flippant, but what's he supposed to have done? It's nothing serious, is it?
We're just asking him some questions relating to an inquiry, but he's claiming because he works for the press as a reporter, he doesn't have to speak to us. To tell the truth, he could be in a lot of trouble if he's not careful. He's not doing himself any favours, and he's likely to get charged with wasting police time at the very least. But it could be a lot more serious than that.
Would it help if I come in and talk to him? Asked Rita.
I was hoping you might say that. Would you really be willing to?
Norman jumped at the opportunity to get through to this stupid kid. What's he being questioned about? She asked.
Off the record?
Yes, of course.
It could be that a death that we thought was an accident may actually be a murder, said Norman.
I didn't know there had been a murder, she said in surprise. Would that be the old man who was found dead in Canal Street?
That's the only one we've got, said Norman,
hoping he wasn't going to regret telling this to the local press. Give me 5 minutes and I'll be on my way, she said, hanging up the phone. True to her word, Rita Mayers was there within less than 15 minutes. She was a smartly dressed, no-nonsense sort of woman, and gave off an air of calm efficiency. Norman figured she wouldn't be someone who tolerated bullshit in any form, and he had been right. When Norman pointed her in the direction of the interview room, she hadn't hesitated to march straight in and deliver her message to the unsuspecting Danny Trent in no uncertain terms. Watching through the two-way mirror, Norman thought he was glad he wasn't the one getting the bollocking. Right, she said to Norman and Slater when she'd finished. I've explained to him that he's not a reporter, and even if he was, he wouldn't have some sort of magic immunity, so I think he'll talk now. Do you want me to hang on just in case?
How about if you sit in with him? Ventured Slater.
Norman opened his mouth to protest, but Slater didn't give him the chance.
We wouldn't normally do this, of course, he continued, but I think maybe if we make the whole thing a little less formal, Danny might be inclined to talk. And he trusts you, doesn't he?
Are you going to record this chat? She asked.
I thought maybe we'd try informal first, said Slater. Then we can do the full statement afterwards.
It was a gamble, but Danny Trent obviously didn't trust the police and was unlikely to talk to them alone, Norman thought grudgingly. And what's in it for me? She asked.
We can probably make sure you get to take him back home rather than spend the night in one of our cells, said Slater. And I must ask that you keep this quiet, or Danny could be in danger. And that means not printing anything about this case.
That sounds very melodramatic, she said teasingly.
It's for real, said Norman. You'll have to trust us on that, but it's not something we joke about, believe me.
She looked from one to the other, clearly weighing up her options. "Okay," she said finally. "Let's do it." 2 hours later, Norman watched her walk out of the station with Danny in tow, the office junior having promised to make sure he went straight home and behaved himself.
"What do you make of that?" Slater asked Norman. "He's an arrogant little bugger, but he's no killer," said Norman. "His alibi for the night of the murder checks out."
"He's a size 10 shoe, though, and that's just the right size for the break-in, even though he says the house was like that when he got there that morning."
"Well, yeah," said Norman doubtfully, "but he says he doesn't have any expensive trainers like that, and when I called his mum she confirmed that. Even Rita said she's never seen him wearing a pair like that. Even if it was his, that shoe print was down by the gate, not up by the house. I would say that tends to back up his story that he was just being nosy and panicked when Jane turned up."
"That's what I think, too," agreed Slater. "He's got an attitude on him, but he's no housebreaker, and definitely not a killer."
"But what do you make of this story about a London journalist he says he's working for?" asked Norman.
"Well, Rita did say he's ambitious. I think perhaps this guy's found a naive kid to do some running around for him. In turn, the kid probably thinks it's going to fast-track him to the big league."
"Rita didn't look too impressed when he told us about his freelance gig," said Norman, grinning. "I bet he's getting his ears roasted on the way home."
"Yeah, he's just being used," said Slater. "I'm sure about that. And I'm sure Rita's telling him exactly the same thing on the way home. The interesting question is, why? Why would a London journalist be sniffing around the seemingly unimportant murder of a little old man?
"Maybe he knows there's a much bigger story behind the murder."
"Yeah," agreed Slater. "In which case he knows a lot more than we do. But it's the only reason that makes sense, isn't it? We need to find out who he is and what he knows. Until we do, I think we might have run into a brick wall." "Here, look at this," called Jolly half an hour later. Slater and Norman turned from their desks and joined her. "It's the website for this journalist Danny Trent claims he's working for. He's some sort of freelance investigative journalist by the look of it."
"Ah, a sleazy muckraker," said Norman derisively.
"It looks like he does his fair share of that," agreed Jolly, "but he's also a bit of a crusader for good causes."
"So what's the guy in charge look like?" asked Slater. "Are there any photos of him?"
"Here," said Jolly. She clicked the link, and a headshot of Jeff Rippon, journalist at large, appeared.
"Hey, wait a minute," said Norman. "I know that face."
He retrieved his mobile phone from his desk and fumbled with it for a moment.
"I thought so," he said, smiling. "Here, look. It's the guy who was creeping about at the back of the funeral."
He showed the photograph from his mobile phone. Even though it was blurry, it was obviously the same guy.
"My instincts told me not to delete it," he explained. "I also have a photo of his car registration."
"Let's have it," said Jolly. "Maybe I can find out where he lives."
"Is there no address on his website?" asked Slater.
"Just an office address," said Jolly, "and a couple of phone numbers. Here." She handed Slater a slip of paper with the 2 numbers.
"Let me give these a ring," said Slater, turning back to his desk.
Over the next few minutes he tried the 2 numbers, but all he got in reply was the same voicemail message. He wasn't really surprised. That would have been way too easy, wouldn't it? But at least they now had a name and a face. It was a start.
"Any luck with that car, Jane?" he asked, turning back to her.
"It's a hire car," she said.
"Huh, just when I thought we'd got lucky," said Norman.
"We have," she said. "It belongs to that car hire place down by the railway station. Apparently he picked it up the day before the funeral, and he's got an open booking. He told them he's staying at the station hotel, but doesn't know exactly how long he's going to be here. I'm just printing it out now." Norman went to the printer and snatched up the sheet of paper as it finished printing. He scanned the sheet and grinned.
"PC Jolly, come and stand out here. I feel I should prostrate myself at your feet," he declared grandly.
"I'm pleased you appreciate my efficiency, but that actually sounds rather pervy," she said doubtfully, looking over her shoulder. "I think I'll stay here and make do with a simple thank you, if you don't mind."
"Rebuffed again."
Norman staggered back, clutching his hands to his heart in faux hurt.
"I hate to interrupt," said Slater, before Norman could get into his stride, "but we do have an investigation to get on with." "Yes, PC Jolly," said Norman, looking suitably serious. "Quit fooling around."
Jolly poked her tongue out and turned back to her computer.
"Are you okay with carrying on with Mr. Winter's background check, Jane?" Slater asked, noticing she looked a bit harassed.
"I'd rather be busy than twiddling my thumbs," she said. "I'm actually quite good at this family tree stuff. It'll keep me out of trouble for a while."
"I'll take Norman for a ride. That way he can't keep distracting you," said Slater. "We'll be at the station hotel if you need us."
Chapter 11. They found Jeff Rippon in the bar at the station hotel. He was on his own at a corner table, pecking away at a laptop. A cigarette smouldered away in an ashtray next to his half-empty pint of beer. Slater thought there was something sleazy about him, although he couldn't have said exactly why. Perhaps it was just that Jeff Rippon looked rather cold and hard. He seemed to be painfully thin and had extraordinarily white skin. His greasy black hair was plastered across his head in a vain but futile attempt to hide its sparseness. He appeared to be engrossed in his writing and didn't notice their approach.
"Jeff Rippon?"
asked Slater. Rippon glanced up, but continued typing. He had a large hooked nose and sharp, beady eyes, which glared at them from behind huge spectacles. In that moment, Slater thought there was something of the vulture about him, and somehow that seemed appropriate.
"Who's asking?"
"Detective Sergeant Slater and Norman." They produced their warrant cards. Rippon didn't appear to be unduly interested in them, but he did stop tapping at his keyboard and gave them his attention.
"Have I broken any laws?"
he asked. "Not that I'm aware of," replied Slater.
"I didn't think I had," said Rippon, returning to his keyboard. "Now, if you don't mind, I'm rather busy."
"We'd like a few words, if that's okay," said Slater, ignoring the rebuff. Rippon sighed heavily, then sat back in his seat and looked at Slater and then at Norman.
"All right," he said. "I can see you're not going to give me any peace, so what do you want to talk about?"
"Mind if we sit down?" asked Norman, pulling out a chair opposite Rippon. Slater did likewise, and they both sat. "They're nice trainers," observed Slater, pointing at Rippon's shoes. "I fancy a pair of them myself, but can't afford them on my salary."
"I do a lot of running," said Rippon, "and I can afford the best, so I buy the best. Is there a law against that now?"
"Not at all," said Slater. "What size are you?"
"9," said Rippon. "I'll take one off so you can check if you don't believe me. I'm blessed with small feet, but I make up for it in other areas."
He gave them a sickly grin, and Slater felt disappointment wash over him. "We're curious," said Slater. "We can't help but wonder why someone like you would have come down here to attend a funeral. It's not as if you knew Mr. Winter, is it?"
"I just wanted to see what it's like when someone with no friends gets buried," said Rippon,
seeming completely unfazed by the question.
"It's a bit of research for something I'm writing about sad and lonely old people."
"Yeah, right," Norman smiled at him. "Like you don't have many examples up in London?" Rippon smiled right back at Norman.
There's no law against attending a funeral.
We're also curious to know why you employed a local youngster to nose around and interfere with the crime scene," continued Slater.
I didn't ask him to do that, snapped Ripon. He was just supposed to let me know if anything significant happened.
"He thinks you've employed him as co-writer," said Norman.
Well, he thinks wrong. He's just a runner. If he did more than I asked, that's his problem, not mine.
"Oh, don't worry," said Slater. "We didn't think for 1 minute you'd actually care about what happened to him, and we certainly didn't expect you to accept any responsibility for what he's done."
You're not going to be disappointed then, are you?
Sneered Ripon. Slater looked hard at him. He really did seem to be a most unpleasant human being. "So, what is so interesting about Dylan Winter's death?" asked Norman.
You really have no idea, do you?
"So, why don't you give us a clue?"
What's in it for me?
Ripon's lips pressed into a tight line. "Ah!" Norman smiled pleasantly. "What a surprise! And there I was hoping you'd be a public-spirited citizen willing to help us."
Why should I?
Ripon sneered again. "So you don't think you should help us solve a murder?" asked Slater.
Ha! Cover up a murder, more like. You lot are all the same. You're all bent as 9-bob notes. He contacted me in the first place because he didn't know if he could trust you lot.
"Winter contacted you?" asked Slater in surprise. "Why would he do that?"
Because he had a story to tell, of course.
"And you're telling us he would trust someone like you with this story?" scoffed Norman. "When did he contact you? What story?" asked Slater. Ripon said nothing. "Why didn't he trust us?" Norman furrowed his brow.
I never actually found that out, said Ripon, but I suspect it was because he crossed swords with some bent coppers in his past. Same reason I don't trust you.
"So that means we're all bent, does it?" asked Norman, sighing heavily.
If the cap fits.
Ripon smiled unpleasantly, showing yellowing teeth. "Actually, it doesn't bloody fit." Slater smacked his hand down on the table, making Ripon jump. "Yes, unfortunately there are some bent coppers, but we're not. In fact, we've both been the victims of bent coppers."
Yeah, sure you have,
said Ripon, raising an eyebrow. "If you've got some information that will lead us to his killer, and there's any police involvement, we'll be happy to bring it out into the open. We've done it before," explained Norman.
Well, you would say that, wouldn't you?
Muttered Ripon. "You're the journalist," said Norman. "Do your homework and you'll see we're telling the truth." Ripon looked doubtfully at Norman and Slater. "I'll tell you what," said Norman. "How about we give you a couple of days to check us out and think about it?"
And how am I supposed to do that?
"Like I said," answered Norman, as he rose casually to his feet. "You're the journalist, and somehow I can't believe you don't know how to access that sort of information." "We'll be back." Slater, taking his cue from Norman, stood up too. "Same time, same place." They turned together and walked from the bar, Slater feeling Ripon's eyes burning into his back as he left. "That guy gives me the creeps," he said as they approached their car. "He reminds me of a vulture." "You're exactly right," Norman said, snorting with laughter. "I knew he reminded me of something, but I couldn't think what it was." "Do you think he actually knows anything?" "I can't imagine Winter would want to talk to a creep like that." Norman unlocked the car and climbed into the driver's seat. "But even if he did, I don't think he told him much. Let's be honest now. If you were old and on your own, and that guy turned up at your home, would you feel you could trust him?" "Good point." Slater nodded as he buckled up his seatbelt. "He certainly wouldn't put me at ease." "He knows something, though," said Norman, "and I guess anything would help right now. Let's see what a couple of days does for us. If he still doesn't want to talk to us, we'll have to think again.
He obviously wants this story, or he wouldn't have come down here."
"Did he want it so badly he murdered for it?" suggested Slater, as Norman started the car and pulled out of the space.
"That would have to be one seriously big story to want to murder someone for it," said Norman. "To be honest, I can't see it. But even if he did, he wouldn't have taken the risk of involving the kid, would he?" said Norman.
"Having a pair of eyes and ears down here would keep him informed."
Maybe, but I'm not convinced," said Norman after a moment. "If Winter had the story, why would Ripon kill him? Surely that would rather defeat the object."
"Do you think he'll do a runner?"
"No, I don't think so," Norman said, chuckling quietly. "Because if he does, he's going to promote himself from possible suspect to definite suspect, and that would be pretty stupid. Whatever our Mr. Ripon might be, he certainly ain't stupid."
Chapter 12. It was 6 a.m. on Saturday morning, and it was still dark. A mobile phone was ringing incessantly somewhere close by. "For God's sake," thought Slater, "it's so bloody annoying. Why don't people answer their phones?" He felt a finger jab sharply into his ribs. "Tell them to answer that bloody phone, or I'll arrest them for disturbing the peace," he mumbled sleepily. There was another jab, but much harder this time. "What the—" he began. "Is your phone," mumbled an even sleepier voice up close behind him. "What?" he said, only half awake, but totally confused. "It's your phone," repeated the voice, a little less sleepy this time. "And if I have to answer it for you, I'm going to throw it out of the window." He slipped an arm behind his back and felt the coziness of the soft, warm body pressed up against him. For the briefest moment he wondered where he was and who was sharing his bed. Then he smiled to himself as he awakened sufficiently to recall exactly where he was and who was snuggled up next to him. He fumbled around until he found her hair, and then the softness of her face. He had met Cindy Mayne during a case and been attracted to her right from the start. To his surprise, she had seemed to be equally attracted to him. Once the case had been solved, they had started dating, and now, 3 months later, they seemed to have become something of an item. They didn't see each other every night, and each had their own house, but they seemed to be spending more and more time together. It just seemed right somehow. He smiled to himself as he thought about how lucky he was to have her as a girlfriend. Then he yelped as she bit his hand. "Ouch!" he grimaced. "Geez, that's not very friendly." "Nor's poking your fingers in my face and allowing your phone to keep ringing. If you don't answer it right now, I'll show you just how unfriendly I can be." He sat up, swung his legs over the side of the bed, switched on the bedside lamp, and grabbed the phone. "I hope I'm not interrupting anything," said Norman in his ear. "Only it's been ringing for ages." "You're only interrupting my beauty sleep," said Slater, yawning. "And mine," shouted Cindy, loud enough for Norman to hear. "Now, in her case, I can believe it's beauty sleep," Norman chuckled. "But I have to say, it's not working anywhere near as well for you." "That's because people keep calling me in the middle of the night and waking me up." Slater yawned again. "Anyway, if you've just called to share your beauty tips, I have to tell you not to bother. They don't work. Just look in any mirror and you'll see what I mean." "You're only jealous," said Norman. "I don't know what that beautiful young woman sees in you. I mean, she could have had me. It was just lucky that you got there first." "Ha!" Slater laughed loudly. "In your dreams, mate, in your dreams. She fell for the one with brains as well as looks, and you know it." Cindy was now wide awake, and seemingly none too happy about it. "I don't believe you two," she snapped in Slater's ear, loudly enough that Norman could no doubt hear too. It's 6 o'clock on a Saturday morning, and I should be sound asleep, but instead I have to listen to you two sad people twittering on about how good-looking you are."
"Oh dear," said Norman. "I appear to have set fire to the blue touch paper. I guess the safest thing for me to do now is deliver my message and get the hell away." "Yeah, right. Thanks for that, Norm. So what is it that's so important anyway?"
"They had another break-in at Hunter's last night. This time the place has been taken apart."
"Oh, crap," Slater sighed. "So much for my lying. Okay, give me half an hour and I'll be there." He shut the phone off, stood up, stretched, and yawned so expansively he nearly turned his head inside out. "I'm sorry, love, I'm gonna have to go in," he said, turning to face Cindy. But she'd pulled the covers over her head, and Slater didn't think she would be coming out any time soon. "Cindy?" He tugged gently at the covers. "I know you're in there."
"Go away," she said. "I'm asleep."
"Okay," he said, moving away towards the bathroom. "I'll leave you to it."
"No, wait," she said, pushing the covers back from her face. "You can't just go off and leave me like this."
"But I have to," he pleaded. "You know how it works."
"Yes, I think I've known you long enough to know exactly how it works," she said. "Work comes first, and I come a poor second."
"Now you know it's not like that," he said. "There's nothing I'd like more than to spend all my time with you, but I have a job to do, and a duty—"
"I know," she interrupted with a sigh. "I know you have to go, but surely you can spare a few minutes, for me, before you go."
She had that look on her face, the one that he just couldn't resist.
"It's all warm and snuggly in here. Look," she said saucily, raising the covers just enough to suggest what he was missing.
"Oh, my," thought Slater, "this just isn't fair. But what can a poor boy do?" "5 minutes, and that's it," he said.
"Oh," she teased. "Does that mean I'm going to get the extended version?"
"Ha ha, very funny," he said huffily. "Of course, I could just say I don't have time and leave you to it." She poked her tongue out at him and raised the covers a bit further so he could now see exactly what he was missing.
I don't think so, do you?"
And he had to admit she was right.
"I won't ask what took you so long," said Norman over an hour later, when Slater finally arrived at Tinton police station.
"I got held up," said Slater. "I can explain."
"Please don't,"
said Norman. "But my car wouldn't start," began Slater.
"Yeah, right," said Norman. "You forget I'm a trained detective, and right now I detect a shed load of bullshit heading my way. I think I can probably guess what happened, and I have to point out that telling me about it is totally inappropriate. It's also going to make me jealous, so please, let's just say the matter's closed, okay?"
That suited Slater just fine, because he had no excuse anyway. Well, at least not one that he was going to tell Norman about. "So, what's this about Hunters?" he asked instead.
"I got a call at 4:30 this morning," said Norman. "The duty sergeant thought we should be told as we were there yesterday. I went down to take a look, and I can tell you there was no subtlety about it this time. They ignored the alarm, smashed the door down, and tore the whole place apart. By the time anyone responded to the alarm, they were long gone."
"Is there anything missing?" asked Slater.
"How can you tell when the place looks like it was hit by a bomb?" Norman shrugged. "Forensics are on their way down there now, and I've called Hunter. He's going to meet us there at 8 o'clock. In the meantime, 2 uniforms are guarding the place. You want to go take a look now?"
"Might as well," agreed Slater. "Otherwise there was no point in me getting up so early. I'll buy us a coffee on the way." When Norman had said it looked like a bomb had gone off, Slater had thought his friend was exaggerating. Perhaps he was annoyed about having to get out of bed so early. However, now that he could see the damage for himself,
Slater thought it was actually a pretty accurate description. At first glance, it appeared that nothing had been left untouched. Every cupboard, filing cabinet, and drawer appeared to have been emptied and then flung across the office. But despite the appearance that this had been some sort of frantic, drug-fueled robbery, Slater was convinced Ian Becks and his forensic team wouldn't find a single shred of evidence to indicate who was behind it. Slater had felt a huge amount of sympathy for John Hunter when he had arrived and seen the damage. He had been deeply shocked by the scene, and Slater had been wondering how he was going to cope with sorting the mess out. But then the cavalry had arrived in the form of Hunter's formidable secretary, Sheila Betson, and his wife, Belinda. It seemed the two women were made of sterner stuff than Mr. Hunter, and by the time Slater and Norman were leaving, they had the situation firmly under control.
"I take it you're now prepared to accept this break-in is related to the previous one here and at Canal Street?"
asked Norman as they walked back to their car.
"It would be hard to think otherwise, wouldn't it?" agreed Slater. "As far as I'm concerned, there's a very strong link. It can't be a coincidence."
"I think there's no doubt now that someone thinks Winter had some information, and now they think Hunter's got it."
"But Hunter's adamant he's not been given anything."
"Well, someone doesn't believe that," said Norman, "and that someone doesn't care that we know they're looking for it. In my experience, if someone doesn't care we know, that means they're desperate to get their hands on whatever it is they're looking for. And desperate means dangerous."
Norman clipped the car locks as they approached, and they both climbed in. "It has to be something that was expected to be found on a computer, right?" ventured Slater.
"For sure," agreed Norman. "But that means it could be on a CD or a memory stick. It could even be stored somewhere in the cloud."
"Talk about looking for a needle in a haystack," said Slater, sighing and wondering how anything could be stored in a cloud. "And right now we don't have a bloody clue who, what, where, or why."
"I think this calls for some abstract thinking," said Norman, starting the car. "We might not have Mr. Winter's computer, but maybe he had some sort of online account that would give us a clue."
"But we don't have that sort of expertise," said Slater, "and the waiting list for that sort of help will be a mile long."
"Only if we go through the official channels."
Norman smiled, putting the car in gear.
"What?" said Slater with dismay. "You're not suggesting we involve your friend Vinny again, are you?"
Vinny the Geek, as he called himself, was a young man Norman had helped way back in the past, who just happened to be a genius with computers. Apparently, Norman had helped to turn his life around, so he always seemed ready to help whenever Norman asked. It just so happened he was also someone Slater found particularly difficult to get on with.
"Have you got any better ideas?" asked Norman. "'Cause I think we need to act now before this gets out of hand. We already have one murder on our hands."
He left the sentence unfinished. "Do you really think the risk is that high?" asked Slater.
"I think desperate equals dangerous," said Norman. "So yes, I do."
"But what if there's nothing to find?"
"We can't take that chance," said Norman. "There must be something for someone to go to all this trouble. Maybe Winter was threatening to expose someone."
"A geriatric blackmailer?" asked Slater. "Do you really think that's likely?"
"We have to consider the possibility. Like I said before, we can't afford to take any chances," persisted Norman. "You know how good Vinny is. If he can access Winter's email account or any online accounts he might have, who knows what we'll find? We've got his bank statement, so we should be able to see who he was paying for stuff like that. Vinny doesn't even need to come down here. I'll send him the information and he can get onto it from home."
Slater knew Norman had a point. It couldn't hurt to take a look, now could it? "Do you think this will convince the old man we have to put some sort of guard on John Hunter's house?" he asked.
"I know he won't like it," said Norman, "but yeah, I do."
"So do I. but he'll be going spare about it. He's trying to keep the overtime bill down, and we're going to be spending it hand over fist."
"He'll go ballistic for sure."
Norman grinned wickedly.
"I'm glad it's not me that has to ask him. I'd love to be a fly on the wall when you have that conversation."
Chapter 13. "Coffee," announced Slater, coming backwards through the door into the incident room. In his hands he balanced a tray with 3 cups of coffee and a plate of assorted doughnuts. He placed the tray down on his desk, set the coffees and cakes into 3 places around the desk, and dragged up 2 more chairs. "Come on, over here," he called to the other 2. "Jane, get away from that screen for 10 minutes. Norm, leave that paperwork and get your backside over here." "I can't eat all those doughnuts," cried Jolly in alarm, looking at the 2 cakes Slater had placed alongside her coffee. "What about my figure?"
"I think your figure's fine," Norman smiled as he eased himself into a chair next to her. "But if you really don't want to eat all of those doughnuts, don't worry. Whatever you don't eat won't go to waste."
"That's very gallant of you," said Jolly, "but I really don't think you need them either."
"It's a sacrifice I'm prepared to make for a lady," said Norman, letting out a theatrical sigh. "It's a tough job, but someone's got to do it." Slater let the conversation become a discussion about the wisdom of Norman's diet, and then on to what TV they watched last night, and then their varied opinions about the latest news. After about 15 minutes, he felt it was time to get back to the matter in hand. "So, how's your search going, Jane? Anything interesting?" he asked. "This is what I've got so far," she began. "Henry Winter was born in 1946 and lived with his mother in Andover. His sister Julia arrived in 1951. Then, in 1958, both parents were killed in a car crash. Neither of the parents appear to have had any relatives, and all the grandparents were dead, so the 2 children were sent to an orphanage." "I thought his name was Dylan," said Slater, confused. "Bear with me," said Jolly. "I'll come to that in a minute. Henry Winter resurfaces when he joins the army in 1964. While he was in the army, he built up quite a substantial property portfolio, which he sold for over $1 million shortly after he left in 1993. He bought the house in Canal Street then, and appears to have been existing quietly there ever since, presumably living on his pension and the interest from the proceeds of his property sale." "Now that's a shrewd investor," said Norman admiringly. "I bet he spent near enough all his wages on houses, and they just sat there growing in value. And that was the period when house prices were growing like crazy."
"So where's all that money now?" asked Slater. "Didn't John Hunter say the only asset mentioned in his will was the house in Canal Street?" "He certainly didn't spend it on a lavish lifestyle," said Jolly. "Not if his house is anything to go by."
"We didn't look back very far into his financial affairs."
Norman sounded thoughtful.
"I'll go back to the bank and ask for more information on Monday."
"So how come he's now called Dylan?" asked Slater. "In 1994 he also changed his name from Henry to Dylan by deed poll," said Jolly. "Do we know why?" "No idea. But people change their names for all sorts of reasons. Maybe he just fancied a change."
"What about the sister, Julia?" asked Slater. "Where's she been?"
"I can trace her going into the orphanage in 1958 with her brother, but then, after that, she seems to disappear."
"Was she adopted?" asked Slater. "Or did she die? It wasn't unheard of for kids to die in those places back then."
"I've found no record of either so far," Jolly said.
"Where was this orphanage, and when did it close?"
Slater's curiosity was well and truly aroused. "That's my next job," she replied.
"See what you can find out about it. Maybe there'll be some records stored away somewhere."
"Okay, I'm on it," she said, heading back to her desk. An hour later, his thoughts were interrupted from across the room. "This orphanage," Jolly said. "It was called Hatton House. It's only about 5 miles from here. It was closed back in 1964 and fell into disrepair."
"Good work, Jane," said Slater. "That's very interesting," chipped in Norman, "but I'm not sure it helps us much."
"Ah, but that's where you're wrong," said Jolly, beaming. "I haven't finished telling you what I've found yet. Here's the really interesting bit. It was bought for $600,000 in 1995 by one Dylan Winter of 17 Canal Street, Tinton."
"What?"
said Slater and Norman in unison. "Why would he do that?" asked Slater of no one in particular.
"Does it say what he's done with it?"
"Now that I can't tell you," said Jolly. "I've just checked the local council website, and there are no planning applications associated with Hatton House, Dylan Winter, or Henry Winter."
"So what does that mean?" asked Slater. "Is it still derelict? Why would you buy an old wreck of a house and do nothing with it?"
"To stop someone else buying it?" ventured Jolly.
"Maybe there's something in that old orphanage that he wanted to make sure no one else could get hold of," Norman said. "Maybe that's what the big secret's all about."
"Perhaps it has something to do with his sister's disappearance," Jolly added quietly.
"I hope you're wrong." Norman shook his head. "I really don't need another kid's death to deal with." "Hang on a minute," said Slater. "Listen to yourselves. I thought I was supposed to be the negative person here. Right now we have no evidence to suggest any kids have died."
"I hope you're right," said Norman, sighing, "but I'm getting a bad feeling about this case."
"See if you can find us a map or some directions, Jane, please," said Slater. "We'll take a drive out there on Monday or Tuesday and have a poke around." Before Norman could say anything more, his mobile phone began to rattle out its terrible ringtone. He looked at the incoming number and cursed quietly.
"I have to take this,"
he said, standing up and heading for the door. Slater watched him go through the doors and turned to Jolly. "Does he have a girlfriend or something?" he asked. "Not that I know about," she replied, looking up. "Why?" "He just seems to be getting a lot of private calls all of a sudden," said Slater absently, returning to his work. He knew it was none of his business, but Norman was his friend as well as his colleague. It was a good 5 minutes before Norman came back into the room. "You're popular all of a sudden," joked Slater. "Have you got yourself a woman?"
"Sorry?"
said Norman. He looked distracted, turning his mobile phone over and over in his hands.
"All these phone calls?" "Oh, right, yeah," said Norman with a grim look. "I guess I'm just Mr. Popular all of a sudden."
Norman sat back down at his desk and kept his head down, focused on the screen. Slater got the hint. Chapter 14.
"So, let me get this straight," said Norman. "You think we should blackmail this guy by suggesting we think he's the murderer?"
They were on their way to the station hotel to see Jeff Rippon again. "I wouldn't put it quite like that," Slater said, smiling. "I think it sounds much better if we say we're going to focus his attention on the matter in hand."
"By suggesting we think he murdered Winter," added Norman.
"I'm just going to present our evidence," explained Slater. "He was making phone calls to Winter when we believe the threats were made. He's paid someone to poke around and find out what's going on this end, and now he's here in person claiming there was a big story. That's a powerful motive for a greedy journalist, don't you think?"
"It's a bit flimsy, is what I think," said Norman. "And if he's half the journalist he's supposed to be, he'll know how vague it sounds. If you want to focus his attention, you're probably going to have to make it worth his while."
"What?" cried Slater in dismay. "You think we should make some sort of deal with this guy?"
"Look, I don't like the idea either," said Norman,
but unpleasant as it seems, it may be the only way we're going to find out what he really knows. Believe me, I've had to deal with these guys before. In their world, if there's nothing in it for them, there's no deal. Like you said yesterday, the guy's a vulture."
"I'm not sure I like this idea," said Slater gloomily.
"I promise you I'm not exactly ecstatic about this myself," said Norman. "But here's the thing. If you start suggesting he's a suspect, he's going to think we're as bent as all the other coppers he knows, and that we're just trying to stitch him up. And if that happens, it'll be end of story before it even starts."
Slater brooded on this stark reality for a few moments. He knew Norman was rarely wrong in his assessment of these situations, but even so. "All right," he agreed, finally and reluctantly. "You're probably right. You lead the interview, and I'll try not to put his back up.
If I get the slightest inkling I'm wrong, I'll step back."
"You're going to get it wrong one day, you know," said Slater with a grim smile.
"Ha! In your dreams."
Norman grinned back at him.
"You know it makes sense. That's why you like working with me."
Slater thought of a smart retort, but he chose not to use it. After all, he couldn't argue. Norman was right. They found Ripon in exactly the same place he had been before. Everything about him seemed to be exactly the same, Norman thought. He even seemed to be wearing the same clothes. The look on his face when he saw them made him look as if a bad smell had just drifted under his nose. Obviously his attitude hadn't changed either.
"Oh," he said sarcastically, "you two again. What a pleasant surprise." "And good day to you too."
Norman smiled broadly at him and pulled out a chair. Slater did likewise, but said nothing.
"So, did you do your homework?" asked Norman, looking Ripon straight in the eye. "Now, why would I do that? I don't take orders from the likes of you." "I don't suppose you do," said Norman, "but then I didn't order you to do anything. I just suggested you could confirm what I told you, if you wanted to." "But why would I want to?"
Ripon sneered unpleasantly.
"Because without our help, you've got zero chance of writing this story."
Norman looked more confident than he actually felt about this statement, but he reasoned Ripon would have written the story by now if he knew what it was.
"Oh, and you're going to help me, are you?"
Ripon's sneer seemed to be getting worse.
"You know as well as I do that we can't just hand over our files," said Norman. "But if you help us, we can probably help you. We can certainly make sure you get it before anyone else does." "How do I know I can trust you?" asked Ripon, sounding a little less hostile now. "You don't," said Norman. "But then, how do we know you're not going to give us a load of bullshit?"
Ripon stared at Norman, but said nothing.
"You have to make a judgment," continued Norman. "Doing your own work should have helped you to do that. And you have done your own work, haven't you?" "I don't need advice from you about who to trust," said Ripon. "You'll be telling me how to write next." "That would never do. Your stories just wouldn't sell without all the exaggeration and hype." "You do your job, and I'll do mine."
"We are doing our job," said Slater, sounding irritated, "but you don't seem to want to help."
"And why should I?"
said Ripon. Slater looked at Norman, and Norman nodded. He knew what Slater was about to say next.
"Because you're a possible murder suspect," said Slater.
"What?" said Ripon, his face reddening and his fists clenching.
"You're making this up. I thought you said you guys aren't bent. How can you possibly suggest I'm a suspect?"
"If you just answer a few questions instead of trying to prove how clever you are, perhaps you'll understand," said Slater.
"This is bullshit,"
said Ripon angrily. "Did you get a phone call this morning, Mr. Ripon?" asked Slater.
I get loads of calls every day," said Ripon, glaring at him.
"Did the caller hang up when you answered?" asked Slater, ignoring Ripon's smart remark.
"How did you know?"
Ripon sounded surprised. "How do you think I knew?" Slater sighed and shook his head. "It was me. I was going through Mr. Winter's phone records, and this number kept cropping up, so I dialed it to see who it was."
My, said Ripon, his voice heavy with sarcasm. "Well done, Sherlock Holmes. Aren't you the sharp one? But I already told you he had been in contact with me."
"That's the funny thing, you see," said Slater with a wicked grin. "There's not one call made from him to you. All the calls are from you to him. It's almost like you were stalking him."
"Bollocks!" growled Ripon. "The first contact was made by him in a letter."
"Oh, good," Norman pounced. "I take it you've still got the letter so you can prove it."
"I'm not sure,"
mumbled Ripon, looking at the floor.
"I might have thrown it away."
"How convenient," said Norman. "It's the timing, you see," Slater went on. "We believe he was threatened into believing his life was in danger, and we also believe that threat was made 4 or 5 weeks before he died. That's when you were making all these calls."
"But he contacted me," said Ripon. "I didn't even know the bloke existed until then."
"What did he tell you?"
"He said he had something really big and that he needed someone who would tell his story to the world. He thought I would be a good person to do that."
"It's a sleazy story then, is it?" asked Norman. Ripon scowled at him. "So what's the story?" asked Slater.
"I dunno," said Ripon, shrugging. "I never found out. He didn't get around to telling me."
"So you threatened him, and when he wouldn't tell you, you came down and killed him," suggested Slater.
"Don't be bloody stupid," said Ripon in exasperation. "What would be the point? You don't kill the goose that lays the golden egg, do you?"
"But what if you came down here to reason with him and it got out of hand?" asked Slater. A small smile began to form on Ripon's face.
"You're really clutching at straws here, aren't you?" he said, his smile turning into a grin. "Have you got any real suspects?"
"Apart from you?" asked Norman. "Sorry, we can't discuss an ongoing inquiry with the press."
"That means you haven't," said Ripon. "But you needn't think you're going to fit me up."
"No one's trying to fit you up, Jeff," interrupted Norman. "Is it okay if I call you Jeff?"
"I suppose so," said Ripon grudgingly.
"We need your help. We believe Mr. Winter found out something about someone, and that person has silenced him. It makes sense to us that this is the big story he wanted to tell you. So anything you can tell us could lead us to that person."
"Believe it or not," said Ripon, much calmer now, "I would like to help. I only met Mr. Winter once, and he was a lovely old guy. But I think the world dealt him a pretty crappy hand, you know. He wanted to right some wrongs while he still could."
"So what did he tell you?" asked Norman.
"Well, that was it, really. He gave me that much, and then he said he wanted to check me out to make sure I was the right person to do what he wanted. All he would tell me was that it concerned someone who was a household name with a very dark side that he kept hidden from the public."
"And you accepted that?" asked Norman. "You didn't push him for more?"
"I understood his need to check me out. He was an old man who didn't know who he could trust. Like I said, I liked him, and I figured it was going to be worth my while to win that trust."
"But surely you would have been well pissed off if he'd come back later and said no," said Slater.
Sure, agreed Ripon, but people often change their minds about telling a story. It happens all the time. It's not something I'd murder for. I also get offered stories that turn out to be a crock of shite. Someone holding a grudge against someone else and hoping to create a scandal. It happens. That's life. It's all part of my job, but it's not worth killing someone. You must get the same sort of thing in your job. It's bloody annoying, but you don't murder people for it, do ya? So where did you think Mr. Winter fitted in? Did you think he was real? Asked Norman. Yeah, I did, said Ripon. That's why I was willing to give him time to check me out.
Did he tell you he'd been threatened? Asked Slater.
He didn't say as much, said Ripon, but I spoke to him a couple of days before he died. He asked me if I could come down and get the job done as soon as I could. The problem was I was working up north. I was going to come down as soon as I finished up there.
How did he react when you told him that? Asked Norman.
He was disappointed. He said he hoped that wouldn't be too late, but he wouldn't elaborate on that. I thought maybe he was ill, you know. Maybe he had cancer or something like that. That's why I found the kid. I asked him to keep an eye on the old boy's house and let me know if anything happened. I was thinking if he had cancer or something and he was on his last legs, he might get rushed off to hospital. It never occurred to me he was going to get bumped off.
But if he's dead, why are you down here? Asked Norman.
You're supposed to be the detectives, said Ripon patiently. It's not rocket science, is it? If he was murdered, it adds weight to the idea there's a big story to be uncovered, and it makes that story even bigger. That's why I was at the funeral. When we were talking, he mentioned his sister. I got the feeling the story concerns her in some way. I was hoping she might be there, and I could ask her what it was all about, but there was no sister at the funeral. Anyway, now I'm here, I thought I might take a look around. Maybe I'll find something.
Norman thought it unlikely a successful journalist like Ripon had done no research. He must know about the orphanage and how Winter's sister had disappeared years ago. It was no matter. He could play that game too.
So, what have you got for me? Asked Ripon.
Norman was about to answer, but Slater got there first. Like my colleague said earlier, we can't discuss an ongoing investigation. And as for Mr. Winter's story, well, you started weeks before us, and it sounds as if you're way ahead of us. Ripon didn't look convinced, but Slater looked him hard in the eye.
So that's it, said
Ripon, sounding disgusted.
You're going to give me nothing.
Right now, we have nothing we can give you, answered Slater. But even if we had, I don't think it would be a fair exchange at this point. Do you?
You thought he was holding back too, huh?
Asked Norman as they climbed into their car. Definitely, agreed Slater. I don't think he knows enough to write his story yet, or he wouldn't be here now. But he certainly knows more than he's letting on. There's no way he'd waste his time down here unless he thought he was onto something.
You think he knows where the orphanage is?
Yeah, he must know that much.
Then we'd better make a start by visiting that house this afternoon. Maybe that can help us figure it all out before he does, said Norman. Otherwise, there's a good chance the whole world's going to know before us.
Chapter 15. Hatton House was just a few minutes from the centre of Tinton, yet Slater had been completely unaware of its existence. As a fairly new resident of Tinton, Norman obviously hadn't a clue, but he was surprised that Slater had never heard of the place. It had turned into something of a mystery trip for both of them. With Norman driving and Slater navigating, they almost missed the narrow lane that led away from the bypass in the general direction of Hatton House. Once they were on the lane, though, it soon became clear why they had never seen the house before. It was in the middle of nowhere. The lane was so narrow there wasn't room for 2 cars to pass, but Norman observed it was unlikely to be a problem, as it looked as if no one ever came along this lane anyway. They finally found the driveway that led up to the house. In its heyday, the drive would have been lined with privet hedges on either side, but it was obviously years since anyone had tended to them, and they were in a sorry state. In some places they had grown so tall they had collapsed onto the drive, making it necessary to zigzag around them. Eventually they reached a pair of large, rusting iron gates, bound together with a huge padlock and chain.
"Looks like we're on foot from here," said Norman. "Good job you suggested outdoor gear for this trip."
"I had a feeling it wasn't going to be in perfect condition," said Slater. "I think we would have been overdressed in suits, don't you?" They were both kitted out in walking boots, jeans and waterproof jackets, and carried small rucksacks with a few bits and pieces they thought might come in useful. There was a smaller side gate, which appeared to be unlocked. It creaked alarmingly, but then swung reluctantly open as Slater pushed against it. There was no sign of a house up ahead, and Norman began to wonder if perhaps it had fallen down over the years, but then he realized the drive was going uphill. Soon they spotted a roof as it began to level out, and then the house came into view as they came over the top of the hill. It was a large, sprawling old house, and the roof sagged alarmingly, but somehow it seemed to be intact.
"The oldest part's Georgian," observed Norman, "and that extension on the west side is probably Victorian."
"You know this stuff?" asked Slater, sounding surprised.
"I used to be a member of the National Trust," replied Norman. "I've been to loads of places like this. You see enough of them, you sort of pick it up."
"You're full of surprises, you know that," Slater said, grinning and shaking his head as if in wonder.
"Well, I wouldn't want to bore you," Norman said, smiling back. "Have you noticed it's not quite so overgrown here as you might have expected?"
"Maybe he paid someone to clear it back sometime."
"Yeah, maybe."
Norman wasn't convinced. They made their way to the front door, which was slightly ajar. Norman gave it a gentle push and stuck his head inside. A large pile of dead leaves had accumulated inside, no doubt blown in by the wind. There was an air of decay about the place, and it smelt of damp.
"We need to be a bit careful," warned Norman. "This place is not far from falling down, so watch where you put your feet and what you hold on to."
They poked around downstairs for 10 minutes or so, but it was a frustrating exercise, as someone had boarded up every window, and their torches didn't help much in the gloom.
"We need to get outside and take down those bloody boards so we can see what we're doing in here," grumbled Slater. "Let's take a look upstairs first."
Norman led Slater back across the hall to the staircase.
"Don't trust the middle of the steps," he told Slater with a grin. "Keep to the edges, and let me go first. If they can take my weight, you'll be just fine."
"That's true enough," agreed Slater with a grin of his own. "But you be careful. I'm not sure I could carry you out of here on my own."
"Yeah, right, thanks for that," said Norman. "Okay, let's get on here and see what happens."
Gingerly, keeping well over to the left, he started up the stairs. There were a few creaks and groans of protest from the old staircase as he ascended, but it seemed solid enough, and he heard Slater begin to follow. Norman reached the floor above and made his way over to the nearest window. Slater was still only halfway up.
"Wow," said Norman. "Now that is a big surprise."
"What?" called Slater. "What's a surprise?"
"Look at this," said Norman, pointing out of the window.
Slater joined him at the window. "Well, I didn't expect to see that. And look, smoke," he said, pointing towards a small clump of trees at the bottom of the garden, where a small thread of what looked like smoke spiraled lazily towards the sky.
"Let's check that out," said Norman, leading the way back to the staircase. "We can come back here later."
They made their way carefully back down the stairs, out through the front door and onto the drive, where a path curled around the back of the house. Negotiating the side path was difficult, as it was overgrown with brambles and more collapsed privet hedging, but they made use of a stack of disused boards to create a makeshift path across the vegetation to the side gate. To Norman's relief, the gate opened easily. Going through the gate was like stepping from a wilderness into another world. Beyond the gate, a weed-free gravel path led them down the side of the house, past a freshly clipped hedge. Reaching the end of the path at the back of the house, a large, well-kept lawn was revealed, dotted with carefully tended flower beds and shrubs, which ran down to a clump of trees forming a small wood at the far end. A wall ran a good way down one side, with a gap halfway down. They stopped to take it all in. Neither could claim to have much interest in gardening, but they could both see that someone went to a lot of trouble to keep these gardens at the back of the house in pristine condition. But who? And why?
"I bet that's a walled garden behind there," said Norman, pointing at the wall. "I'm betting there's going to be vegetables growing in there, and greenhouses and stuff."
"You're kidding me," said Slater. "Out here in the middle of a wilderness."
"Like I said before, I've seen these places. Whoever the gardener is, they know what they're doing."
Slater's mouth had dropped open. He was clearly having a great deal of trouble getting his head around what he was seeing. Norman didn't blame him. It was so unexpected after the unruly mess at the front and inside the house. But then something caught his eye, and he nudged Slater, nodding towards the small wood. Another tenuous wisp of smoke hovered above the trees before dissolving into the slight breeze.
"Maybe our gardener's having a bonfire," he suggested. "Let's go take a look."
A path ran alongside the wall down to the bottom of the garden. Just as Norman had thought, when they looked through the gap in the wall, they saw a fully enclosed vegetable garden, complete with greenhouses, a potting shed, and 2 compost heaps. Being February, the garden wasn't in full production, but Norman had seen enough of these things to know it was prepared, ready for the coming growing season.
"Someone spends one hell of a lot of time working in this garden," he said admiringly.
"I don't know anything about gardening," admitted Slater, "but I'm guessing you could feed a family with a vegetable patch this size."
"Oh, easily. Back in the day it would have supplied the entire household with fruit and veg," explained Norman.
"Come on," said Slater. "I want to know what's going on here." He led the way on down the path towards the trees. A neatly manicured beech hedge, about 6 feet tall, separated the lawn from the trees, making it almost impossible to make out exactly what was beyond. Norman could just about see a patch of mixed woodland that stretched across the garden and beyond. He estimated it probably stretched for about 1/4 of a mile from side to side, but how far it stretched back was anyone's guess. In the corner, where the wall met the hedge, a small children's play area had been fenced off. The ancient toys were mostly falling to bits, apart from a small roundabout, a slide, and a swing, which were all obviously well used and well loved. As they followed the path around the play area, Norman couldn't help but wonder whose kids were using it. There was a gap in the hedge at the end of the path, and they stepped through. If it had been summer, and the trees had all been in full leaf, they would have been lucky to have seen much of anything, but at least half the trees were leafless at this time of year. A well-trodden path wound its way through the trees towards a dense clump of conifers. As they approached, there was a clatter from behind the trees, and a figure could be made out heading away through the trees. Norman watched as Slater took off in pursuit. "Wasn't that—" As Slater charged beyond the conifers, he could see his quarry about 30 yards ahead. It was definitely a man. A tall, thin man with black, greasy hair. Ripon, he thought. How did he get here? The man seemed to be following another path, but Slater had made the decision to cut through the trees to try to head him off. As branches slapped at him and brambles tore at his legs, he knew almost straight away he'd made the wrong choice. But if he turned back now, he'd never catch his man. Ripon, bizarrely, seemed to be pretty fit. Slater was surprised, given how unhealthy he had looked when they had met him previously. He saw Ripon look back at him, a confident smile on his lips. Slater glared at him, and at the very moment he took his eyes from where he was going, his foot caught a thick bramble, and he crashed to the ground, the fall knocking all the breath from his lungs with a hearty woof. He lay, face down, his hands throbbing from the impact. He climbed slowly to his knees, just in time to see Ripon disappear from sight beyond the trees. "Bugger!" he sighed, panting heavily. "Bugger, bugger, bugger!"
"I take it you didn't catch him?" asked Norman, when Slater eventually returned, his whole body aching. Slater gave him a dirty look.
"Please don't tell me you did catch him and he gave you a good hiding," said Norman.
"No, I didn't bloody catch him," snapped Slater, "and no, he didn't give me a good hiding. We might have caught him if we had both been chasing." Slater knew he sounded sulky, but was too annoyed to care at the moment.
"Seriously?" asked Norman. "The guy was like a damned greyhound. Anyway, you know I don't do running."
He watched Slater puffing and panting, and slowly looked him up and down.
"Did you fall over?" he asked eventually.
"Actually," said Slater, his patience wearing thin, "I thought maybe it's time I followed your lead. I've merely adjusted my style to match yours."
"Oh, really?" said Norman. "I don't think you've ever seen me in torn jeans, and as for that green slime—"
"Enough!" snapped Slater. "I fell flat on my face, all right? But I'm okay, thanks for asking." Norman looked away, but Slater could tell from the way his shoulders were heaving that he was laughing. "Arsehole," he muttered. "We'll catch up with Ripon later. I've found out how he managed to get here without a car anyway. The canal's over the other side of those woods. The old towpath looks as if it leads all the way into town. It's pretty overgrown, but there's a definite, well-used path along it too."
"Come and see what I found behind these trees," said Norman, pointing to the clump of conifers, which turned out not to be a clump of trees after all. It was an artfully planted hedge, which hid a small log cabin.
"This is bizarre," said Slater. "It's like a gingerbread house in a fairy tale."
"It's pretty neat, isn't it?" said Norman. "There's even a little wood-burning stove inside. That's where the smoke was coming from. There's no one home, but someone definitely lives here."
"So who's living out here in secret?"
"Well, my guess is it ain't Snow White and the 7 Dwarfs," Norman said, smiling. "But whoever it is could have been here for years. And who would have known?"
Chapter 16.
"I wondered how long it would take you to get here,"
said Ripon, with a big smile, when they caught up with him later. They were back from Hatton House, and had tracked him down to the bar at the station hotel. It hadn't really taken much tracking. The man seemed to live at his corner table in the bar. He'd obviously been back long enough to shower and get changed, and he appeared relaxed and refreshed, while Slater and Norman were still in the same clothes they'd been wearing at Hatton House. For once, Slater thought, ruefully, Norman looked the tidier of the two. "Why were you running away from us?" he demanded.
"I wasn't running away from anyone," said Ripon. "I was out jogging along the towpath. I decided to run through the woods, and I was just heading back when I saw you. I thought you wanted a race."
"Come on, Ripon, cut the bullshit," said Norman. "You went out there to check on Hatton House. You were there for the same reason we were. You think there's a link to Mr. Winter and his story. But we think this could also lead us to his killer, so wouldn't it be in both our interests to share what we know?"
"It seems I know a whole lot more than you lot," said Ripon. "It strikes me I'd be the one doing all the sharing, not you two."
"You do a lot of running, do you?" asked Slater doubtfully.
"I told you I did, but you didn't believe me."
Ripon smiled.
"I do marathons mostly, including London every year, and half a dozen others. I'd never win any medals at the Olympics, but I can usually get round in under 3 hours.
Slater was both surprised and impressed. That was a pretty good time for a man in his late 40s. He knew he certainly couldn't get anywhere near a time like that. "I thought most London runners do it for charity," he pointed out.
"What makes you think I don't?"
asked Ripon. "You don't look the charitable type."
"Never judge a book by its cover. You, of all people, should know that, Sergeant."
"Charities like who?"
"Great Ormond Street Hospital when I'm doing London," said Ripon. "I've got half a dozen smaller children's charities I support too. If you don't believe me, look on my website. I don't make a big deal about it, but you'll find them listed under my other interests."
Slater wasn't sure he was convinced, and a glance at Norman told him he wasn't the only one.
"I know,"
Ripon laughed, holding up his hands.
"It's hard to believe, isn't it? I pride myself in being a true contradiction. Complete hard-case arsehole at work, but with a soft centre, especially where kids are concerned."
"So, if there is a soft centre, as you say," said Norman, "can I appeal to it for help in solving what appears to be the murder of a lonely little old man?"
"I'll help you if you help me."
"But you said you know more than we do," said Slater.
"At the moment," agreed Ripon, "but there's going to come a point where you know more than me. If this is what I think it is, we're sitting on one very big story, and I want it all to myself."
"Is this where the hard-case arsehole comes into it?" asked Slater. Ripon smiled an evil smile.
"This is a cut-throat business, Mr. Slater. People will tell you I'm a nasty piece of work and I'm selfish. Those people only know me at work. If you want to succeed at this job, you have to be ruthless, and I am. Very. Do I feel bad about that? Sometimes, yes, I do. Perhaps helping kids is how I make up for it."
Slater had to admit the man seemed to be surprisingly honest, but even so he had his reservations. He looked at Norman, who shrugged his shoulders.
"Look, you don't trust me, right?" asked Ripon. "I can understand that. It goes with the job. I don't find it easy to trust people myself. So here's the deal. As a gesture of good faith, I'll give you some of what I know, and we'll take it from there. What do you say?"
Slater looked at Norman again.
"We could do with the help,"
admitted Norman. "I suppose it couldn't do any harm," agreed Slater. "Okay," he said, turning to Ripon. "So, what have you got?"
"I haven't got much more than you lot, really," he began, "but maybe I'm just a bit more observant."
"What's that supposed to mean?" asked Slater.
"Well, we both think there's a big story here, and we've figured out Hatton House is involved. I'm assuming you know it was an orphanage way back, and that Mr. Winter bought it back in the 90s. But did you know he then set up a trust fund to own and maintain it?
So that must be where all his money's gone, said Slater, trying to hide his surprise at this news. But I'm not sure I'd say it's being maintained very well.
That would depend on how you define maintain, said Ripon quietly.
What's that supposed to mean? Asked Slater, puzzled.
You're the detective. You think about it,
said Ripon, sounding irritated.
I'm not going to do all your work for you.
It looked for a moment as though he was going to withdraw his assistance and stop talking, but then he started again.
You're probably also aware he had a sister when he went into the orphanage, but she never came out again, right? So, what happened to her?
According to his solicitor, Mr. Winter swore she's still alive, but claimed he doesn't know where she is, said Norman.
Oh, really? Said Ripon. Do you believe that?
To be honest, we're not sure what to believe, said Slater, but so far we've no reason to think otherwise.
He never actually told me anything about his sister, said Ripon. I suppose that would have come after he decided to trust me.
He thought for a few moments before continuing. He was obviously trying to decide if he should share any more with them.
But maybe that was a good thing. If I'd known she was supposed to be missing, I might not have made the connection at the funeral, he said. I think you'll find the story about his sister being missing is a red herring.
What connection at the funeral? Asked Slater. And why is it a red herring?
Didn't you see the little old lady who was hovering around at the funeral?
Well, yeah, said Slater, but she's just a bag lady. I did try to find her after, but she disappeared. I figured she was just being nosy or looking for shelter.
She's very good at that disappearing thing, said Ripon. She did it this morning when I found her just before you two arrived.
So, you're saying you think she's the missing sister? Asked Norman. Are you sure?
No, I'm not sure. But it's a bit of a coincidence, don't you think? First she turns up at his funeral, then I track her down to a big house that he owns. And she's obviously been living there for a long time.
But if he knew she was there, why does he say she's missing? Asked Slater.
Why do you think? Said Ripon. It's obvious. She doesn't want to be found, and he's helping her to stay hidden.
So how did you find out where she was hiding? Asked Norman.
I did what you lot should have done.
Ripon smiled smugly.
I've been keeping an eye out for her. I watched where she went, and I followed her.
Slater felt somewhat chastened. He'd had the chance to follow the old woman, but she had outwitted him and vanished. Yet somehow Ripon had managed it. So what did she say when he spoke to her? He asked.
Oh, no, that's where we have a problem. She wouldn't say anything to me, and she took off as soon as she got the chance. The thing is, she's probably spent years preparing for the day when someone comes looking for her. She knows those woods like the back of her hands. I bet she's got some great hiding places right where we were, and we'd never spot them in a million years.
I wonder why she's hiding, said Slater, to no one in particular.
I've worked on stuff like this before, said Ripon. That's why Mr. Winter came to me in the first place, I think. I've done 2 or 3 stories about old orphanages and how they were used as places to abuse kids. My suspicion is that this was one of those places, and it's possible his sister, your bag lady, is one of those abused kids. Maybe she knows something someone would rather she didn't know.
You're making a lot of assumptions, don't you think? Asked Norman.
Maybe,
conceded Ripon, looking pointedly at Slater.
But perhaps that's better than asking lots of stupid questions, don't you think? Whether I'm right or wrong, I'll tell you this much. When that woman saw me, she was bloody terrified. Now, I know I'm not blessed with good looks, but I don't usually frighten people just by looking at them. I think she was frightened because I'm a man. I've seen it before, and I'd put money on it. If you're thinking you might like to speak to her, and I can see why you need to, I'd suggest you send a woman.
I suppose it wouldn't hurt to get Jane to talk to the old dear, would it? Slater asked Norman as they headed back. Or would it be wrong to let someone like Ripon tell us how to do our jobs?
He didn't exactly tell us what to do, said Norman. He just made a suggestion. And frankly, if he's right about her being frightened of men, we'd just be wasting our time.
Yeah, I know, agreed Slater. But I think you should go with her.
Me? Why me?
Because someone has to go with her, and you have a much better bedside manner than me. You can keep out of the way when she tries talking to the old girl. But if you do have to get involved, you can do the gentle approach without thinking.
Well, I do have a lot more patience than you, that's for sure, agreed Norman. And I quite like wearing this gear.
He indicated his clothes.
It's much more comfortable than a suit.
Maybe you should work for the Parks Department, suggested Slater. Then you could wear jeans all the time. Norman was clearly so used to Slater taking a dig at his dress sense that he was oblivious to it. The insult sailed harmlessly over his head, seemingly unnoticed. Oh, and go in by the towpath, added Slater. I don't think she ever uses the front way, and I reckon she can probably see anyone coming from the front of the house long before they get anywhere near her hideout. They drove on for a couple of minutes in silence before Slater spoke again. Do I really ask a lot of stupid questions?
I think you sometimes speak your thought process out loud, said Norman.
So I do ask a lot of stupid questions. Is that what you're saying?
No, that's not what I'm saying. The way you think things through is by working your way through a series of questions, and sometimes those questions are obvious. There's nothing wrong with that. The thing is, you sometimes say them out loud, in front of people who don't know how you think.
And I come across as stupid, finished Slater.
You're just vocalizing your thoughts,
explained Norman, clearly struggling to get his point across.
And the thinking you're vocalizing isn't stupid thinking, it's thorough thinking. You're not frightened to ask the obvious, and you prove again and again that you're anything but stupid. Trust me, if people think you're stupid, they're making a big mistake. Look at me. People think I'm stupid because I'm fat, and because I don't seem to care what I look like. That's fine by me, because I know I'm not stupid, and I don't give a shit what people think. I use it to my advantage to catch crooks. It doesn't matter if people sometimes think you're stupid. All that matters is that you know you're not stupid.
Wow, said Slater after a few moments' thought. There you go again with your positive thinking stuff.
Dolly Parton once said she doesn't mind if people think she's a dumb blonde, finished Norman, because she knows she ain't dumb, and she knows she ain't blonde. You could do a lot worse than think that way. You know you're good at what you do, and that's all that matters. If it ain't broke, don't fix it, right?
He looked across at Slater. Right, I've got it. Slater grinned back at him. I ain't dumb, and I ain't blonde. What does this little old woman look like? Asked Jolly when they told her what she and Norman would be doing next morning. Looks like a little old bag lady, said Slater, picturing her at the church. Quite small, long white hair, and a dirty off-white coat tied up with string. That sounds like Florence, said Jolly. You know her? exclaimed Slater. "Everyone knows Florence, don't they?" asked Jolly, looking expectantly at the two detectives. Slater's mouth was agape. "Or perhaps not," she said. "But then you two don't pound the beat, do you?" "No one pounds the beat these days, Jane," said Slater. "You know what I mean," she said. "Those of us who patrol the streets on early shift probably see Florence once or twice a month. She tends to walk through the town in the early morning, before everyone else is up and about."
"Where does she come from, and where does she go?" asked Norman.
"I don't think anyone knows. She just seems to walk the streets."
"Hasn't anyone ever asked her?"
"I'm afraid she doesn't like the uniform," said Jolly. "So if you do stop, she won't talk."
"Do you know why?" asked Slater.
"Afraid not," Jolly said, smiling. "And I can't ask."
"Because she won't talk to the uniform," finished Norman.
"Exactly. She doesn't do any harm, so we leave her alone. The only person who seems to be able to communicate with her is the baker's wife. She sometimes gives her a loaf of bread." After a pause, she added, "But she must be 80 if she's a day. She's too old to be Mr. Winter's little sister."
"I dunno," said Slater. "I thought he looked 20 years older than he actually was. Maybe it's in the genes. Talk to that baker's wife and see what she can tell you about her." "As luck would have it, I'm going to be escorting you tomorrow, Jane." Norman grinned at her when Slater had finished talking. "But I want you to promise you won't take advantage of me."
"That's a promise I shall find very easy to keep." She smiled sweetly.
"Oh, and don't bring your best clothes," said Norman. "Dress for the great outdoors."
"Well, obviously I'm not going to wear uniform if I want to get her to talk, am I?" said Jolly. Then she rolled her eyes in mock horror. "You know, I never thought I'd be taking fashion advice from you."
"Just pin your ears back," Norman said, grinning. "Watch and learn. Why do you think they used to call me Joe Cool?"
"Oh, come on, Norm," Slater said, chuckling and shaking his head. "No one could possibly ever have had any reason to call you Joe Cool." Chapter 17. It was a pleasant enough walk along the old towpath at the Canal Street end, and Norman thought it was easy to see why the spot had become so popular since it had been cleaned up. There were even a few ducks paddling up and down in anticipation of a bread handout. Norman and Jolly were both carrying rucksacks with food and one or two goodies that they were hoping would win Florence over, but they didn't have time to stop and feed the ducks or enjoy the views.
"So what did the baker's wife tell you about the bag lady?" asked Norman as they walked along.
"Florence," corrected Jolly. "She's a real person. Her name's Florence."
"Okay, sorry. What did the baker's wife tell you about Florence?" said Norman contritely.
"Not much, really. She said Florence comes into town once or twice a week, always in the early hours, which she thinks she does to avoid other people. She started giving her a little food parcel a couple of years ago, but in all that time she's never actually managed to befriend her. And Florence always retreats if her husband appears."
"That confirms what Jeff Rippon said. He reckons she's terrified of men."
"Apparently all Florence ever says is, 'Have you seen Dougal?'" added Jolly.
"Who's Dougal?" asked Norman.
"She has no idea. It could be a person or a lost dog. Who knows?"
"Have you ever heard of the Magic Roundabout?"
"Wasn't that a children's TV series?" asked Jolly. "A bit before my time, I'm afraid. Why do you ask?"
"It was late 60s and early 70s, said Norman. "It was intended for kids, really, but it became something of a cult. I'm pretty sure Dougal, Dylan, and Florence were characters. It just seems a bit of a weird coincidence, that's all."
"Were they all people?"
"If I remember right," said Norman, thinking hard, "Dylan was a sort of hippie rabbit, Florence was a little girl, and Dougal was a dog. They all finished up on the roundabout at the end of every episode, I think."
"Wow, sounds amazing," said Jolly derisively.
"You had to be there," Norman said, smiling nostalgically.
"But how does it fit in here?"
"It probably doesn't. It just seems a bit of a coincidence."
They stopped as they reached the point where the path clearing had ended. From here on, it was going to be a matter of working their way through weeds and brambles.
"This trail must be the route Florence follows in and out of town," said Norman, indicating a faint trail that seemed to wind its way through the undergrowth. "It's going to have to be single file from here on."
"She must come along here in the dark," observed Jolly. "How on earth does she manage?"
"I guess it's what you get used to," said Norman. "Maybe she only comes into town when it's a clear night and there's a bit of moonlight to help her out."
Norman looked Jolly up and down.
"I know it should be ladies first," he said, "but I'm going to pull rank. I'll go first, just in case."
"Just in case what?" asked Jolly.
"Just in case there are lions or tigers," said Norman. "I don't know. I just think it's right I should go first."
"It's got nothing to do with rank, has it?" she said. "If it was, you'd send me in first. You're just being gallant."
"Don't kid yourself," said Norman,
but his body had betrayed him, and he felt his face turn bright red. "I didn't know you cared," she teased. He turned away from her to hide his embarrassment.
"More than you know,"
he muttered to himself, then added much louder,
"Come on then, follow me."
It was almost an hour before they finally reached the woods at the back of Hatton House. Norman was puffing hard, and his muscles ached from all the unusual activity. But he was pleasantly surprised. He had actually expected to feel much worse.
"Okay, Jane," he said. "How do you think we should play this?"
"If she's really terrified of men," said Jolly, "you'd better keep well out of the way. I'll go up there on my own and see what happens."
"Are you sure you'll be all right? I'm supposed to be here to look after you."
"I honestly don't think I'm in any danger," said Jolly. "I think it's a pretty safe bet she's more likely to run away than attack me. I'll be fine."
"Remember, the log cabin's hidden behind a conifer hedge through these woods in that direction," he said, pointing through the trees. "I'll follow at a safe distance, but I'll try to keep out of sight."
"Right," said Jolly, beaming at him. "Let's get this show on the road." Jane Jolly headed off through the trees in the direction Norman had indicated, following a faint path that she presumed had been made by Florence. Creeping along as quietly as she could, Jolly made slow but steady progress, and soon, up ahead, she was able to see what she presumed must be the conifer hedge hiding the log cabin. She could just make out a roof and a chimney through the tops of the conifers. A thin wisp of smoke curling lazily into the air from the chimney gave her some hope. Surely Florence must be home, she thought. But suddenly, without any warning, a small dog was barking furiously and snapping away at her ankles. She was forced to hop on one leg as the dog managed to sink his teeth into her jeans and began tugging furiously. "Let go, you little bugger!" she hissed. But there was no way he was releasing his prize any time soon, and her curses just seemed to make him even more determined. With one huge heave, he gave an almighty tug, and, caught by surprise and unbalanced by the unfamiliar rucksack on her back, Jolly fell heavily to the ground. Through it all, she heard the dull sound of footsteps from beyond the hedge, but they were receding, and Jolly knew it must be Florence running away. Completely unprepared for what was happening to her, and convinced this fearsome little terrier was about to start biting her, Jolly had no time to consider what Florence might or might not be doing. She began to panic and covered her head with her arms. The little dog clearly had other ideas, though. He promptly set about snuffling around her head and trying to lick her face. There was no way in for him, so he settled for plunging his tongue into her ear and then sticking his nose down the back of her neck. In spite of herself and the seriousness of the situation, Jolly began to giggle as she realized the dog just wanted to play and be friends. She pulled her arms free of the rucksack, rolled over, and sat up, the joyous dog climbing all over her in his excitement. "You're all bark and no bite," said Jolly, scratching the dog's head. "Why didn't you say so at the beginning?" She climbed to her feet, lifting the dog, tail still wagging furiously, into her arms. "You're the alarm system, aren't you?" she asked the dog. "You create a diversion while your mum does a runner. Why didn't anyone warn me about you?" She was annoyed to think she had probably blown their chances of getting through to Florence before she'd even started. "Oh well, I've come this far. There's no point in turning back just yet," she said, more to herself than to the dog. She put him back down on the ground. "Come on then," she said. "Let's find the way in." The little dog disappeared back under the hedge, and she was suddenly on her own again. She brushed herself off, collected the rucksack, and set off, following the hedge off to her right. After a few yards, the hedge made a left turn, and then after a few more yards, she found an arch had been clipped into the hedge, offering her a first glimpse of the log cabin. She stopped and gazed in surprise. She had been told it was like a gingerbread house from a fairy story, but she hadn't expected it to actually look like that. It really was made from logs, and it was quite small, probably no more than 10 feet by 20, with a door in the centre and windows either side. A small veranda at the front of the little house was home to a wooden rocking chair. Jolly walked reluctantly towards the house. She felt rather uncomfortable, like an intruder who had no right to be there, and for a moment she was torn between doing her duty and turning around and leaving this little old lady in peace. Then she remembered that Mr. Winter had been murdered, and Florence might just be able to help them unravel the story behind his death. She peered in through one of the windows. The little house looked cozy inside, but it was obvious there was no electricity or any of the modern-day luxuries that many people seem to think they couldn't live without. The room she was looking into had another window opposite, so it was surprisingly light inside. The end wall she could see had no window, but a huge print in an ornate frame hung in the centre. Jolly did a double take, but there was no doubt she had seen the exact same print before in Mr. Winter's house. Having no idea where Florence had headed when she fled, Jolly put the rucksack down and perched on the rocking chair while she considered what to do next. The dog had reappeared and jumped up onto her lap to renew their friendship. "Now what do I do, little dog?" she sighed. She had been sitting on the rocking chair for a couple of minutes, stroking the dog and enjoying the peace, when she became aware someone was watching her. She couldn't see anyone. It was just a feeling. But then the dog pricked his ears and turned his head to confirm her feeling. Someone was behind her. Yet she felt no threat. She knew instinctively that whoever was there was a gentle being. Slowly and deliberately, she turned around in her chair. The little old lady was standing just a few yards away, watching Jolly with a wistful expression on her face. She was less than 5 feet tall. Her long white hair flowing over her shoulders almost down to her elbows. Jolly smiled. "Florence?" she asked. The dog jumped down and ran to Florence's side. "He's a nice dog," said Jolly. "I think he likes me. What's his name?" Florence smiled uncertainly and looked down at the dog. "Ducky," she said in a quiet, almost childlike voice. "I'm in your chair," Jolly apologized. "I'm sorry." She went to stand up, and Florence started to back away. "I'm not going to hurt you," said Jolly, but Florence didn't look convinced and fidgeted nervously from foot to foot. "I'll stay here then," said Jolly. "I just want to talk to you. Will that be all right?" "Suppose so," said Florence. "If Ducky likes you,
I suppose so.
Where did you get Dougie?
Mine,
said Florence insistently.
He's mine. Dylan gave him to me.
Dylan? You mean Mr. Winter?
Dylan.
You know what happened to him? Asked Jolly. You were at his funeral.
Gone,
said Florence.
Dead.
How did you know Dylan?
Nice man. Kind,
said Florence.
Only once. Dylan and Dougal. Only Dougal now. Have you seen Dougal?
Jolly remembered the baker's wife telling her Florence was always asking after Dougal. Who's Dougal? asked Jolly.
Dougal kind too, said Florence. Only Dougal and Dylan. But Dylan gone.
Dougal and Dylan are the only kind men. Is that what you mean? Florence nodded. Well, I'm not a man, said Jolly, and I've not come to do you any harm. I'm a friend of the baker's wife. You know the bakery in Tinton, don't you?
Nice lady,
said Florence, her smile confident this time.
Gives me bread.
That's her. She gave me a loaf for you, and I've brought you some other things too. Jolly reached for the rucksack, opened the neck, reached inside, and removed the loaf of bread, which she held out to Florence. The old lady looked uncertainly at the loaf and at Jolly, who was just beginning to realize this was going to be a long-term project. Before she could talk to Florence, she was first going to have to win her trust. "Look," said Jolly, "I understand. You're not sure you can trust me. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to get up from the chair, and I'm going to leave you in peace. I'll leave the bread and the other stuff in the rucksack here. Is that all right?"
All right,
answered Florence, but it was obvious she wasn't sure about any of this. Jolly wasn't sure Slater or Norman would approve of what she was doing, but her instincts were telling her she had to give Florence some space. "I'll come back tomorrow morning," continued Jolly. "If you aren't here, I'll understand you don't trust me and you don't want to talk. But I think you can help me find out what happened to Dylan. You want to know what happened, don't you?" Florence looked desperately sad, but she nodded her agreement. Before either of them could say anything else, the dog suddenly pricked his ears and made a rush for the hedge, disappearing underneath it. A look of alarm filled Florence's face, and she stared in dismay at Jolly. The sound of barking and cursing came from beyond the conifer hedge, followed by a loud thump as a heavy body hit the ground. Jolly looked towards the sound and then back at Florence, but all she saw was the old lady's back, as she showed a remarkable turn of speed in making her getaway. When Jolly found Norman, he was laying on his back in an untidy heap on the floor, the dog still tugging away at his jeans, even though he was on the ground. He reminded Jolly of a stranded tortoise as he struggled ineffectually, his arms waving uselessly. "You bloody idiot!" she snapped. "You were supposed to keep out of the way. I was just starting to gain her trust, and now you've frightened her away."
"I was just trying to help. I was getting worried about you," wheezed Norman from the ground. "I heard all that barking, and then it went quiet."
"That was ages ago," said Jolly.
"It's rough going, you know," he said. "I got here as quick as I could, then this vicious little rat took me by surprise."
He kicked out ineffectively at the dog, but missed, and it only served to make it even more determined to chew through his jeans. "This little rat, as you call him," said Jolly, "is Dougie. He's Mr. Winter's dog."
"Great," said Norman. "So now you can stop worrying about what happened to him. And do you think you could get him to stop eating my damn jeans?"
"Dougie," said Jolly, "come here." The little terrier obediently did as she asked, releasing his death grip on Norman's jeans and coming to stand at her side. "Good boy," she said, stooping to pat his head.
"Jeez," said Norman,
puffing his way into a sitting position.
"Rotten little shit. Tripped me up."
"He was protecting Florence," explained Jolly. As if to prove he would be equally happy to protect Jolly, Dougie gave Norman a warning growl and showed his teeth.
"It's all right,"
Norman addressed the dog.
"I already know your teeth work okay. You don't need to prove you still have 'em."
A shrill whistle echoed through the trees, and, using his ears to locate the correct direction, Dougie zoomed off like a small rocket. They watched him disappear under the hedge once again.
"So how come he likes you so much?"
asked Norman as he struggled to get to his feet. "He's like Florence," said Jolly. "He seems to think women are more trustworthy than men. They're certainly not as useless."
"Look, I've said I'm sorry," pleaded Norman. "How was I supposed to know you were all right?"
"Because I told you I'd be all right," she said, still angry with him.
"Yeah," said Norman, "and no one's ever said that and been wrong, have they? What if you had been in trouble and I just sat back there on my backside? What would that say about me as a partner? You would have done the same, and you know it."
She thought about this for a moment. He had a point. "I suppose you're right," she sighed. "I'm sorry I snapped your head off."
"And I'm sorry I scared her away," said Norman, reaching out a hand. "But it's done now, and we can't undo it. Now, can you please give me a hand?"
She grabbed his hand, and finally, with her heaving for all she was worth, he managed to get to his feet.
"Thank you,"
he puffed, beginning to brush himself down. "Here," said Jolly, brushing at his clothes with her hands. "Turn around." She began brushing away at his back. "There, you'll do," she said at last.
"So how did you get on, anyway?"
"You need to understand this isn't going to be a simple case of sitting down and having a chat," she said. "This woman is wary and doesn't trust anyone easily. And she's definitely scared stiff when it comes to men. According to Florence, there are only 2 kind men on the whole planet. One of those was Dylan Winter, and the other is someone called Dougal, whoever he is."
"He was the dog in the magic roundabout."
"This is a man, not a dog," said Jolly, "but he's another one on the missing list. The baker's wife told me Florence asks if she's seen Dougal every time she sees her, and she asked me the same question."
"Well, you seem to have done well, considering you don't think she trusts you," said Norman.
"Another thing," said Jolly, "she has the missing print from Mr. Winter's house hanging up on the wall in her house."
"So she has his dog and the missing picture," said Norman. "I could suggest that puts her in the frame for his murder. It could also suggest she broke in the second time."
"You wouldn't say that if you'd met her, or spoken to her," said Jolly. "She's a gentle soul. She's not capable of murder."
"If her fingerprints are the female prints they found in his house, she's going to need more than a character reference from you, Jane."
"There's got to be an explanation. He was her brother. He was kind to her. Why would she murder him?"
"We don't know for sure that he is her brother yet," said Norman. "Does she say he was her brother?"
"No," admitted Jolly. "She just said he was called Dylan. So maybe he wasn't her brother, or for some reason he didn't tell her he was her brother."
"Why wouldn't he tell her?"
Norman sounded incredulous.
"That doesn't make sense, does it?"
"I don't know, do I?" said Jolly, exasperated at having to defend Florence. "I'll ask her if you haven't frightened her away for good." Norman stared at her for a long moment, as if he wanted to say something, but then clearly thought better of it.
"Come on, let's get out of here," he said.
They began the long walk through the trees to the towpath, and back into town.
"Did you agree to meet her again?"
he asked as they walked. "Tomorrow morning," she said. "I left the food I brought as a goodwill gesture and told her she doesn't have to talk to me if she doesn't want to."
"You can't come out here on your own," said Norman. "I'll come with you. If she did kill him, she could do the same to you."
"With respect," she said, "I don't think she's going to trust me if you're tagging along."
"You can't come on your own."
"Then you keep well out of the way," said Jolly. "I'll use a radio and keep it switched on so you can hear me."
"Yeah, but—"
"No arguing." "That's my final offer," said Jolly, striding off ahead so he couldn't reply. Chapter 18. While Norman and Jolly were ending their eventful morning over at Hatton House, Slater was fielding a telephone call from Rita Mayers at the Tinton Tribune offices. "I think you should get over to my office. I've got something you'll definitely be interested in."
"Can you tell me what it's about?" asked Slater.
"I've had a package delivered here from Mr. Winter."
"But he's dead."
"Nothing escapes you, does it?" she said, not unkindly. "But dead or not, I have a package from him, and I know you're working on his case, so I think you probably need to see it."
"Of course," said Slater. "Thank you for calling. I'll be there in a few minutes."
He couldn't quite see how Mr. Winter could possibly have sent a package from the other side, but he could worry about that later. The Tribune's office occupied a small shop front just off the high street. A bell rang as Slater opened the door and walked in. The first face he saw behind the counter was that of Danny Trent. The dirty look Danny gave him suggested his attitude hadn't improved since his visit to the police station.
"Hello, Danny," he said. "I'm here to see Rita."
"Who shall I say is calling?" asked Danny sulkily. Slater thought about rising to the bait, but then thought better of it. He didn't need this.
"Dave Slater," was all he said.
Danny picked up a phone from beneath the counter and pressed a button. "It's the fuzz," he said into the phone, but from the way his expression changed and his face began to redden, Slater guessed the boss had been none too pleased with his comment. The boy turned away from him as the dressing down was delivered over the phone. "Okay, right, I'm sorry," a chastened Danny said into the phone. He replaced the phone and then turned back to face Slater. "She's coming right down," he mumbled.
"Thank you," said Slater with an evil grin. He could have said a lot more, but it looked as though Rita had said more than enough to put the youngster in his place. There was the sound of a door closing somewhere behind the counter, and then Rita appeared.
"Thank you, Danny," she said, giving him a withering look. "You can go and have a cup of tea now." He was obviously disappointed at being excluded from this conversation, but he reluctantly did as she asked and made his way towards the door and the back of the shop. "Hi," Rita said, focusing a beaming smile at Slater. "I called you as soon as I realized what it was." She placed a padded delivery envelope on the counter before him. It had been opened. "It was addressed to me, so I opened it," she explained. "Then I read the letter inside, and I thought I'd better call you." She pushed the letter across to him. As she had said, it was addressed to her, and the message was short and to the point. "Please hand the enclosed CD to the police," it said. It was signed Dylan Winter. Slater peered into the padded envelope. The CD was inside.
"Do you know where it's come from?"
asked Slater, looking at the front of the envelope. "Oh, yes, it's on the back," she said. He turned over the envelope, and there was a return address neatly printed across the back. It was a London address, but it meant nothing to him.
"Have you any idea who these people are?" he asked.
"I Googled it while I was waiting for you to arrive," she said. "There's some sort of backup service, but I'm not exactly sure how it works. Do you think what's inside is important? It seems Mr. Winter went to a lot of trouble to make sure this got to you."
"I think it's probably a bit more than a greetings card."
"Is that all you can tell me?" asked Rita, looking him right in the eye. "That seems rather unfair. First you tell me I can't report a murder in my own town, and now you won't even tell me what's going on. I could have made a copy of that CD, but I did the right thing and called you." Slater studied her face for a moment. He thought she looked honest enough, and he had no reason to doubt her word. "You know I can't discuss an ongoing investigation with you," he said. "It's more than my job's worth." "But it's a big story, isn't it?" she said. "If I'm helping you to solve a murder, I think it's only right I should get the lowdown on what's going on, not some sleazeball reporter from London. This should be my story, not his." "Ripon helped us with stuff that we didn't know." Slater felt he had to explain. "I bet I've just helped you a whole lot more." "I won't know that until I've had a chance to look at it." Slater was feeling rather awkward. He knew she had a point about the local press and the local story, and he actually agreed with her. But it was a delicate and difficult situation. He needed both Rita and Ripon on their side. "There's nothing to stop me printing the story about the murder," she argued. "Please don't do that yet," he pleaded. "So when do I get to print it?" "I promise you'll be the first to know," he said. "Now, please can I get on and see what's in this envelope?" He picked up the envelope and turned to go. "I'm going to keep on at you, you know. This is a big story in a little town like this, and I want to be the one who prints it first." "And you will be," he said. "I'll be in touch." As Slater made his way out of the shop, Danny Trent came back from his tea break. "Look after the counter until lunchtime, please, Danny," she said as she turned to go back upstairs. "Then you can come back upstairs with me." "Okay," he said cheerily. "Whatever you say." He waited until he was sure she'd gone. Then he picked up the phone and keyed a number from memory. "PC Jolly," announced Jolly into the phone on her desk. "It's John Hunter here," said the phone in her ear. "How's Tinton's favourite PC? Have you been anywhere exciting this week?" "Only if you count a derelict orphanage as exciting," said Jolly, warming straight away to his charm. "What can I do for you, Mr. Hunter?" "It appears Mr. Winter's missing sister is alive and well, and about to pay me a visit." "That's interesting," said Jolly. "I've not been able to trace the slightest sign of her."
"Well, she's going to be here in the flesh around 10:30 the day after tomorrow," said Hunter. "Sergeant Slater said he wanted to be here if she turned up. Is that still the case?"
"Oh, definitely," Jolly assured the solicitor. "Either D.S. Slater or D.S. Norman will be there. We need to check this woman's credentials very carefully, because we believe the real sister is alive and well and not far away from here, and she has been all the time."
"That's brilliant news," said Hunter. "But are you sure?"
"Not certain yet," said Jolly, "but I spoke to her this morning, and we have good reason to believe we're right. So we don't want some fake to deny this lady her rightful inheritance."
"Quite right," agreed Hunter. "But where did you find her?"
"I can't really tell you that," said Jolly, "but hopefully all will be revealed soon enough."
"Well, I'll be happy to help if I can. I can be very obstructive if I try," said Hunter conspiratorially. "I'm sure I can find plenty of reasons to make life difficult for our fake sister if necessary."
"We do appreciate your help."
"No problem at all. By the way, have you made any progress with the break-in at old Mr. Winter's house? Sergeant Slater said you thought it was the same person who broke in here."
"I'm afraid we've drawn a blank so far, but I'm sure we'll arrest someone eventually. Of course, trying to obtain an inheritance by deception is a criminal offence, so that's one arrest we will be making."
"Sounds fun," said Hunter. "We could do with some excitement around here. I'll see you tomorrow, then."
As she put the phone down, something was nagging away at Jolly, but she couldn't quite put her finger on it. Anyway, this was good news about the sister. They were making progress. If they could just get some proof from Florence that she was the real sister, they could put some pressure on this other woman. Maybe then they could find out who was behind all this. Much as Slater wanted to find out what was on the CD in his pocket, his stomach was reminding him he'd had very little for breakfast, so he decided to head for the canteen as soon as he got back. He hadn't really been surprised to find Norman when he got there, and he listened as his colleague related the story of their meeting with Florence. It was disappointing they hadn't been able to get much from her, but perhaps tomorrow would be better. Norman had been as excited as he was at the arrival of the CD, and for once it wasn't difficult to get him out of the canteen and back up to the office. "I had an interesting phone call from John Hunter while you were out," Jolly announced when they trooped back into the office. "What did he want?" asked Slater. "Remember he told us he couldn't read the will because he couldn't find the missing sister?" "Uh-huh." "Well, it appears she's alive and well, and got herself a solicitor of her own." "So where's she been hiding away?" asked Slater. "He didn't say, but apparently she knows all about the will. She's coming down the day after tomorrow, in the morning, and she's demanding to have it read as soon as she arrives."
"This is all a bit sudden, isn't it?" asked Norman.
"I'm curious to know how they can be sure it's her if she's been missing for years," said Jolly. "I did a quick search and I couldn't find a single trace of her. Doesn't she need to prove who she is first?"
"Presumably she intends to do that when she arrives," suggested Slater. "It's all very convenient, isn't it?" asked Norman.
"That's why Hunter called," said Jolly. "He thinks he can smell a rat, but he doesn't know what he can do about it."
"That makes sense to me," Norman nodded slowly. "I think I can smell a rat, and I haven't even spoken to the woman."
"John Hunter wondered if one of you two could insist on being there," said Jolly.
"Insist?" asked Slater.
"He said maybe you could use the excuse that you need to make sure she understands she can't have access to the house yet. He thinks if you stress this is a murder investigation, she can't really object without looking suspicious."
"Can we do that?" Slater asked Norman. "We can try, but I'm not sure where we stand if they insist we have to leave before the will's read." "I'm sure I can come up with some bullshit reason why I have to be there," said Slater. "In the meantime, let's see what's on this CD." He removed the CD from its envelope, and, handling it as if it were the crown jewels, he placed it carefully on the desk. He slid open the drawer of his PC and slipped the CD into place. The anticipation was rising inside him. This CD could hold the key to the whole mystery. "Oh, bollocks!" he cried, staring at the screen in disbelief. "Can you believe it? He's password-protected the bloody thing. What's the point in sending it to us and then making it impossible to read?" "Let's think about this." Norman came over to stand behind Slater. "He went to a lot of trouble to make sure this reached us, right? Now, would you go to all that trouble and then set a password that couldn't be cracked?"
"Of course not," said Jolly, coming over to join them. "So it has to be something we're going to be able to figure out quite easily."
"Well, I'm open to suggestions," said Slater, "because right now I'm clean out of ideas."
"Maybe it's something we should have found in his house," suggested Jolly.
"Was that before or after it was hit by a tornado?" asked Slater, referring to the second break-in. "Good point," said Norman. "But maybe it's a bit more obvious. What about the dog's name, Dougie? People often use their pets' names as passwords."
Slater typed in the dog's name, first in uppercase, then lowercase, and then in a combination of the two. But it was no use.
"I'm concerned there might be a limit on how many goes I can have at this before I get locked out," said Slater. "That would be a disaster." "No, that's something to think about," Norman said, nodding.
"There's never a bloody geek around when you want one," complained Slater. "If we have to send the damn thing off, it could be weeks before we get it back."
"Maybe I should take it up to Vinny," said Norman.
"Who's Vinny?" asked Jolly.
"Ah, Norman looked awkward. You didn't hear that, Jane? Slater had turned round and was glaring at him. He mouthed a sorry.
Have I stumbled across something I shouldn't know about?
Jolly looked between Slater and Norman. Vinny's a secret weapon of ours, explained Slater. You know it can take weeks to get anything IT-related done the official way, right? Jolly nodded. Well, he continued, Vinny is our fast-track way of getting geeky stuff done. The thing is, he's unofficial, and if we get caught using him, we could get into some deep doo-doos.
So he's a sort of high-tech version of picking locks, said Jolly, before adding quickly, which a police officer would never do, of course. Yes, I can relate to that. Good for you. If it saves time and red tape, I'm all for it.
But it goes no further, said Norman. You can't tell anyone else about it, right?
Can't tell anyone about what?
Jolly beamed at him. We'll make a detective out of you yet, said Norman, looking proud. He looked pointedly at Slater. So, what do you think? I dunno, said Slater, who found Vinny difficult to get on with. Do we have time for that? That depends how much time we're going to waste trying to guess the password, argued Norman. That's assuming we don't trigger some fail-safe system and end up being locked out forever.
Slater turned the idea over and over in his mind.
If I go now, I could be back by morning, said Norman.
And if he doesn't crack it? Asked Slater.
I'll eat humble pie and you can gloat for weeks to come.
Slater pressed the eject button, and the drawer popped out. He slipped the CD back into its sleeve and handed it to Norman.
I'll give these people who sent it to Rita a ring and see what I can find out from them, he said. I'm gone, said Norman, slipping the envelope into his pocket. He turned to Jolly. I'll see you here in the morning, same as today, right? We'll go back out to Hatton House and see what Florence has to say.
Chapter 19. It had been snowing overnight, and next morning everything was covered in a good 2 inches of the stuff. And it was cold. Norman shivered as his breath filled the air round their heads. I take it from your downbeat mood this morning that your friend Vinny didn't crack the password, said Jolly, her words creating a visible vapour trail as they trudged along the old towpath.
It never occurred to me that he might be away, Norman said, sighing, and forming his own word cloud. Good job I phoned him before I drove up there, or I would have wasted the whole night.
What did Dave say?
Ha! Norman smiled. Him and Vinny don't get on, so he's torn between being disappointed that we don't have the password and pleased that he doesn't have to thank Vinny for helping us out.
Why doesn't he like him? Asked Jolly.
Oh, you know Dave. He finds it difficult to deal with people who are too sure of themselves, and Vinny is confident to the point of arrogance. I guess it's because he's out of his depth with all the geeky stuff that Vinny finds so simple. The guy's a genius, and he knows it. I guess he makes Dave feel inadequate or something.
It's funny, said Jolly. I never thought of him lacking confidence until we went to the school together. He really struggled with the kids at first.
But I bet he was okay once he was the one stood at the front giving the talk, said Norman.
Yes, that's right, he was, agreed Jolly.
He likes to be in control of the situation. That's why he finds the unexpected difficult to deal with. He doesn't like change. I wonder how he's going to cope when Bob Murray leaves and they start shaking things up at work.
You think they will change things?
They have to, said Norman. Tinton's run like it's still the 60s. Once Murray goes, they'll send in a new broom. You wait and see.
Is the old man definitely leaving then? Asked Jolly.
I didn't tell you this, said Norman, but they've asked for volunteers to take redundancy, and he's applied. I got the same letter, but I'd have nothing to do if I quit. But Murray's different. He sees it as his free ticket from hell. He can't wait to go.
They'd reached the woods at the back of Hatton House now, and it was time to split up.
"Make sure you keep that switched on."
Norman pointed to the small radio in Jolly's top pocket.
"It's got a range of about 100 yards, so I should be able to hear everything you say through my earpiece. If you need me, just say so. I'll probably walk about a bit to keep warm, but I won't be far, okay?"
"Okay," she said. The path was difficult to make out in the snow, but she was soon gone from view. Norman was happy he could hear her breathing as she walked. They had agreed beforehand that he would avoid speaking so as not to frighten Florence. He would use a simple click switch, unless there was some sort of emergency.
"Can you hear me, Norm?"
she whispered in his earpiece. He gave her a click.
"She doesn't seem to be here. There's no sign of the dog either."
Another click.
"But the door's ajar. I'm going to look inside."
Over the radio, Norman could hear a door creak open.
"There's no one here. Even the wood burner doesn't seem to be lit. This isn't right, Norm. I think you'd better get over here."
"On my way."
Norman didn't do running as a rule, but the alarm in Jolly's voice left him with no choice. Following her footsteps in the snow, he shuffled along as fast as he could. Jolly was normally the epitome of cool, calm, and collected, but when he found her, Norman thought he'd never seen her in such a state before. She was almost in tears.
"Something's wrong," she said. "I think she may have run away. Oh, God, you don't think we frightened her away yesterday, do you? I'd never forgive myself."
Convinced she was verging on panic, he grabbed her by the shoulders and stared intently into her face.
"Jane," he said, "stop this. You can't help her if you start to panic. She could be anywhere. You said yourself she goes into town sometimes. Maybe that's where she's gone now."
He seemed to have her attention now.
"Right, yes, of course," she said. "I'm sorry. It's just that—"
"You can't go jumping to conclusions. Let's do this properly. You're sure she's not in the house?"
"Quite sure," said Jolly. "But there are no footprints apart from yours and mine. It began snowing at around 11 last night, so she must have been gone all night."
"Shit," said Norman. "So she could be anywhere. Let's have a look inside first. Maybe there'll be some indication where she might have gone. Come on, there's not much of it, so it won't take long."
He led the way into the tiny log cabin. He was right about there not being much of it. Apart from the little wood-burning stove, which Florence obviously used to boil a kettle and heat a single pan, there was little in the way of furniture. A rocking chair, just like the one outside, a small table with matching chair, and a narrow dresser were the extent of her furnishings.
"No electric,"
said Norman, pointing to a candle in a holder on the table. The large print in the ornate frame filled the centre of one of the walls with no windows. The wall opposite, also with no windows, was home to a large poster of the old children's TV series, The Magic Roundabout.
"Sheesh," Norman whistled. "I have never seen one of these before. It must be straight from the 70s.
"Is that the TV series you were on about before?"
asked Jolly.
"Yeah, Florence must have been one big fan," he said.
"That print,"
Jolly pointed to the opposite wall.
"I'm sure it's the one that's missing from Mr. Winter's house."
"But how the hell did it get here?" said Norman. "Do you think she broke in and stole it?"
Jolly had pulled open a drawer in the dresser that seemed to serve as Florence's kitchen.
"She didn't need to break in," she said, holding up what appeared to be a back door key. "It looks like she may have had her own way of getting in and out."
A large grandfather clock dominated the inside of the cabin. Jolly stepped up for a closer look.
"This clock looks exactly like the one at Mr. Winter's," she said,
"except this one doesn't seem to be working."
"Maybe she forgot to wind it," said Norman.
There were no ceilings as such, just the inside of the roof. But at one end, a narrow mezzanine floor looked as though it might house a bed. A ladder led up to it.
"I'm going to take a look up here," said Norman as he mounted the ladder.
He climbed enough steps to see over the top.
The bed's on the floor like one of them futon things. She's got some stuff up here, but I can't reach it, and I think I may be a bit too heavy for this. I don't want to bring the roof down. Can you come up here, Jane?"
He climbed back down and made way for Jolly to climb up.
"Wow," she called down to Norman. "She's one big fan of that TV series. All these cuddly toys look like the characters on that poster down there."
Norman listened to her rummaging around, and then heard her exclaim,
"Oh!"
"What have you found?"
asked Norman as she eased her way back down the ladder. In her hand she had an MP3 player.
"Now," she said, "what on earth would she be doing with one of these?"
"Come on, Jane," said Norman. "What's the big deal? So it's an MP3 player. Nearly everyone has one of those these days."
"Right, clever Dick," she said, "but most people have the means to charge it when the battery runs down. What does Florence use? Candle power?"
"Okay, good point," said Norman. "Does it work?"
Jolly pressed a couple of buttons and waited, but nothing happened.
"Looks dead," she said.
"Take it back with us," said Norman. "Bexy will have a charger for it."
He turned his attention to the dresser and slid open the remaining drawer. There were 3 ancient black and white photos, and he carefully removed them and went over to the window where there was more light. Jolly went across to join him. There was one photograph of 2 children, a girl of about 5 and a boy just a few years older. They were arm in arm, both wearing huge grins. Then there was one of the same little girl, smiling her gap-toothed smile and squinting at the camera. But it was the 3rd photograph that caught Norman's attention. It showed what he thought was the same girl, but this time she was holding a man's hand. He was a good deal older than her, and his smile seemed somewhat forced, but it was the girl's face that made Norman take notice. She had a haunted look to her, and any smile that she might have been able to produce was missing, and had been replaced by a look of total fear. Whoever this man was, the girl appeared to be terrified of him.
"Oh, fuck," said Norman. "I don't like the look of this."
Jolly looked shocked by his outburst. Norman rarely swore, but he couldn't think of another way to express his feelings about what he thought he was seeing.
"Sorry about the language," he apologized.
"You took the words out of my mouth," Jolly said, shaking her head. "Don't worry about it."
He pulled his mobile phone from his pocket. Slater needed to know about this.
"Balls," he muttered. "No damned signal. Come on, Jane. We need to get back."
Chapter 20. When they got back to the station, Norman made a quick trip down to Ian Bex's lair, down in the basement.
"Can I charge an MP3 player?" repeated Bex. "I didn't know you were into such things, Norm. I thought you'd be more of a vinyl record man."
"It's part of an inquiry,"
said Norman, in no mood for joking.
"I need it charged so I can see what's on it."
Okay, said Bex soothingly. "I'm sure I've got something that will do the job."
He looked at the small player Norman had handed to him.
"What are you hoping to find?" he asked.
"I don't know, Ian. That's why I need it charged up."
"You know this one plays videos as well as music," said Bex.
"It won't play anything unless it gets charged, right?" said Norman testily.
Brilliant as Bex was, he could be very trying at times, and right now he was in danger of pushing the normally placid Norman to the point of no return. He went to open his mouth again, but Norman beat him to it.
"Quick as you can would be really good, Ian."
"Right, leave it with me," said Bex. "It should be ready in an hour. I'll call you."
"Thanks, I owe you," said Norman.
"And so does Slater," said Bex. "Make sure you remind him for me."
Next, Norman made sure everyone on duty was aware they were looking for Florence. He didn't want her stopped, He just needed to know if anyone had seen her overnight, and if anyone should see her today, he wanted to know. Upstairs in their tiny office, a distraught Jane Jolly was struggling to relate the morning's events to Slater.
And there was no sign of her anywhere? Slater asked.
There were no tracks in the snow, said Jolly, rushing her words. No wood burner working and no sign of the dog. She must have gone yesterday after we visited her. Oh, God, if this is all my fault, I'm so sorry.
Jane, said Slater, calm down. You're not making any sense. Here, sit down. He ushered her onto the nearest chair. You can't blame yourself for this, he said, sitting down opposite her. We'll learn why she's gone when we find her. She could have been moving on anyway, for all you know. If we're going to help her, we need to stay focused on doing just that.
I know you're right, she said, but I can't help thinking it's all my fault.
Let's start again. Tell me what happened and what you found, right from when you and Norm got there, asked Slater, determined to distract her.
Okay, I'll try,
said Jolly. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath. So you found the framed print that's missing from Mr. Winter's house, and what you think might be his back door key? Slater was repeating to Jolly as Norman came into the office.
Yes, she said, and lots of magic roundabout stuff, and some photographs.
Which I have here,
interrupted Norman, placing 2 photos side by side on the desk.
Bexy reckons the MP3 player will be ready in an hour.
So, what have we got here, Norm? Asked Slater, leaning forward to study the photos.
I'll hazard a guess, said Norman, that what we have here are a photograph of Mr. Winter and his sister together, and then one of the sister on her own. I reckon these must have been taken before they became orphans.
Pity they're so old, observed Slater. It would be impossible to say it's them for sure.
And then there's this one,
said Norman, placing the 3rd photograph next to the other 2. Although he wasn't averse to the odd curse and swear, Slater usually tended towards what you might call the milder swear words. However, when he saw the latest photograph Norman had placed on the table, he couldn't stop himself. "Fuck," he said, pointing at the photo of the man with the girl. "I don't like the look of that one." Then immediately he realized there was a lady present. "Sorry, Jane," he said, his face reddening. "It's okay," she said. "That's exactly what I thought when I saw that one."
"Yeah, it's kind of scary," said Norman. "Gives me the creeps."
"So tell me what you think this is all about, Norm." Norman let out a huge, heavy sigh.
"Well," he said miserably, "how many possibilities are there? We have this big secret which someone is prepared to kill for. The murder victim spent part of his childhood in an orphanage. We have a missing sister who it seems is not so much missing as hiding from something or someone. And now we have a photograph that seems to show a terrified young girl with an awful creepy-looking guy. I really don't want to think it, but it wouldn't be the first child abuse case to surface from way back then, would it?"
"So what's with all the magic roundabout stuff?" asked Slater. "Where does all that fit in?" "I may be able to help you out with that," said Jolly. "I've read a bit about this stuff. It's not unknown for abused kids to blank out things that happened in their past. Suppose Florence has mentally retreated to a time when she was happy, and she stayed there. Let's say Florence was abused as a kid, but she associates the magic roundabout with a happy period of her childhood. By staying in that period, she blots out the unhappy period when she was abused."
"Yeah, I've heard about that stuff too," Norman said. "And if you think about it, even the names that are cropping up in relation to her fit the same pattern. She's Florence, her brother's Dylan, and she's looking for Dougal. They're all characters from the series. She even lives in a garden with a roundabout."
"I wondered who had been playing on those things," remembered Slater. All right, so we agree we think we know what's behind all this. But if we don't know who's behind it, and we can't find any evidence to back it up, we're not really any further forward. We need to figure out the password for this bloody CD. Norman's phone was ringing. He could see it was Ian Beck's calling.
Yo, Norman, style guru to the people speaking. How can I help you?
He listened hard.
You have? Wow, that was quick. Did he take a look to see what's on it?
He listened again.
Yeah, that's right. It became a bit of a cult among a lot of adults, too.
He made a face at Jolly and Slater.
And there was nothing else?
Norman chuckled as he listened.
Yeah, I'll be sure to tell him. I think we both owe you big time.
Thank you.
That Bexy gets better and better, he said as he cut the call. He's already managed to get enough juice into the MP3 player to fire it up. All that's on it is a load of episodes of the Magic Roundabout.
That supports your theory about her staying in the past, said Slater. But she had no electricity in that cabin. How the hell did she keep the bloody thing charged up?
And how did she come to have an MP3 player in the first place? Added Norman. And how could she have downloaded those videos without a computer?
Right. So someone must have done it for her, said Slater, and she must have had somewhere to charge it up. How about the baker's wife? She seems to have some sort of relationship with her. I spoke to her, said Jolly. She says she never got further than saying hello to Florence, and she never, ever set foot inside the shop. Anyway, I think you're missing a much simpler answer. She appears to have a back door key to Mr. Winter's house. The dog she has matched the description of his dog, and that dog is perfectly happy with her. He's known her a long time. I reckon the reason we've only ever seen her early in the morning is because she's been going back home to Hatton House. I think she used to visit her brother under cover of darkness.
So you think he knew where she was all the time, and he told everyone he didn't know to keep her safe? Asked Slater.
Yes, I do, said Jolly confidently. I think he created a home for her to hide in at Hatton House to protect her. He must have thought she was in some serious danger to go to all that trouble, but then if he was prepared to do all that, getting her an MP3 player and setting it up would have been nothing to him. He could have charged it up every time she came to visit.
But the dog wasn't there the day you found Mr. Winter dead, was it?
Do you think Florence was there that night? Maybe she saw who attacked him. While Slater and Jolly were talking, Norman was dialing a number on his phone. He turned his back on the other two as he spoke into it. 2 minutes later, he turned back.
I just asked Bex to check the stuff they found at Mr. Winter's house. There's a charger for the same model MP3 player, but they didn't find a player. I think that adds a lot of weight to your theory, don't you?
I bet those female fingerprints they found at his house were hers, said Slater. So you can forget about her breaking into his house, can't you? Jolly said, looking purposefully at Norman.
Okay, said Norman, holding up his hands in surrender. I'm happy to accept that looks very unlikely now, but you have to admit the evidence did make her a possible suspect.
Slater was thinking. So he changed his name to Dillon in 1994 and bought Hatton House in 1995, right? Yes, said Jolly. Here's an idea, then. Suppose he left the army and came back to Tinton so he could look for his long-lost sister. He's looking for Julia, but finds someone who calls herself Florence living rough at Hatton House. He's clever enough to figure out Florence is really Julia, but she's locked into this magic roundabout thing and doesn't want to know about anything else. So he buys Hatton House to make sure she never has to leave, and to keep her safe.
But why change his name? Asked Norman.
I don't know, said Slater. Maybe she was so scared of men he thought using the name of one of the characters would encourage her to accept him.
But he was her brother,
Norman argued.
Perhaps she didn't recognize him as her brother, said Jolly. Don't forget, we think she may have been scarred by years of abuse, and he's been away in the army. She hasn't seen him for 30-odd years.
Good point. Yeah, that works for me.
Norman nodded his head in agreement. It's possible, isn't it? Suggested Slater. Then he had another idea. When was this magic roundabout on TV, Norm? He asked.
Mid-60s to mid-70s, I think.
But Hatton House closed in 1964. If we believe she was abused at that orphanage, she couldn't have seen it before it happened.
I'm not with you, said Norman. What are you getting at?
This may sound a bit weird, and it could be complete rubbish, explained Slater, but what if Florence didn't see the magic roundabout until after she'd been abused, and because of that she forgot she ever had a brother? Norman and Jolly both looked puzzled. I'm not explaining this very well, am I? Said Slater, frustrated with his inability to explain his point. Look, we're talking about kids focusing on a happy time before they were traumatized, right? What if Florence has locked into a happy time after she was traumatized? What if she discovered the magic roundabout after she escaped the abuse? What if she found it made her forget what had happened, and it helped to make her life bearable? Maybe she locked into that so she could blot out everything before it. Which would include the time when she had a brother, finished Jolly as she caught up with his thought process. And that's why she calls herself Florence and not Julia, suggested Slater. Maybe being Julia was full of painful memories. Florence was a good character, right?
Yeah, agreed Norman. I'm pretty sure Florence was usually in the garden. There were flowers and trees, and the sun usually shone. Oh, yeah, Florence had a nice, happy life. It sure would have been better than the horror of being an abused kid.
He thought for a moment before adding one more observation.
Wow, said Norman, that must have been really tough for the guy to deal with. How would you cope with that?
How about changing your name to become one of the characters in her fantasy? Suggested Slater. And selling all your property so you could buy a derelict house, added Jolly. They sat in silent contemplation for a few moments. It was Slater who broke the silence. Of course, you idiot, he said aloud to himself as he moved across the room and sat down at his desk. Why didn't you think of that before? It's been staring you in the face all the time. He tapped away at his keyboard.
What? Said Norman. What's been staring you in the face?
Ta-da! Sang Slater, his face beaming. Look, I'm in. The password is Magic Roundabout. Norman rushed over to Slater's desk, and they stared at the open folder on Slater's computer screen. This is all very well, said Jolly, as a gleeful Slater finally gained access to the CD. But what about Florence? She could be an important witness, and she's gone missing. It could be she's in a lot of danger. We can't just ignore that, can we? Well, no, agreed Slater. But this CD could tell us everything we need to know to sort this out. You've already had to wait this long, argued Jolly, and you think this crime was committed years ago, so do you really think a few more hours is going to make that much difference? There could be a woman's life at stake here. You're right, agreed a chastened Slater. I think we need to find Florence sooner rather than later. If we assume someone else has that hard disk, it's possible they've joined up the dots like we have, and they're looking for her too.
Why don't you stay here and check out that CD? Suggested Norman. I've already got everyone keeping an eye out for Florence. If she's out on the streets, someone will spot her. Me and Jane can go back to Hatton House and take another look around. We'll check out Mr. Winter's house in Canal Street on the way.
Okay, I'll call the people who sent the CD out too. Maybe they can tell us something useful. Chapter 21. It was mid-afternoon by the time Jolly and Norman had checked out 17 Canal Street and had a look around inside the derelict Hatton house, but there was no sign of the missing Florence. The sky was heavy with clouds threatening to bring more snow, and the light was already beginning to fade by the time they got back to the log cabin, but still nothing had changed.
"There would have been footprints in the snow if she'd come back," said Norman.
"I'm tempted to light that wood burner and stay out here all night," said Jolly sadly.
She had hoped that they would find Florence, safe and sound, with her little dog.
"I think that would be a waste of time. I doubt it would make you feel any better, and the chances are if she sees you're here she won't come near anyway."
"But we have to do something," said Jolly desperately.
"If she hasn't appeared by the morning, we'll grab some more bodies and escalate this into a full search," said Norman. "For now, I think we need to head back."
Jolly wasn't at all happy about this, but she knew there was a limit to what they could do. Florence was an adult, and if she wanted to move on, there was nothing to stop her. Unless they had evidence to suggest there was anything wrong, they had no reason to instigate a full alert just yet.
"Come on, Jane," said Norman gently. "Let's head on back before it gets so dark we can't see where we're going."
Reluctantly, Jolly followed Jane back through the woods towards the old towpath. Neither seemed to be in the mood to engage in their normal conversation, and with the blanket of snow that covered everything acting as a good sound muffler, a heavy silence settled around them as they walked. They had just turned left onto the old towpath to begin the trek into town, when Jolly thought she heard something.
"Did you hear something?" she asked.
Norman stopped and turned to face her. He stood quietly and listened, but there was nothing.
"I could have sworn I heard something,"
said Jolly with a heavy sigh.
"Shh," said Norman. "Listen."
Jolly did as he said.
"There," she said, turning away from him. "It's coming from further along the towpath."
"Here, let me go first," he said as she began to head off. "It's getting dark and we don't know what's out there."
As he finished speaking, the noise came again.
"Shit. What is that? A wolf?" asked Norman.
"There aren't any wolves in England, you fool," said Jolly. "It's a dog. I'll go first if you're frightened."
"Of course I'm not frightened," said Norman indignantly. "It's just a weird sort of noise to hear just as it's getting dark. Now step aside and let me lead the way."
Jolly stepped aside and allowed Norman to assert his authority. She reasoned that he was the boss, and if he wanted to lead the way, that was okay with her. The light was fading fast, and Norman took out his torch. In its powerful beam they could make out a vague path to follow through the undergrowth. There was now no doubt the sound they were heading towards was a dog, but how far away was it? They followed the path for about 30 yards, and then, suddenly, they were in a small clearing. Someone had cleared the undergrowth right up to the bank of the canal. An old bench, which had obviously been there for many years, stood facing the water.
"Wow," said Norman. "I wonder what this is all about."
"Maybe she liked to sit by the canal," guessed Jolly. "It must be a nice, peaceful spot here. Maybe she feeds bread to the ducks."
There was no sign of the dog, but they could hear it whining on the other side of the clearing. Jolly got to her knees.
"Here, Duggie," she called. "Come here, good boy."
The little terrier suddenly ran from the undergrowth and bounded towards her. He jumped into her arms and frantically licked at her face, his tail wagging furiously.
"What's he doing out here on his own?" asked Norman, sweeping his torch from side to side around the little clearing. "You'd think he'd stick with Florence."
"It doesn't feel right, does it?" said Jolly. "Something's wrong for sure. This dog's really stressed, like he's been hiding or something."
Norman had spotted something caught on a bramble close to where they had entered the clearing. He moved over and crouched down for a closer look, focusing his torch upon it.
"It's a bit of fabric," he told Jolly, "sort of dirty white colour."
"From her coat?" asked Jolly.
"It could be," said Norman.
He stood up and headed towards the canal bank, sweeping the water with his torch. This part of the canal was hidden from what sparse sunlight there had been earlier in the day, so the thin coating of ice that had formed overnight hadn't thawed at all and was still intact. About 3 feet from the bank, just beneath the ice, the beam fell upon a dirty white object.
"Oh, my God!"
said Jolly, following the beam of his torch.
"That's her! Quick, we have to get her out! She might still be alive!"
She rushed to the edge of the canal, still clutching the dog in her arms.
"Jane,"
said Norman, moving across and gently taking her shoulders.
"She was in there when the canal froze last night. There's no way she's still alive."
He guided her towards the bench, sat her down, and sat next to her.
"It's all my fault,"
said Jolly, rocking backwards and forwards.
"I must have scared her. She didn't run away. She committed suicide, didn't she?"
She held the dog close and buried her face in his neck. Then she began to sob quietly into his fur. Norman placed an arm gently around her shoulders.
"Hello, Jane. Have you found her?" Slater asked into his phone a few minutes later. "If she's a witness to what's on this CD, we've got a real case." "It's Norm. I've got no signal out here, so I'm using Jane's phone." "Oh, right. So, have you found her?" "Yeah," said Norman. "I think it's her. You'd better get over here with a full forensics team, SOC tent, lights, the lot. She's not going to be a witness to anything. She's in the canal."
"Oh, bloody hell, no," said Slater.
"And I think we need a paramedic or a doctor. Jane's in shock. She thinks this is all her fault."
"Okay, Norm, I'm on it. I'll be there as soon as I can."
"It might be best if you lead the guys in through the front gates," said Norman. "You know the way, and it'll be quicker than taking hours to walk all their gear along the towpath."
Chapter 22. By the time Slater had led the forensic team up the front drive and shown them where the site was, Norman had managed to coax Jolly away from the scene of the crime and down to the main house. She was still clutching the dog tightly in her arms when he handed her over to a paramedic and a concerned WPC colleague to get her fixed up and then taken home. Now they were back at the small clearing which, being the crime scene, was now a hive of activity. The temperature seemed to have dropped several degrees in the hour or so they had been on site, and everyone was puffing huge clouds of vapour. In the beam of the hastily erected emergency lights and the glow of light from inside the Socko tent, it created an eerie sight. The rattle of the small generator powering everything seemed to add to the effect. Florence's body, still wrapped in her dirty white coat, had been removed from the icy water and lay inside the tent awaiting the arrival of the pathologist. They were all dressed in the new blue paper suits, but for once Slater didn't picture the familiar swarm of Smurfs.
"All this bloody snow doesn't help us, does it?" he observed moodily. "It's hiding any evidence on the ground."
"We'll thaw that out and see what we can find," said Ian Bex. "The bigger problem is the fact that we've had detectives, divers, and who knows bloody who wandering all over the site. If there is any evidence under the snow, it's probably ruined by now."
"It couldn't be helped, Ian," said Slater. "We didn't know we were looking for a body when we first came up here."
I know, said Bex. "I'm not trying to blame anyone. I'm just saying."
"Can you tell us anything yet?" asked Norman.
"I can tell you we fished the body of an old lady in a dirty white coat out of the canal, and the doctor has justified his existence by assuring us she's dead. But you didn't need a medical degree to work that one out."
"Yeah, he's not exactly the friendliest of guys," agreed Slater. I thought warmth and compassion were supposed to be part of a doctor's armoury. Not that one, said Bex. Someone should tell him there's no I in team. I'm sure it's his fault the temperature's dropped so much since we've been here. It must have gone down a good 10 degrees when he arrived. Is he still here? Asked Norman. You must be joking. He couldn't wait to get away. I was hoping he might have some idea what happened. Oh, he did, said Bex. He said to tell you she died. I suppose that's in case you're in any doubt. And that's about it so far, I'm afraid. We're not going to be able to work very quickly in these conditions, so I wouldn't expect a major breakthrough any time soon. The pathologist is on the way. Maybe he'll know a bit more when he gets here. There's not much we can do up here to help, said Slater grimly, so we'll get out of your way and have a poke around in the cabin. We're going to move down there when we finished up here, said Bex, but I expect we're going to be up here for a good while yet. Can you try not to destroy any evidence before we get down there? I should warn you, me and Jane were in there earlier, said Norman. We were looking for any clues that might tell us where she could have gone. Oh, wonderful, Bex sighed. So you've already contaminated it down there. Sometimes, Bexy, you can be an insufferable arse, do you know that? Said Norman angrily. Dave's already told you we didn't know we had a death on our hands until a couple of hours ago. Ian Bex looked stunned by Norman's comments. It just annoys me that you lot seem to think we can still do our job when you've already trampled all over a crime scene, he began. You know what, Ian, Slater interrupted. Norm's right. You're bloody brilliant at what you do, and we all appreciate it, but we have a job to do as well. I'm sorry if we're not perfect like you seem to think we are, but we don't yet have the ability to see into the future. We have to make decisions based on intuition, experience, and procedure. We don't have the benefit of hindsight. He pointed to the tent. Right now there's a little old lady lying dead in that tent, and we as a team have a duty to find out what happened. Just now you said someone should tell the doctor there's no I in team. As the head of this investigation, I think I should tell you you'd do well to remember that yourself. Ian Bex's face had gone scarlet. Whether from rage or embarrassment it was hard to say. But before he could take the argument any further, a familiar figure loomed into view carrying a medical bag. "Evening all," said Dr. Eamon Murphy, the pathologist. "I hope I'm not interrupting anything." He offered a beaming smile to one and all, even though Slater thought the atmosphere could be cut with a knife. "Hello, Eamon," said Slater. "Thanks for coming." "What else could I possibly want to be doing on a freezing February night?" said Murphy cheerily. "It was an invitation I couldn't refuse." "She's in the tent," said Slater. "Let's have a look, then." "I'll leave you to it," said Beck shortly. "There's one of my guys in there if you need a hand, Doc." The two detectives led the pathologist across to the makeshift tent, where Murphy slipped into one of the blue suits. They then eased their way inside, stepping aside to allow Murphy access to the body. A blue-suited forensic guy nodded to them as they entered. "Do we know who she is?" asked Murphy as he knelt next to the body. "Her name's Florence," said Norman. "We believe she's the sister of Dylan Winter." "Isn't that the guy whose PM you asked me to reconsider?" asked Murphy, looking up at Slater. "Yeah, that's him. She's been in hiding for years, but we're pretty sure she's his sister. A DNA sample will check that easily enough," said Murphy. "I've still got samples of his." He turned his attention back to Florence's body. She was lying on her back, her long, wet hair plastered across her face. "So you don't think this one's an accident?" "You'd need to rule that out," said Slater. "It could even be suicide, but we don't think so." "Can you give me a hand to roll her over?" Murphy asked the forensic technician. They carefully and gently rolled her over and revealed the ugly mess that was the back of her head. Murphy leaned in closer for a better look. "As you know, I'm not a forensic pathologist," he said. but I think even I can say with a fair degree of certainty that it's unlikely she bashed herself across the back of the head and then threw herself into the canal."
"Could it be an accident?" asked Slater.
"There's no way you could accidentally do that much damage to your own head," said Murphy, standing up. "I think I'd be happy to say we can probably rule out suicide or an accident as the cause of death."
"I was sort of expecting you to say that," said Slater grimly, "but at least we know what we're dealing with. Thanks for confirming that for us."
"I'll have her taken down to the hospital now," said Murphy. "When I get back, I'm going to flag this one up the line and get a proper forensic pathologist to do the PM. I'll book it for tomorrow at 11. I'll let you know if that changes."
After Murphy had left, Slater and Norman were left without much to do. Ian Beck seemed to have split his team so they could make a start on the log cabin, so they decided against getting in his way and instead headed back to the main house.
"I've probably pissed Beck's off big time," said Slater to Norman, "and I really don't need to start another argument right now." "I wouldn't worry about it. I think he's had it coming for a long time. It's okay to know you're good at what you do, but a little humility now and then wouldn't go amiss. If he's as professional as he claims he is, he should be able to accept a little constructive criticism and make use of it."
A generator had been set up outside the front of the main house, and someone had set up some lights in the hall. It was probably that same someone who had erected a table and set up a tea urn, which was puffing its excess steam up at the ceiling. Slater was impressed with this attempt at providing some sort of refreshment for the workers, and he made a mental note to find out who had been responsible so he could thank them.
"So what was on the CD?" asked Norman as he poured 2 cups of tea from the urn.
"There are 4 files," Slater told him. "The first one is like a report about what went on at the orphanage. You'll need to read it yourself, but basically what it says is that new kids arriving at Hatton House went through a sort of selection process. The cute-looking ones went into a group called the Special Ones. Florence was a special one. They were kept apart from the other kids and got treated much better, but in return they were subjected to regular sexual abuse at the hands of a group of men, which included the man who ran the place and assorted dignitaries from Tinton and the surrounding area. Mr. Winter is pretty sure these kids never appeared on any register at Hatton House, so officially they didn't exist."
"Jesus," said Norman in disgust. "So that would explain why he lost track of his sister. But surely there must have been some record of those kids being sent there."
"Mr. Winter reckons the people responsible for those registers were also the abusers, so they were able to cover their tracks quite easily. It makes grim reading, and of course he's had to speculate about some of it. He also claims they were disposed of once they reached their sell-by date."
"What, you mean murdered?"
asked a horrified Norman. "Well, I guess that would be one way," said Slater. "Or they could just have been sold on, I suppose."
"So how come Florence was still around?" asked Norman.
He didn't know the answer to that one, but that's why Florence would have been a great witness. She could have told us what really happened and filled in some of the gaps for us.
"I'm not sure we would have got much out of her, to be honest," said Norman sadly. "She wasn't exactly living in the real world. But it's irrelevant anyway. She can't tell us anything now."
They sipped their tea in silence for a minute or two.
"Did he name any names in this report?" asked Norman.
"There are 2 or 3 names who are supposedly involved in the abuse. None of the names jump off the page at me, but then it's all before my time. A bit of research should help, though."
"So what else is there?"
"There's a list of names, supposedly staff who worked there, but we'll have to check. If it is, maybe we can find someone who can corroborate this story."
"It's definitely worth a try," said Norman.
"Then there's a copy of a letter," added Slater.
"From way back then?"
asked Norman. Oh no, this is much more recent. It's dated just a couple of months ago. It's addressed to the man Mr. Winter thinks was the ringleader way back then, so it gives us a suspect for these 2 murders."
"Fantastic," said Norman. "Who is it?"
"Sir Robert Maunder," said Slater.
"You're kidding me."
Norman's mouth was hanging open.
"I met him just a couple of weeks ago when his house got broken into. The guy's a total arsehole, that's for sure, but I'm not sure he's fit enough to murder anyone. He's over 80 years old."
"It's amazing what people can do when they feel threatened," said Slater.
"Well, I'll certainly look forward to questioning him. I owe him a hard time."
"I also spoke to the people who sent us the CD," said Slater.
"Learn anything?"
"Quite a bit, actually." Slater grinned, feeling pleased with himself. It turns out Mr. Winter only opened his account around 6 weeks ago. He paid for a year up front, and apparently he was very concerned about security and anonymity. He wanted to make sure there was no way anyone else could find out what he was doing.
"Just 6 weeks ago," said Norman. "Are you thinking what I'm thinking?"
"Maybe Sir Robert didn't like the letter he was sent," said Slater.
"And he threatened Winter," finished Norman.
"He must have felt he was in a lot of danger," continued Slater, nodding his agreement. "So he set up the backup system to make sure his information stayed safe, even if he didn't."
"And now we can see why he invited the big story journalist to tell his story," said Norman. "No wonder the guy's still sniffing around."
"He's not off the hook yet. We know he was making phone calls to Mr. Winter at the time. We've only got his word for it that he wasn't threatening the old guy."
"Yeah," agreed Norman, "but we haven't found anything to contradict what he told us. I don't fancy him for it, and I don't think you do deep down inside. Don't forget what he said about killing the golden goose. It wouldn't make much sense for the scandal-mongering journalist to kill the guy with a juicy story to tell, would it?"
"Yeah, it makes much more sense for the subject of that scandal to kill him, doesn't it?" agreed Slater.
"We'll need to tread carefully if we're going to catch the old guy," warned Norman. "He seems to have a direct line to the chief constable, and I'm sure he's got lots more friends in various high places. He'll run squealing to them as soon as he gets a sniff we're onto him. Then they'll all close ranks, and we'll be left high and dry right in the middle of a shitstorm."
"We'd better make sure we've got it right before we show our hand then, Norm," said Slater. Chapter 23. It was a tired, sad, and depressed team that gathered next morning. Slater and Norman had been up at Hatton House until way past midnight, and had each managed about 4 hours' sleep. Jolly had been administered a rather heavy-duty sedative to make sure she slept, and it was obvious to everyone she encountered that she was still half asleep when she arrived at the station that morning. "What are you doing here?" asked Slater when she walked in. "We weren't expecting you to come in today." "Like I can sit at home knowing Florence would still be alive if it wasn't for me," she said glumly. "I'm here because I feel I have to help you to solve this case." "Are you sure?" he asked. "We understand if—" "Yes, I'm sure," she interrupted. "And I do appreciate your concern, but I really can't sit back and do nothing." "Okay, I can understand that. But the deal is you let us know if you're finding it difficult, all right?" "I'll be fine, honestly. Where's Norm?" "He's gone downstairs to see what forensics have got for us. He'll be back in a minute." When Norman came back, he was even more concerned for Jolly's welfare. Slater felt he should indulge him for a couple of minutes, but it was Jolly who was quick to point out that she was still alive, and that it was Florence they should be focusing upon. "Right then," said Slater finally. "Let's see what we've got to work with and where we go from here. If we assume the information on the CD is correct, we now have a prime suspect in the form of Sir Robert Maunder. However, because of who he is, we can more or less guarantee barriers will be erected all around him as soon as his name comes out. So we need to build a much stronger case than we have right now. We need to find anything we can that links him to the orphanage. We have a list of names that appears to be staff members. Maybe we can locate someone who can back up Mr. Winter's story.
What if we find someone who says it's all crap? Asked Jolly. I don't want to find these 2 people have died for nothing.
That's a risk we have to take, said Norman. I can assure you Maunder is a complete arse, but at the moment he's an innocent arse unless we can prove otherwise. And anyway, we can't ignore the possibility that Winter just had it in for him, and this is all fiction.
Jolly didn't look at all happy at Norman's suggestion that Mr. Winter was making the whole thing up.
I can't believe that, she snapped.
I don't think any of us believe it, Jane, said Slater, but we can't ignore the possibility. That's why we need to find the evidence to prove it. There must have been records of all the kids who were put into the care of that orphanage. It's got to be worth trying to find them. Can you get on to that, Jane? Start with the local council, county council. You know what to do.
Why don't I combine that with the search for information about Hatton House? Suggested Jolly. It seems they're almost one and the same thing.
Good idea, said Slater.
Are we ruling Ripon out as a suspect now? Asked Norman.
I think we can push him back down the queue, but he's still a suspect. What if he's the one with the hard disk? Maybe he was hoping Florence would know the password. Slater saw the look on Norman's face.
If he had a copy, argued Norman, he wouldn't need Florence to help him. The guy's a professional. He must know someone who could access that information.
Look, I agree it's probably as unlikely as Winter telling lies, Norm, but he still has a motive. We can't ignore him yet. Anyway, what did forensics come up with?
Well, said Norman with a smile, it seems our exchange of words might not have done too much harm. They've pulled out all the stops on this one. It looks like something was dragged from the log cabin to the canal. Their theory is she was killed outside the cabin and then dragged up to the canal and thrown in. It was dragging her body that created the trail. They also found a footprint along this trail. It matches the one found at Mr. Winter's house. Same shoe, same size. So we need to find out where Ripon was yesterday afternoon and evening. I think we also need to ask Danny Trent where he was. We didn't prove he's ever had a pair of those shoes, but after he admitted he was at Mr. Winter's house, we have to assume he could have been at Florence's too.
This is a good start, said Slater. Was there anything else?
Oh, there's more, said Norman. In the cabin they found a back door key that they think will fit Mr. Winter's back door.
If that's the key we saw, I'm sure it's his, said Jolly.
They also found a creased sheet of paper that had been roughly smoothed out, continued Norman. Remember the torn piece of paper found in Mr. Winter's hand? When they put them together, they found they were a match. And now they can see what the numbers are. It's a phone number.
He held up a sheet of paper with a mobile phone number printed on it. I'm sure I've seen that number before. Slater scrabbled through the papers on his desk. Wait a minute.
Yeah, here it is. It's Ripon's number.
There's another question for him to answer then, said Norman. Is that it?
That's it for this case, said Norman. But while I was down there, Bexy gave me something else that I think you might find interesting. Remember I had to go to Maunder's house when he had this break-in? He assured everyone it was the night caller. He even called up the CC to tell him I was an idiot for not immediately agreeing with him. Well, Bexy finally got some feedback from Winchester. It's definitely not the real night caller who broke in there. Apparently it's not the same calling card, but it's not the usual copycat either. The fakers use a sort of card you can buy anywhere and print from a PC. The real guy uses expensive, fancy card and a very expensive printer you can't just buy anywhere. Whoever broke in at Maunders used the right card, but then made the mistake of using the wrong ink, wrong font, and wrong size. They also used a PC to do the printing. They might have known about the fancy card, but they didn't know the other details.
Is it common knowledge about the card? Asked Slater.
It's been reported in press releases that he leaves a card, said Norman, with a wicked grin, but it's never been revealed that he uses fancy card.
So, what do you think? Asked Slater.
Well, I have to say I thought it was all a bit iffy from the start. I mean, they conveniently forgot to set the alarm. The jewellery box was left out in the open, and I'm supposed to believe they both slept while someone came into their bedroom and cleaned the thing out. In my humble opinion, it stinks to high heaven. But because he is who he is, I was told to back off and leave it.
Did he fake it? Asked Slater. Insurance fraud?
Having seen how they all closed ranks, I think it would be fair to say they think he's squeaky clean. I'm sure he probably knows someone who knows the facts about the night caller, and I'm sure if he asked, they'd tell him. And no doubt once I suggest I need to investigate a bit more thoroughly, we'll see them all close ranks again. Isn't that going to be fun?
So, don't tell anyone, said Slater.
But I was ordered to tell the old man if I want to speak to the guy again.
But no one's ordered me to stay away, said Slater. We now have a reason for going up there and talking to him. We can use the break-in as an excuse for poking around into his background.
And starting a shitstorm heading our way.
Is that a problem?
It's never worried me before, said Norman, grinning, and I'm getting a bit long in the tooth for changing my ways now.
That's what I thought. Slater smiled back. But we need to do our research thoroughly before we go up there. He leaned back in his chair and fished a coin from his pocket.
Heads or tails? What am I going to win if I get it right?
If you get it right, you get to stay here and start searching through this list of employees. If you call it wrong, you get to attend the PM.
Wow, what a choice. You're just too kind. Okay, I'll go heads.
Slater spun the coin in the air and slapped his hand over it as it landed on his desk. He tilted his hand just enough to see the coin for himself, but kept it hidden from Norman. His face broke into a broad grin.
I'm not buying that, said Norman suspiciously. Let me see.
Slater took his hand away to reveal the winning tails.
Crap, said Norman. I hate watching a PM right on lunchtime. There must be somewhere else we should be. Are you sure you don't want to come?
I'd love to accompany you, said Slater, grinning, but we need to get cracking on. Jane can't handle all this research on her own. If you leave now, you can have an early lunch before it starts.
Watch it on a full stomach? You have to be kidding, said Norman, looking aghast. But I will take you up on that leave now bit.
Slater and Jolly were both engrossed in their computers, the room filled with a deafening silence apart from the clicking of keyboards. Norman had been gone a couple of hours when Slater suddenly cursed loudly.
"Bugger,"
he said. Norman was right when he said there was somewhere else we should be. One of us was supposed to be at John Hunter's this morning to see the fake sister. I got so involved in Florence's murder I forgot all about it. He looked at his watch, then snatched up the phone and dialed Hunter's number. "Hi, Mr. Hunter, it's D.S. Slater. I'm afraid we've got so involved in another case I forgot I was supposed to be coming this morning. Has she turned up yet?" "She is not coming now," said Hunter. "But I thought she was rushing down to hear you read the will today. I thought she was insisting," said Slater, irritated and confused. "Yes, she was. But now it seems she's decided against coming down." "Did she say why? When is she intending to come down?" asked Slater, transitioning from irritation to disbelief.
It seems she no longer wishes to hear the will, and no longer claims to be Mr. Winter's long-lost sister. What, just like that? Perhaps she knew we were on to her, said Hunter. So she was a fake, just as we suspected, said Slater. I'd like to know how she came to get involved in this in the first place. Sergeant, there are people out there who do nothing but look for ads just like the one I placed in a large number of newspapers. I suppose you only need to manage to fake it once, and you get your hands on a sizable inheritance. If I wasn't so busy right now, I'd be after her, said Slater angrily. I fear you'd probably be wasting your time, said Hunter mildly. The chances are she'll have vanished into thin air already. Slater sighed heavily. He knew Hunter was probably right. It was so frustrating, though. Are you any nearer to finding the real sister? Asked Hunter. Yes, admitted Slater. We think we have found her. We'll know for sure when we get the DNA test results back. The problem is, she's dead. Oh, my goodness, said Hunter. What happened? I'm afraid I can't tell you that, said Slater grimly. He was finding it difficult to hide his irritation, and so he made his excuses and ended the call, finally throwing the phone back into its cradle in disgust. What's happened? Asked Jolly. Apparently this missing sister who was so insistent on coming down has decided to drop out of the whole scene. Suddenly she's not his sister, said Slater bitterly. I was hoping we could find out who she was working for. Maybe she was just working on her own. Perhaps she spends all her time on fishing trips like this one. No, said Slater. I'm sure there's more to it than that. There's something not right about this whole thing. I just can't see what it is yet. The door burst open, and Norman backed in, carefully balancing 3 mugs of tea on a small tray. I come bearing gifts from afar, he announced, placing the tray carefully on Slater's desk before adding, well, from the canteen anyway. So how did the PM go? Asked Slater. It was grisly, gory, and generally uncomfortable, said Norman. Did you learn anything new? I learned I don't like watching post-mortems, but I already knew that, said Slater. But that's not what you mean, right? Slater nodded patiently. No one enjoyed PMs, so he was prepared to accept Norman's need to joke about it. There was no water in her lungs, so she didn't drown. It looks like she was killed by a heavy blow to the back of her head and then dragged to the canal and thrown in. Time of death is a bit hazy because of the effects of the cold and being in the canal overnight, but they reckon between 4 p.m. and 7 p.m. the day before we found her, so she'd been in there about 24 hours when we found her. No real surprises there, then, said Slater. Did they say what they thought the murder weapon was? That old favourite, the blunt instrument, said Norman. A baseball bat would fit the bill, but they couldn't be sure. I've asked the guys to try searching the canal a bit further afield, but don't hold your breath. Are they doing a DNA comparison to Winter? Asked Slater. Yeah, said Norman. I always thought she might be a bit too old, but she was much younger than she looked. I guess that's what being in hiding and living rough does for you. According to the pathologist, she was in her late 60s, so that would be about right. She has got to be his sister. Talking of sisters, said Slater, we forgot one of us was supposed to be at Hunter's this morning. Crap, said Norman. Did she turn up? Apparently she's decided she's not his sister after all, said Slater, sighing. She's not coming now. Really? Why's she suddenly got cold feet? Yeah, that's what I'd like to know. It's not right, is it? Did she know we were going to be waiting for her? Asked Norman. Not unless Hunter told her. But it was his idea, so why would he do that? Anyway, he says he didn't. Oh, well, if she got cold feet, it's one less problem to resolve, said Norman optimistically.
Or it's a whole new problem altogether, replied Slater ominously. Is that what you think? Asked Norman. Something's not right, said Slater. I know it, but I just can't put my finger on it. Stop thinking about it and it'll come to you eventually, said Norman. He turned to Jolly. So, how are we doing on these searches?
Most of the people on this staff list would be in their 80s, or even older, she said, if they were still alive. It seems the mortality rate is pretty high. I haven't found anyone who's still alive yet. I haven't even got started on the search for Hatton House records.
What about you? Norman asked Slater. Any luck with your list of possible abusers? I seem to have the same problem as Jane, he replied. Everyone's dead. All except the main man, said Norman. Doesn't that seem a little strange, or is it just me? I didn't know Jane was having the same issue, but it seems unlikely that everyone would be dead, doesn't it? What about causes of death? Asked Norman.
Natural, in their sleep mostly, said Jolly.
Me too, said Slater. 2 of mine had cancer. Neither was terminal, yet they both died. Now that looks like a whole inquiry in itself, said Norman. I don't think we can get sidetracked on that now, said Slater. We don't have the resources. Nah, you're right. But it's something we should maybe flag up at a later date. In the meantime, said Slater, I thought we should check out our favourite journalist. But when I called the station hotel, they told me he'd gone back to London for a few days. So I called his London office, and they confirmed he's been up there for the past 3 days, but he's due back this afternoon. I thought we could call in on our way home. What about his young accomplice? Asked Norman. He's got a good alibi too. He's out of the country, said Slater. I already checked. It seems he was advised to take a holiday for a week or 2 until all this has died down. So that's 2 suspects we can cross off the list then, said Norman. There's only 1 left, really. I do like a short list.
Ripon could always have come back down without anyone knowing, said Slater.
You really think so?
Norman sounded surprised.
No, not really, admitted Slater. We should still speak to him, but I agree Maunder looks the favourite right now. So why don't we go over there tomorrow morning and rattle his cage? Suggested Norman.
It was 5:30 when they found George Ripon sat at his usual corner table in the station hotel, furiously tapping away at his laptop. If he saw them come in, he didn't acknowledge the fact.
Evening, Jeff, said Slater,
as he and Norman carried their pints over and settled into the chairs across the table from Ripon. He looked up, grimaced at each of them, and then returned to his laptop. Slater and Norman sat and waited as he hammered away furiously, enjoying the first pint they'd had together for a long while. Eventually, Ripon looked up again and glared at them.
"What?"
he snapped.
"Cheers," said Norman, raising his glass to Ripon. "It's good to see you, too."
"Don't expect me to be pleased to see you," said Ripon. "We had a deal. You were going to share information."
"I don't think it was quite like that," said Slater mildly.
"You didn't tell me you were going to let the star of my story get killed, did you?"
"How do you know about that?"
"I read the bloody newspaper," said Ripon angrily. "You should try it. Perhaps then you might find out what's going on."
"How do you know she was a star player in your story?" asked Norman.
"You already know how I know," he replied. "It was me that told you she was old Mr. Winter's sister, wasn't it?"
"So where were you 2 days ago?" asked Slater.
"What, am I a suspect?"
asked Ripon, sounding aghast.
"Do I need an alibi?"
"I just asked where you were, that's all," said Slater.
"If you must know, I was at my office up in London. I've been up there for a few days. You can check with my secretary."
"I will," said Slater.
"She'll tell you where, what times, and who with."
To be honest, Jeff, said Norman, you're not exactly our #1 suspect, but we wouldn't be doing our jobs if we didn't ask. You do have a motive, and we did find that fancy trainer print of yours again. Only in your eyes do I have a motive, said Ripon. Like I said before, you don't kill the golden goose, and they sell millions of those trainers. I don't think Florence would have been your golden goose, said Norman. She didn't live in the real world. I don't think she would have been any more use to you as a witness than she would have been to us. But she didn't deserve to die, and we were hoping you might want to help us find out who killed her. What makes you think I can help? 2 reasons, said Norman. 1, the journalist in you sees a big story. We know you've been investigating just like we have. Maybe you know something we don't. 2, we know that inside that tough exterior there's a decent human being. We think that decent human being would want to see her killer caught. Nice speech, sneered Ripon. But we've already done this, and I told you what I knew, and then I got nothing out of it. Why should I think it will be different this time? We have a CD, said Norman. We believe it's a copy of what Mr. Winter was going to give you. But we also believe someone else has a copy. Well, if it was me, I'd have written the story by now. We believe someone has it because they seem to be keeping 1 step ahead of us, said Slater. So if we thought you had it, we would have arrested you by now. He raised his glass to Ripon and took a mouthful of his beer. We don't drink on duty, said Norman. This is off the record. Well, I can tell you this, said Ripon. Off the record or on it. If you've got a CD, you've got a bloody sight more than I have. It was sent to us from a backup service, said Norman. You don't use one of them unless you feel your security's been compromised, said Ripon. That's what we think, said Slater. So, do you know anyone who might make him feel that way? The guy who the story's about would have a pretty powerful motive, don't you think? Ripon looked interested and less hostile now. Yeah, we figured that one out for ourselves, said Norman. But is there anyone else? You know more than I do, said Ripon. But if you had another copy and you wanted it kept safe, who would you leave it with? The bank in a safety deposit box, or with your solicitor? But he had the backup service set up, argued Norman. Maybe he didn't trust his solicitor or his bank, suggested Ripon. Slater pondered that as he took another sip of his beer. Chapter 24. As the front door swung open, Slater got his first glimpse of Sir Robert Maunder. He was a good 6 inches shorter than Slater, but even though he was in his 80s, he stood tall and erect, his attitude confrontational right from the start. "Sir Robert Maunder?" said Slater politely, producing his warrant card. "I'm D.S. Slater from Tyndon Police Station, and this is my colleague D.S. Norman." Norman had been standing behind Slater, but he stepped forward at the sound of his name. "What do you want?" snapped Sir Robert. Then he pointed a finger at Norman. "And what's that idiot doing here? I specifically told them not to send him again." Norman didn't say anything. Slater knew this was probably a monumental effort on his friend's part. "Oh, is there a problem?" asked Slater. "I'm afraid no one told me. We're here to discuss the findings of the inquiry into the break-in here recently." "Surely there's nothing to discuss," grumbled Maunder. "It was this night-caller chap. End of story." "Yes," said Slater. "I understand your theory, sir, but there are 1 or 2 things I need to clarify if you could spare me a few minutes." "Clarify? What do you mean, clarify?" "Perhaps if we could come in." They were obviously as welcome as herpes.
but after a few moments Maunder backed into the house and opened the door to allow them in.
"I'll talk to you in the library, Slater,"
he said as they stepped inside,
"but your colleague will have to wait out here in the hall. I've got nothing to say to him."
They hadn't been expecting a warm welcome, but even so Slater found it hard to accept such open hostility towards Norman. He thought about insisting Norman should be in on any discussion, but Norman intervened before he could speak.
"That's okay, Sir Robert," he said. "I understand. I'll wait out here. It's better than being outside in the cold."
Maunder grunted at Norman, then turned his back and led Slater through a door across the hall. Once inside, he closed the door behind them.
"So what do you want to clarify, Sergeant?"
said Maunder, settling himself into the chair behind his desk. He left Slater standing, with the desk between them. The battle lines were drawn. "First off," said Slater, "forensic evidence indicates this was not the work of the Nightcaller."
"Of course it was."
Maunder glared at him.
"He even left his calling card.
I hear he leaves it every time, and we're just the class of people with the sort of house he would target." "I can't argue about the target," agreed Slater, "and I can't argue about the card being left. The thing is, it's not the Nightcaller's card. This card was left by someone who wanted us to think it was the Nightcaller." For a few brief seconds Maunder's eyes narrowed, and a trace of panic flitted across his face. It would have been easy to miss, but it was the sort of reaction Slater had been looking for.
"Your people must be wrong,"
he blustered. "I'm afraid not," said Slater. "There are very distinct differences between the card left here and the real Nightcaller's card." Maunder said nothing. "How often do you forget to turn on your alarm at night?" asked Slater.
"That's a very impertinent question. Don't you know who I am?"
"Yes, sir, I do know who you are," said Slater. "I also know how old you are, and, with respect, you wouldn't be the first person your age to have a problem with their memory."
"I'm not sure I like what you're suggesting, Sergeant."
"I'm not suggesting anything, sir." Slater smiled pleasantly. "Maybe your wife has a problem with her memory, too." Maunder's face had turned an angry red now.
"I think that's enough innuendo and suggestions, Sergeant," he snapped. "I think perhaps you should leave."
As soon as the library door had closed, Norman started to look around. There were 2 more doors at the end of the hall, one of which was slightly ajar. He walked quietly across to it, stopped, and listened. He could hear nothing, so he gently pushed the door open and stepped inside. "Who on earth are you?" asked a bright-eyed, sprightly-looking old lady. Norman nearly jumped out of his skin, then quickly realized this must be Maunder's wife.
"Oh, I'm sorry,"
said Norman, fumbling for his warrant card.
"I'm D.S. Norman. I came with my colleague to speak to your husband, but I'm afraid he doesn't want to talk to me. I was just looking for a glass of water."
"Ah," she smiled at him. "Do come in, Sergeant. I can do better than water. I've just made a pot of tea, if you'd like one."
"Oh, that would be wonderful,"
agreed Norman. He already liked this woman, who seemed to be the complete opposite of her grumpy husband. "Come and sit down." She indicated 2 chairs at the kitchen table. "Thank you." Norman grinned at her and sat down. "So you must be the poor soul who came when we had the break-in," said Lady Maunder, as she fussed around finding a cup and saucer and then pouring tea for him.
"That was me,"
conceded Norman. "I'm afraid my husband's not blessed with a great deal of patience," she said, setting his tea down on the table and then settling in the chair next to him. "In fact, just recently he seems to have none at all. But he's not a bad person. He's just never quite managed to retire properly, if you see what I mean. He still thinks he's the one in charge, and what he says is all that matters."
"Maybe something's bothering him," ventured Norman. If someone's worrying about something, it can make them seriously short of patience. And I understand what you mean about not retiring properly. My dad was the same. Does Sir Robert have problems with his memory too? That's what used to make my dad angry."
"Oh, there's nothing wrong with his memory," she laughed. "I think it's just that he's so good at everything he doesn't expect anyone to disagree with him."
"It's a shame you left your jewellery box out that night," said Norman. "It must have been sad to lose all that fabulous family stuff."
"Now that he did forget to do," she said. "I had already gone to bed. I did ask him to put it away for me when he came up, but it wasn't part of his normal routine, you see, so I expect that's why he forgot it. It was such a pity. Still, at least we don't have any family to pass it on to. So no one's going to miss it, only me."
"You have no children?" asked Norman.
"No, it obviously wasn't meant to be." She sighed sadly. "But then, if we'd had children of our own, he probably wouldn't have had time for all those orphans and the children's charities he's helped over the years."
"Oh, really?" said Norman. "I didn't know about that."
"He never used to make a song and dance about it," she said, smiling fondly. "I think it helped him deal with the fact we had none of our own."
"It's funny you should mention orphans," said Norman. "I've only just found out there was an orphanage not far from here. What was it called now?"
"Hatton House," she answered. "Oh, yes. Robert used to spend lots of time there. It was such a pity when it closed."
"If you really want me to leave, I will," Slater said to Maunder. "But before I go, can you tell me if you know this man?" He placed a photograph of Mr. Winter on the desk. Maunder looked at the photograph, and then sat back in horror. "Good God!" he said. "That's a mortuary photograph. That man's dead." "I'm afraid he is, yes," agreed Slater. "Do you recognize him?" "I've never set eyes on him before," said Maunder. "What makes you think I would recognize him?" "I thought you might know him. After all, he sent you a letter a few weeks ago." "What makes you think he sent me a letter?" "We found a copy," said Slater. "I think you're mistaken, Sergeant Slater." Maunder's voice had taken on a menacing tone. "You're probably right," agreed Slater with a condescending smile. "Us modern-day coppers have got no idea what we're doing. Not like it was back in your day, eh, sir?" "How dare you speak to me like that?" Maunder leapt to his feet, impressively for a man in his 80s, and rushed to the door, flinging it open with a flourish. "Get out of my house!" he shouted.
"Good heavens!" said Lady Maunder in the kitchen, as the sound of her husband's shouting reached them. "Whatever is going on?"
"I think maybe my colleague and your husband have finished talking," said Norman. "Thank you for the tea, and I really enjoyed talking to you, but I think I'd better be going too."
He stood and made his way back to the hall, where Maunder was berating Slater as a disgrace to the police force. Then he spotted Norman coming from the kitchen.
"And what the hell do you think you're doing wandering around my house?" Your wife offered me a cup of tea." "You've been talking to my wife? How dare you?" Maunder roared. "Get out of my house, the pair of you! You'll pay for this. It's harassment. I'll be talking to the chief constable and to my lawyer."
"Right," said Norman, as he ducked past Maunder to join Slater by the front door. "We'll let ourselves out then, shall we?"
"That seemed to go well," observed Norman, tongue firmly in cheek, as they drove off.
"The guy's a real charmer, just like you said," said Slater. "He didn't like it at all when I suggested there was something fishy about their break-in. And when I asked him about Winter, well, he denied knowing Winter or about any letter, but he went crazy. I thought he was going to go into orbit."
Yeah, see, I told you he was an arse, said Norman. But how does a guy like that end up with such a lovely wife? She's his polar opposite, honestly. She's sweet and gentle. She made me a cup of tea and we had a cosy little chat. She tells me it was her husband who was supposed to put the jewellery box away that night, and she assures me there's absolutely nothing wrong with his memory.
That more or less confirms it, then. I bet if we get a search warrant, we'll find the stuff still there somewhere.
Yeah, good luck with getting someone to sanction that. I think we'll have more luck coming at him from the other direction. His wife confirms they have no kids. She says to make up for it, he's always done lots for children's charities. And get this, he used to spend loads of his spare time down at Hatton House when it was open.
Do you think she knows what he was really doing down there? Asked Slater.
I don't think so, said Norman. She sees him as spiky on the outside, but with a heart of gold on the inside. She thinks he's one of the good guys.
"I found you a real live ex-staff member," announced Jolly when they got back to the office. "Gordon Ferguson. He lives in a nursing home down Portsmouth way. I've spoken to the staff there. They say he's a bit of a loner, keeps himself to himself. He's quite frail, but he's also quite lucid, and he never gets any visitors, so he'd probably appreciate someone going to see him."
"Now we're getting somewhere," said Slater. "Well done, Jane."
"I've also located some records to do with Hatton House," she said. "They're archived at the County Council's offices. The only problem is they've got no one to sort through them, so this afternoon I'm going to go down and start sorting through it all myself."
"Are you okay with that?" asked Norman.
"It's got to be done," she said, "and I'm sure I can do it a lot more efficiently than you two."
"Ouch," said Norman. "I felt that."
Chapter 25. When Jolly had finally tracked down the whereabouts of the records she was looking for, she had been warned about the likely condition of both the records themselves and the place where they were kept. Now she had reached that place, she could see they hadn't been joking. She was surprised to find the archive appeared to be run by a young man who looked about 13 years old. He introduced himself as Ryan.
"Everything you want will be down the far end there," he said,
pointing to the far end of the basement area. He was obviously none too keen on actually going with her to help in any way, although he didn't say as much.
"Right, thank you,"
she said doubtfully, surveying the rows of dusty shelves packed tightly with boxes and boxes of paperwork.
"Do I get any sort of clue about exactly where it might be, or what it might look like?"
"Sorry," he said. "I've never been down that far, so I couldn't tell you what's down there. I suppose it'll be in archive boxes like the rest of it."
"Oh, great. That's really helpful," she said testily.
"Old Mr. Rogers would know exactly where everything was," he said.
"Where's he today?"
she asked, hopefully. If he was on a day off, maybe she could come back tomorrow.
"In his grave," Ryan said. "He died all of a sudden. He had a heart attack. Left me in charge of this bloody lot, but I'd only been here a week, so he never got round to showing me what's what."
"That was very inconsiderate of him,"
said Jolly acidly, but her sarcasm was wasted. If the youthful Ryan had detected her tone, it certainly didn't show.
"Yeah," he agreed. "He was a bit of a selfish old git."
"It's been lovely talking to you," said Jolly, "but I'm afraid I need to get on. It looks like I've got a lot to do."
She slung her rucksack over her shoulder and made to walk past him.
"Sorry, you can't take that in there."
He pointed at the rucksack.
"Why not?"
"I don't know what's inside it, do I?"
"But it's just overalls, face masks and stuff, so I don't get covered in dust and other assorted crap."
"You might want to smuggle something out," Ryan said gravely. "I can't allow that."
"I'm the bloody police, you moron!" Jolly snapped. I'm looking for evidence, and I can assure you if I find any, I don't need to smuggle it out. I'll bloody well walk out with it under my arm. Are you clear on that?"
Ryan looked distinctly embarrassed.
All right, he said. I'm just doing my job.
"No, Ryan," said Jolly, "you're not doing your job. You're obstructing a police inquiry, and the police are beginning to lose their patience. Now, are you going to let me past?"
The young man looked like a rabbit caught in the headlights and quickly stood aside.
"Thank you," she said. "It wasn't so difficult, was it?"
She stepped past him and started to make her way through the basement. At the beginning it was all neat and tidy and relatively dust-free, but she couldn't quite get her head around the sheer volume of paperwork that seemed to represent just 1 month's work. If this was the paperless society computers were supposed to have heralded, she thought, then we're all in serious trouble. By the time she had gone back 15 years to the turn of the century, the dust was thick enough to write her name. It was time to don the blue Smurf suit she persuaded Ian Bex to part with. When she told him why she wanted one, he'd also supplied her with goggles, a face mask with several spare filters, and a head torch. She wasn't sure she'd need the goggles, but already she could see the face mask had been a good idea. As she headed deeper into the archive and the lights became less effective, she knew she was also going to be grateful for the head torch. It took her an hour to locate what she was looking for. The dust was so thick on top of the boxes, it was obvious they hadn't been opened in years. She was undecided if this was a good sign or a bad sign, but at least it meant no one else had been looking here, so perhaps for once they were ahead of the game. Then again, she thought, it could mean there was nothing here to find. Finally, she realized all this speculation was getting her nowhere. She wasn't going to know one way or the other unless she opened the boxes and looked inside. Over the next 2 hours, she looked through 6 of the archive boxes, but found no reference to Hatton House or any other orphanage. The filing system seemed to be a bit hit and miss. Some boxes seemed to contain everything from a single year, and some contained documents relating only to a single subject. The head torch proved to be invaluable in the gloom, but even so she could feel a headache beginning to develop. She decided to take a break and get away from all this dirt and dust for a while, and made her way back up to the front end of the archive, where the air was cleaner and the light was better.
"Jesus," said Ryan when she emerged, covered in dust and grime. "Look at the state of you."
"Yes," said Jolly. "Look at the state of your archive, you mean?"
"I honestly had no idea it was that bad," he said. "That's disgraceful."
He jumped up from his desk and pushed at the bars of a fire door.
"Here," he said, "come outside and get some fresh air. I'll get you a cup of tea."
She was totally unprepared for this change in his attitude, but so grateful to see daylight and fresh air she didn't pass comment. She stepped outside, dragged off her overalls and face mask, and sank onto a chair.
"Here you are,"
said Ryan, carrying a mug of tea out to her.
"You shouldn't be working down there in all that shit. It can't be doing you any good."
"I don't have much choice, do I?" she said. "It's got to be done."
"Yeah," he said, "but I've got an idea. Why don't we load the boxes onto my sack barrow and bring them up this end where there's some decent light?"
"We?" she said, surprised. "Are you offering to help?"
"I'll give you a hand if you like. I've got nothing else to do. This job gets so boring I sometimes wonder if anyone actually knows I'm down here. It'll make a change to have something useful to do. If anyone asks what I'm doing, I'll tell them I'm starting to sort out the archive. They won't know the difference anyway."
"I'd really appreciate that," said Jolly. "Thank you, Ryan."
"To tell the truth," he said quietly, "I think I owe you that much. I don't know why I was so shitty earlier. Perhaps it's because I'm so bloody bored, but it's not your fault, is it? There's no excuse for it. I was just being an arsehole because I could, I suppose."
"That's all right," she said. "What are you, 18?
"Yeah," he nodded shyly.
"Well, that explains it then."
She smiled at him.
Being an arsehole sometimes goes with the territory. It's part of what being 18's all about."
"You're all right, you are," said Ryan. "I tell you what, you drink your tea, and then we'll get started."
Having led Ryan down the back of the archive and shown him which boxes she wanted to look through, the whole operation began to move more quickly. He proved to be a keen, willing worker, despite the dirty conditions, and was happy to do as directed. Jolly eventually made her first breakthrough late in the afternoon, when Ryan wheeled out a whole box devoted to child welfare. After much sorting, she finally came up with a list of all the children who had been sent to Hatton House from 1956 up to 1964 when it closed. Then, in the very next box, she struck gold in the form of records and documents from Hatton House itself. She beamed a smile at the now grubby, dusty teenager.
"Ryan," she said, beaming, "I could kiss you."
"Steady on," he said doubtfully. "You must be old enough to be my mum."
Then he noticed the look on her face.
"No offence, like," he added.
Chapter 26. Slater was heading south towards the coast and the Belmont nursing home, which sat on a hill high above Portsmouth, overlooking the town, the old naval dockyards, and out across the sea. He was driving alone, as Norman had booked the afternoon off for reasons unknown. Slater was nosy enough to ask, but also understanding enough to accept Norman's stonewalling of his questions. If he didn't want to share his business, that was okay. The subject of his visit was Gordon Ferguson, the sole surviving member of staff from Hatton House. Ferguson had been the gardener at Hatton House from 1950, when the home had opened, right through until it had closed in 1964, so Slater was optimistic about his chances of learning something useful from his trip. It was a sunny day, and despite the fact it was late afternoon in February, there were a few hardy souls huddled together on the benches that were dotted about the sun terrace at the back of the building. And then there was one man who sat alone on a bench apart from the rest, staring out to sea. He was wrapped in a huge black coat, with a blue and white scarf coiled around his neck, and a matching woolen hat on his head.
"That's him," said the carer, pointing, "on his own as usual. He spends most of his time out here on his own, even when it's freezing cold. He prefers to keep himself to himself, and he can be a bit grumpy, but mostly he's okay."
She gave him a kindly smile.
"Do you need me to take you over to meet him?"
"I don't think that's necessary," said Slater, looking at the badge pinned to the front of her uniform blouse. "Thank you, Maggie. You've been very helpful."
"That's okay," she said. "If you need anything else, you'll find me in or around the reception area. Just ring the bell if you can't see me."
She hurried back inside. Despite the warm sunshine, there was an icy wind blowing in from the sea, and Slater was grateful for his own thick, warm coat, which he kept in his car just in case. He turned the collar up and walked towards the solitary old man. He eased himself onto the bench, close, but not too close, to the old man, who studiously ignored him and continued staring into the distance.
"Mr. Ferguson," he said, after a minute or so, "my name's D.S. Slater. I believe they told you I was coming."
The old man turned to look at him, and Slater's heart gave a little flutter of excitement. His face had the weathered look of a man who had spent his life working outside in all conditions, but he was unmistakably the man in the photograph with the little girl, which was in his pocket.
"Aye, they told me," the old man said eventually, "but they didn't tell me why."
His voice was a low growl, with just a faint trace of a Scottish accent remaining.
"We're running a murder inquiry," said Slater. "Our investigations have led us to an orphanage that was open in the 50s and closed in the mid-60s. It was called Hatton House. Do you know it?"
I can't say I do.
Ferguson brushed an enormous, gnarled hand across his face.
That's funny,
said Slater, "because there's a Gordon Ferguson listed as a member of staff. He was the gardener. With hands like that, I reckon you were probably a gardener. Am I right?"
"I'm an old man," said Ferguson. "My memory is not what it was."
"According to the staff here, your memory is just fine," said Slater.
"You're wasting your time. I can't tell you anything."
"I haven't asked you anything yet." The old man just grunted in response. "You must have been good at your job," said Slater. "I mean, you were there from the day it opened. And I've seen those gardens. They're beautiful, even now. And that walled vegetable plot, I bet you grew some stuff there."
"You'll not flatter me with your fancy talk," Ferguson said. "I told you, I can't tell you anything."
"Maybe you just need something to jog your memory." Slater slipped his right hand into his pocket. "How about this?" He held the photograph out in front of Ferguson so he could see it. The old man's face seemed to almost fold upon itself, but then he quickly looked away. "Remember now?" asked Slater gently. The old man continued to stare into the distance, but said nothing. The photograph obviously meant something to him, so Slater decided it would be worth his while to be patient and wait a few minutes if he had to.
"Where on earth did you get that?"
the old man asked at last, but he wouldn't look at Slater. "I told you, we've been making inquiries," said Slater. "We found this in a log cabin in the gardens at Hatton House."
"Is the house still standing?"
Ferguson sounded surprised as he turned back to Slater, the track of a solitary tear still wet on his face. "The house is just about falling down," explained Slater, "but the gardens are still beautiful. The lady who lives in the log cabin has looked after them really well. She kept them just as you did. I bet you would be proud if you could see them now."
"I don't know what you're talking about."
Ferguson looked at the ground.
"I told you I can't tell you anything."
"Her name's Florence," said Slater. "She told us she was looking for someone called Dougal. Do you remember anyone called Dougal?" The old man's face crumpled again, but this time he didn't hide it, and a sob shook his body. Another tear escaped and began its course down his cheek.
"Aye,"
he said sadly,
"I know Dougal. No one ever called me Gordon. I was always Dougal."
"You're Dougal?" cried Slater in surprise. "But she's always asking for you."
"Why is that such a surprise? I was the only one who ever showed her any kindness."
"But I thought—" Slater's voice trailed off. He studied the photograph again. "But in this photograph she looks terrified. We thought that was because you were abusing her."
"Me?"
Ferguson looked appalled.
"I didn't abuse any children."
"But this photograph—"
"She wasn't terrified of me, you bloody fool."
Ferguson shook his head furiously.
"She was terrified of the man taking the photograph. And so was I."
"I think you need to tell me about this, don't you, Mr. Ferguson?"
"It's a bit late now, son. You couldn't do anything about it back then, and it's way too late to do anything about it now."
"So you knew about the child abuse back then?"
"I already told you I don't know anything," said Ferguson. "They told me if I said anything, they'd tell the police about what I'd done, and then I'd get put away for life."
"What did you do that you could get put away for life?" asked Slater.
"That was an accident, is what it was. But they said they'd tell the police it wasn't an accident. I didn't know what to do, so in the end I did what they told me."
Slater was thinking hard. They needed a statement from this man, but it had to be done properly. He was old and upset. By the time they got him to Tinton, it would be getting late. He had to consider his health. "I think I need you to come to Tinton and make a full statement, Mr. Ferguson. If I send a car, will you agree to come?" "I don't think so, no," said Ferguson. "I think you have to. It's time the record was put straight, don't you agree?" "It's much too late for that now," said Ferguson. "I think you should let sleeping dogs lie. I'm not coming, Mr. Slater. I'm sorry, but I won't do it." On the way back through reception, Slater found Maggie, the kindly carer.
"Was he all right?" she asked. "Not too grumpy?"
"He's a bit upset," explained Slater. "Things from the past, you know. We need to take a full statement from him, but at the moment he doesn't want to help us. I'll give him a couple of days to think about it, and then I'll try again."
"He's not in any trouble, is he?" she asked, anxiously. "Only he's not well, you see. He looks okay, but he's got terminal cancer. We're managing it, but he's probably only got about 6 months left."
"It's not what he's done, Maggie. It's what he knows about things others have done."
"Oh, right," she said. "Well, if he changes his mind, I don't think it will do him any harm. It's funny, he's been here all this time and never had a visitor. Then he gets 2 in 2 days."
"He does?" Slater's curiosity was aroused. "Who was the other one?"
"It was yesterday evening. It's recorded in the book here, but it doesn't say who the visitor was. I was off duty by then."
"Who was on duty?"
"That'll be Sheila Watts," said Maggie, "but she won't be on duty until later."
"If I leave my number, do you think it would be possible for her to call me?" he asked.
"Leave it with me. I'll be handing over to her. I'll tell her myself."
"Thanks, Maggie. You're an angel," said Slater, smiling at her. Chapter 27. Slater had been so busy with what he had dubbed the Magic Roundabout inquiry, it seemed to have been a long time since he had spent an uninterrupted evening together with Cindy. He had warned her right from the start that the very nature of his job meant he was always on call, but she had been quite convinced she could cope with that. He knew from painful experience, however, that saying you can cope with a situation and actually being able to cope with it were two very different things. It was one of the reasons he had insisted they should not move in together yet. It would be much better for her, he had explained, if she didn't feel obliged to be there waiting for him to come home. But tonight, he had promised her on the phone earlier, she would have his undivided attention. In return, she had promised to cook dinner for him. However, she had warned him, if she was going to go to all that trouble, he had to be there on time, or it would spoil. If he failed to appear by 7:30 p.m., it would be going into the dustbin. Taking heed of her warning, he made it back from Portsmouth with just enough time to get home, shower, change, and drive over to her house, arriving at 7:25 p.m. bearing a chilled bottle of champagne. "Are we celebrating?" she asked, when he handed her the champagne. "Yes," he said, "we're celebrating how lucky I am to have met you. Now put that bottle down and let me show you how much I've missed you." He took the bottle from her and placed it on the floor, before enveloping her in a huge hug and giving her a big wet kiss. "Oh, goodness," she breathed into his ear. "This is going to have to stop right now, or dinner's going to get ruined." "I don't care," he said, breathing in her wonderful smell. "I'm sure you don't," she said, pushing him away. "But I've been slaving away for hours, and if you don't eat now, you'll be hungry later." "I'm hungry right now," he said, a wicked grin crossing his face. "We'll get to that later, Mr. Slater. I haven't been cooking all evening so I can throw it away. Food first, after's after." "I can't wait," he whispered, releasing his hold on her. I love afters.
I'm sure you only want me for my body, she said as she returned to her cooker.
And the cooking, he teased, coming up behind her and encircling her with his arms again. It's almost as good.
Go and find 2 glasses, she said, flapping a tea towel at him over her shoulder. And get that bottle open, now.
By 9 o'clock they had finished dinner and retreated to the lounge where they had settled together on the settee to finish their champagne.
We need to clear up,
Cindy said drowsily. Later, said Slater, as he pulled Cindy close to him. Let's finish the champagne first. But they soon forgot all about finishing champagne and clearing up. Laying so close together, something much more urgent was beginning to capture their attention, and it was something that needed satisfying right now.
Do you think we should go upstairs?
Mumbled Slater as he stopped briefly to draw breath.
Come on then, quickly,
whispered Cindy huskily. She almost dragged him from the settee and ran for the stairs. He chased after her, and they fell tumbling at the foot of the stairs, exchanging more kisses, their hands all over each other.
No, not here, she said finally, breaking free and rushing up the stairs. I really need you. But upstairs, come on.
By the time he got to her bedroom, she was already naked and slipping under the covers. He felt himself rising to the occasion as he threw off his own clothes.
Is that a truncheon I see, Sergeant?
She muttered saucily.
Or are you just pleased to see me with my clothes off?
He stood to attention and saluted.
If you don't behave yourself, madam,
he said in his best carry-on film voice, I just might have to use it.
Oh, officer, she breathed, you'd better show me what you mean.
Slater thought he was going to burst with excitement as he slid into bed and climbed into position above Cindy's gorgeous, waiting body. And then his mobile phone began to ring.
Oh,
he began to say.
Shh, ignore it,
she pleaded, putting her finger to his lips to stifle his swearing.
They can leave a message. Focus on me. My need is much greater than theirs, trust me.
The phone stopped ringing, and he tried desperately hard to concentrate his attention on Cindy and give her what she needed. But it was too late. The moment was gone, and so was his truncheon. And then the bloody phone started ringing again.
Oh, for fuck's sake!
She snapped angrily into his face.
There, I've said it for you now. What, am I not supposed to swear? Or perhaps you think it's the sole preserve of men to have the satisfaction of being able to release their frustration with some good old-fashioned bad language. And believe me, when I say frustration, I really mean frustration.
Her voice had become increasingly aggressive as she delivered her speech, almost screaming and spitting with anger as she produced the final sentence right into his face. Slater was still in position above her, knees between hers, propped up with his hands either side of her face, and for a moment something in his head told him how absurd the situation was. For a split second he was close to laughing out loud, but fortunately Cindy seemed to mistake it for a grimace of discomfort rather than the grin it almost became. And this really was no laughing matter. He had been completely unprepared for a situation like this, and he really didn't know what to say next, or what to do next. But he didn't need to worry. Cindy seemed to know exactly what he should do next.
"Will you go and answer that bloody phone?" she yelled.
Yeah, of course," he mumbled. "It's over there somewhere." He nodded his head towards his jeans, lying in a heap on the floor.
"Well, you better go and find it then," she snapped.
Sadly, helplessly, he climbed out of bed and found his trousers. He took the phone from his pocket and slipped the trousers on. "Dave Slater," he said into the phone.
"Sergeant Slater," said a woman's voice. "This is Sheila Watts from the Belmont Nursing Home."
"Ah, right, yes, of course," said Slater, remembering now. He sat down on the edge of the bed and stared absently at the floor as he listened.
"I'm sorry I'm calling so late," she said. "We had an emergency that couldn't wait, you know."
"That's okay," he said, thinking it really wasn't okay. But he could hardly complain about her interrupting his sex life, could he? After all, he did leave a message asking her to call.
"Maggie said you were interested in old Dougal's visitor yesterday evening."
"Yes, that's right," he said. "Did the person leave a name?" He was aware of Cindy moving around, but he focused on the call.
"Well, he signed in and out," she said, "but I think perhaps he was a doctor, or some sort of professional like that. I certainly can't read his signature, and he didn't bother to print his name like people are supposed to."
Yeah, a clear signature and printed name. That would have been way too easy, thought Slater. "Can you describe him, Mrs. Watts?" he asked.
"I would say he was 60-ish, she said. "Quite nice looking, about 6 feet tall with silver-grey hair. He had nice blue eyes. And he had a lovely smile," she said. "He was nice. He looked sort of kind, if you know what I mean."
Slater thought that could be anyone, really, but it could be useful. "So there was nothing particularly special about him?" he asked.
"Not really," she said. "He had nice aftershave on. Unusual smell it was. Not one I recognized."
"How was he dressed? In a suit?" asked Slater.
"Oh, no, casual," she replied. "Trousers, a shirt, and a sweater. Quite smart and tidy, but definitely casual."
"Did you see what car he was driving?" asked Slater hopefully.
"No, sorry," she said. "We can't see the car park from the reception desk. I'm sorry if I'm not being very helpful."
"Not at all," Slater lied. "You've been very helpful. And thank you for taking the time to call me." He ended the call. Sheila Watts hadn't been a great deal of help, really, and certainly not enough to sacrifice his sex life for, but it wasn't her fault. The timing had been unfortunate, to say the least, but it hadn't been deliberate. The problem was going to be explaining that to Cindy. He got dressed properly and made his way downstairs. Cindy was in the kitchen, slamming things into the dishwasher. "I'm sorry about that," he said. "It was about this murder case. I forgot I asked that woman to call me back. I had to answer it."
"You didn't have to even have it switched on," argued Cindy. "It's supposed to be your night off. You told me I would have your undivided attention. Those were the words you used, weren't they?"
"Yes," he said guiltily. "Those were the words. And I meant it."
"Well, obviously that's a lie," she said. "Or you would have switched your phone off and made sure no one could disturb us."
"I didn't lie, Cindy. To say I lied means you think I did it on purpose to deceive you. Do you really think I'd do that?"
"I don't know what to think right now. I hardly ever see you, and when I do, I don't know if you're going to stay or get dragged off at any moment. I'm sorry, but I'm not sure I want to spend my life competing with your job. Do you understand?"
"Ah, I see," he said. "It's you or the job, is it? I did warn you right from day one that it would be like this, didn't I?"
"Yes,"
she admitted sadly,
"but I had no idea it would be this bad."
She began to cry. He wanted to hold her, but he stayed where he was. "Don't ask me to make this choice now, Cindy. We've only been together a few months. I could throw my job in today, and then in a few more months find we have no future anyway."
"I know," she sobbed. "I know. It's just that we never get any time together. Perhaps if we could go away for a couple of weeks."
She looked into his face, and now he did go to her, but only to give her a consoling cuddle. A couple of weeks away would be great, but the problem would still be here when we got back, he said. "I think it's best if I go home now. You need some time to think about what it is you want. Call me when you're ready to talk, okay?" He left with a heavy heart. Up until now, he'd thought that if it came to it, he would happily walk away from his job for Cindy. But now he knew that wasn't the case. Perhaps she wasn't the one after all. Chapter 28. Jolly looked at the clock on the wall. It was almost 8:30 a.m., and so far there had been no sign of Slater or Norman. It wasn't like either of them to arrive more than a few minutes after 7:30 a.m., and if they had to be somewhere else, they would have called. She was beginning to wonder what could have happened to them. Across the other side of the station, in DCI Bob Murray's office, Murray's temper was happening to them. They had both been called first thing this morning with a direct order from the old man, in person. This was unheard of.
"Be in my office, 8 o'clock sharp,"
had been the curt instruction. Those 7 words conveyed the message loud and clear. This wasn't a request. It was an instruction. They didn't need to be told why they had been summoned. Maunder had promised they would regret calling on him, and it seemed he had been true to his word. For almost half an hour they had been read the Riot Act, without let-up. It appeared not only Sir Robert, but the Chief Constable and Sir Robert's solicitor had been on to Murray, and they had obviously got their message across. Murray was now passing on that message, with bells on.
"What on earth were you thinking going to his house?"
he asked them, but he didn't wait for a reply.
"I specifically told you, Norman, to stay away from Sir Robert Maunder, didn't I?"
"Yes, sir," mumbled Norman. "With respect, sir," interrupted Slater, "that was my decision."
"Did I ask you to interrupt?"
snapped Murray.
"And don't patronize me with that 'with respect' rubbish. If you had any respect for anyone, we wouldn't be having this discussion now."
Discussion, thought Slater. That's a laugh. They hadn't been able to get a word in edgeways for the last half hour. And he was getting seriously pissed off with this "let's protect Sir Robert" crap. The guy might have a knighthood, but he was still crooked. Why wouldn't any of them see it?
"If the Chief Constable had his way, you two would be back directing traffic," warned Murray. "I take it you shared the decision to go and annoy Sir Robert yesterday. So whatever either of you has to say now by way of an explanation had better be bloody good."
"Oh," said Slater, ready for war. "We are actually allowed to speak then, are we?"
"I think it would be better for all of us if D.S. Norman made the excuses and you kept quiet, Slater," Murray said after a moment. "Your lack of respect is going to make you say something you'll regret."
"Yeah, but—" began Slater.
"You will remain silent,"
roared Murray, looking well and truly at the end of his tether.
"Do you understand?"
"Yes, sir," said a seething Slater. "I understand."
"Well, that makes a change,"
said Murray. He turned to Norman.
"It was a joint decision, was it?" he asked.
"Yes, sir," said Norman. "Based on the evidence we've uncovered, we have reason to believe Sir Robert Maunder could well have been involved in child abuse back in the 60s.
"You do realize who this man is? He's a knight of the realm, for goodness sake. One of the reasons he got that honor was because of his charitable work with and for children."
"Yes, we know all that, sir," agreed Norman. "But he wouldn't be the first person to receive a knighthood and then turn out to be not quite the wonderful person everyone had thought he was." That's an understatement, Slater thought.
"And this is based on what evidence?"
Murray asked. "You remember Mr. Winter, the old guy who seemed to have died by accident, but we later found had been murdered? It turns out he grew up in an orphanage Maunder used to frequent. Mr. Winter's sister was abused on a regular basis there. Mr. Winter named Sir Robert Maunder as the ringleader of the abusers. We even have a copy of a letter he sent to Sir Robert naming him as the ringleader. We think that could have been why he was murdered."
"Where's this sister now?"
"She's our latest murder victim," said Norman.
We believe she was killed because she was the only surviving witness to what happened back then. We also have reason to believe the so-called break-in Sir Robert reported was faked.
Why would he fake it?
That's what we wanted to know.
Why didn't you come and tell me all this before you went up there?
Can I speak? Asked Slater. Murray nodded.
But think first,
he said, a note of warning in his voice. The reason we chose not to tell you was because we thought you'd order us not to go, explained Slater. But the way we saw it, we had a legitimate excuse for going up there, and we figured it made sense while we were up there to shake his tree and see if anything fell out.
And did anything fall out?
He certainly knows a lot more about what went on at that orphanage than he's admitting, said Slater.
And his wife tells me there's nothing wrong with his memory, added Norman, yet he managed to forget to set the alarm and then forget to put away her jewels on the same night.
So you think he might have been involved in child abuse, but all you have is the written testimony of a dead man, and your only potential witness is now also dead, said Murray. Is that right?
So far, said Norman.
So really you've got no proof, Murray sighed. How do you know this Mr. Winter is for real? Maybe he just wanted to smear Sir Robert's name.
We haven't found anything to suggest that, argued Norman.
That doesn't mean I'm wrong, does it? And then there's the break-in. What are you suggesting? Insurance fraud? You've seen his house. Does he really look as though he's short of money? Slater sighed heavily.
Why are you all so convinced this guy's a saint? He asked.
Because so far you've given me no compelling evidence to believe he isn't. Why are you so sure he isn't?
I just know it, said Slater.
Gut instinct isn't a reliable form of evidence. It's certainly not a good enough reason to go charging around accusing someone, said Murray. If you want to change my mind, you'll need to bring me something a bit more convincing than your personal hunch. In the meantime, you do not go near Sir Robert, his wife, or his house without first speaking to me, unless, of course, you'd like to be directing traffic. Is that clear?
Yes, sir, they chorused.
Now clear off and do something useful, like solving those 2 murders, said Murray. And I want to be kept informed of all developments. As you don't seem to be able to keep yourselves out of trouble, I suppose I'll have to monitor what you're doing. As if I don't already have enough to do.
Can I ask one more question? Asked Norman.
Go on,
growled Murray. Who's Maunder's solicitor?
Murray studied the notepad he'd scrawled the chief constable's dire warnings on. Someone called John Hunter, he said. Slater exchanged a look with Norman. Does it matter? Murray asked.
No, probably not. Just curious, said Norman.
Well, that just about rounds off a fabulous 12 hours in the wonderfully fulfilling life of D.S. Dave Slater, grumbled Slater to Norman as they walked across to the canteen.
Problems?
I think Cindy's had enough. Slater sighed miserably. We had a big bust-up last night.
Don't tell me, said Norman. It's the old me or the job argument, right?
You said it.
It always happens. I bet there's not a cop alive who hasn't had the same problem.
They were in the canteen now. Slater was collecting 3 coffees.
And doughnuts, Norman reminded him. This is definitely a doughnut morning after that bollocking from the old man.
They gathered up their drinks and cakes and headed back to their office. The thing is, continued Slater, going back to the original conversation, I actually thought if it came to it I would give up the job for her, you know? But now I'm not sure I would.
Torn between 2 lovers, said Norman. That's bad news. So, What are you going to do?"
I told her we should spend some time apart, see if we can work out what we both really want. I told her to call me when she's ready to talk.
Wow, so this is really serious. Do you think you'll work it out?
Seriously? No, I don't think we will, said Slater. Oh, shit, said Norman, and he looked genuinely concerned.
I'm sorry to hear that. Are you okay?
That's the weird thing, said Slater. Now I've slept on it, I'm actually feeling quite relieved.
Oh, right.
Norman hovered for a moment, as if he didn't know what to say. He gave an uncertain smile, then pushed their office door open, stepping aside to allow Slater to carry their goodies through. I suppose that says quite a lot of negative stuff about me and the depth of my feelings, suggested Slater as he stepped into the room.
I think it says a whole lot more about the depth of your relationship with Cindy,
observed Norman as he followed him in. Jolly had commandeered the spare desk. She was going through piles of dusty old files and papers she had recovered from the county council archive. "Where on earth have you two been?" she asked, looking up from her work. "I've been worried sick. You never called or left a message." "When the old man calls, personally, to summon you to his office first thing in the morning, Jane," replied Slater, placing the refreshments on his desk. "You're so busy wondering what's going to happen, you tend not to think about telling anyone. I'm sorry. We should have let you know."
"But we have brought coffee and donuts as compensation,"
Norman piped up. "He called himself," said Jolly, looking surprised. "That must have been important. Am I allowed to ask what he wanted?"
"2 detective sergeants for breakfast," answered Norman with a wry smile.
"Why? What have you done?" "We dared to suggest that the well-known Saint Sir Robert Maunder might not be quite as holy as the chief constable thinks he is," explained Slater.
"Apparently, if we want to speak to him again or even mention his name, we have to get special permission," added Norman.
"That's going to make things rather awkward," said Jolly. "If he's out of bounds, it's going to be a bit like having your hands tied behind your back." "It makes it difficult," said Slater, "but not impossible. Even with our hands tied, we can still ask questions. There are plenty of other avenues to explore without going anywhere near Maunder." "Speaking of which," Jolly turned back to her dusty papers. "I've been looking through this Hatton House stuff I found yesterday. I've got a long way to go yet, but there's a record of kids added to the register as new arrivals. I've compared it with the list of kids sent there through child welfare, and it seems there were more kids sent than were actually registered as arriving."
"What?" asked Norman.
"Yes, it's a bit strange, isn't it? I thought I'd made a mistake at first, but I've double-checked. There are at least 5 kids who were sent there but never appeared on the Hatton House register. One of them is Julia Winter, or as we know her, Florence. Her brother is registered, but there's no sign of her name appearing anywhere. According to the records, she never arrived there." "Because she was a special one," said Slater. "That's exactly what Mr. Winter said. The special ones were kept apart from the others."
"And if they weren't on the register, they didn't officially exist," added Norman. "So anyone visiting the home could check the number of kids against the register, but wouldn't realize there were some others hidden away."
"But what happened to them?" asked Jolly. "Where did they go? Surely when they grow up they would have to move them on somewhere else."
"Or dispose of them," said Slater ominously. "Oh, don't say that," Norman said, sighing heavily. "I hate dealing with dead kids, even if they died 50 years ago."
"We can't ignore the possibility, can we?" said Slater. "We're going to have to search the grounds."
"Do you want me to go and see Bexy?" said Norman. "We're going to need some fancy equipment and a lot of search-trained people if we're going to search those gardens. They're huge."
"Let me go," said Slater. "I think it's time I went down there and made peace, don't you?"
And what about John Hunter? Asked Norman. His name seems to be cropping up a bit too often for my liking. First he's Winter's solicitor, now he's Maunder's solicitor.
Jolly had looked up at the sound of Hunter's name. So he's a solicitor, she said quickly, and Tinton's a small town. I think you'll find there aren't exactly huge numbers of solicitors to choose from. How would you describe him, Jane? Asked Slater. What sort of question is that? Just humour me a minute. Well, she began, her face slightly pink. He's in his 60s, 6 feet plus, nice-looking, with silver-grey hair and blue eyes. He's got a very reassuring manner that creates a sense of trust. Oh, and he smells nice.
You fancy him, teased Norman. Do you go around sniffing all the men you meet?
No, I do not fancy him, she protested, but her cheeks blushed a deeper shade of pink. I simply mean he wears nice aftershave. He's a very nice man, and I'll have you know, it makes a change to meet a real gentleman once in a while.
So what's wrong with us? Asked Norman, looking offended.
You're different, said Jolly.
Thank you, Jane, said Slater, jumping in before Norman got carried away with his hurt and offended act. That's almost exactly the description of the man who went to see Gordon Ferguson the night before last. Well, 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 said Norman. Another coincidence. We'd better put him on our visit list. At least we don't have to ask permission to speak to him, unless, of course, Jane here has a problem with that.
Oh, hush, said Jolly. If you want to waste your time, that's your affair. I'm sure he'll have a perfectly good explanation for being there.
Wow, said Norman. You really do think he's special, don't you?
Of course not, she said, turning back to her work. But the colour that had risen to her face told a different story. Chapter 29. After his earlier dressing down, Slater thought it might be prudent to inform Murray what they had unearthed, and of his intention to initiate a search of the gardens. To his amazement, Murray gave him the go-ahead without imposing any conditions. Before the old man could have a change of heart, he'd headed straight down to the basement to speak to Ian Becks. He had been expecting a hard time from Becks after their disagreement, but to his surprise, the forensics chief appeared to have forgiven and forgotten. Or at least he said he had. Slater found this hard to believe from a man who had a reputation for sulking and bearing grudges, and he fully expected the situation to come back and bite him on the arse at some point in the future. But right now he was far more concerned with getting a team out to search the grounds at Hatton House. Half an hour later, Becks was on the phone. "Right," he said, "I've got a team ready to start work this afternoon, and I've even managed to rustle up a couple of cadaver dogs to help us out." "Will we need them?" asked Slater. "If there are any bodies out there, they'll have been underground for 50 years. It won't be cadavers we'll find, just skeletons." "You don't look a gift horse in the mouth, mate. I think we were offered them because the dogs need the practice. But one of them is a bit of a legend, and is supposed to have detected a skeleton before, so it can't do any harm, can it? I've also managed to scrounge one of those GPR, ground-penetrating radar systems. I did the training ages ago. I was beginning to wonder if I would ever get the chance to put it into practice." "Does it find skeletons?" "Only if we're very lucky. But it can detect the sort of disturbance that would be made in the ground by digging a grave. It works hand in hand with the dogs." "So we're all set then," said Slater. "What time do you want to get started?" "Make it 2:00. The dogs will be here by then, and everyone will have had time to eat before we start." "I'll go on up there and make sure we can access the site without any hassle," said Slater. He hadn't yet mentioned to Becks that they didn't have the faintest idea where to start looking. As promised, by 2:00, Ian Becks and his team were on site and ready to go. They had all gathered around Slater, looking expectant. But there was a bit of a problem. The sky above them was a dirty grey colour, It wasn't raining yet, but it was on the way.
"What do you mean you have no idea where to search?" Bex asked Slater. "Surely you must have some idea. You haven't brought us out here on a wild goose chase, have you?"
As the implications of Bex's question sunk in, Slater found himself surrounded by hostile faces and accusing looks. He shifted uncomfortably.
"All right, everyone, I can see how this looks, but let me explain," he began awkwardly. "We know for sure that at least 5 of the kids who were sent here back in the 60s were never registered as arriving, and seem to have disappeared without trace. The reason we're so sure this is fact is because Mr. Winter and his sister were sent here at the same time. He appears on the register, but she doesn't. According to the evidence we have found so far, there was a group of kids called the Special Ones. We believe these were the pretty kids, boys and girls. They were kept to one side and don't appear on any register anywhere. So, officially, they didn't exist anymore. The Special Ones were being regularly abused." He stopped for a moment to let this news sink in.
"Surely someone would have noticed?"
asked one of the dog handlers.
"You'd like to think so, wouldn't you? But what if the person who would be in a position to notice was part of the paedophile ring doing the abusing?"
"Oh, no, you're kidding,"
said the dog handler, looking horrified.
"Not certain yet, but that's how it looks," said Slater grimly.
There were a few angry murmurs, and Slater knew he had them on his side.
"The question is," he continued, "what did they do with these kids when they finished with them? Presumably they reach a sell-by date and have to be disposed of."
"And you think they were murdered and buried here somewhere?" finished Bex.
"We figure it's the most likely scenario, so we can't ignore it," said Slater. "But the problem is, I can't tell you where to start looking."
"Then we'll just have to look everywhere," said the dog handler, with grim determination. "It's not right they should just be dumped like so much useless rubbish. They deserve better."
The earlier murmurs had turned into full voices now, and they were all agreed.
"Right,"
said Ian Bex, turning to his search team.
"We will cover the whole place, but we'll do it in sections, and we'll cover each section thoroughly before we move to the next. As it's surrounded by a wall, why don't we start with the vegetable garden? Get those 2 dogs going, and I'll join you with the GPR gear."
The team headed off towards the vegetable garden, while Bex and Slater headed for the vehicles, parked around the front of the old house. Bex to collect his GPR equipment, and Slater to find his wellies from the boot of his car.
"But some of that ground must have been dug over again and again," said Slater. "Surely that will affect the results."
"Yes," agreed Bex, "but if you had buried a body in there and you knew exactly where it was, would you keep digging that particular bit of ground over?"
"Ah, right, I see what you're saying."
Slater felt a little foolish.
"I'm afraid we're likely to make a mess of these gardens, especially if it starts raining."
"I don't think anyone will complain," said Slater sadly. "The only person who cared is dead now."
"This has affected you a lot, hasn't it?" asked Bex.
"It's the old man and his sister, Bexy," said Slater. "Especially the sister. I mean, can you imagine? She had been in hiding since they were little kids. I'm like Norm. I hate dealing with stuff like this."
"Where is he, anyway?"
"He'll be here soon. He just had to make a call on the way."
They had reached the forensic team's transit van. Bex swung the back doors open.
"Thanks for this, Ian," said Slater. "I'm sorry I can't point you in the right direction."
"No problem," said Bex. "If those dogs are as good as they're supposed to be, and there are kids buried here somewhere, we'll find them."
He looked up at the sky, then reached inside, grabbed the portable GPR machine, and began to sling the straps over his shoulders.
"With 2 dogs and this magic machine, we can't fail," he said, smiling confidently. "It just might take a bit longer, that's all.
Just keep your fingers crossed that it doesn't start raining too soon. It'll get a lot more difficult if that happens."
Slater watched him march off towards the vegetable garden, and then ambled across to his own car. He flipped up the boot and began to rummage through the heap of assorted coats, shoes, and general paraphernalia he carried around, until he eventually found 2 wellies and a waterproof coat. As he stood the wellies on the ground and eased his feet into them, he could hear a car approaching up the drive. The unique assortment of sounds confirmed it must be Norman's. It had to be. No one else he knew would be seen dead in that car. Sure enough, a few seconds later, Norman's car appeared coming up the drive. He waved nonchalantly as his car rattled up alongside the others. Then he crunched it into reverse gear, and the car whined and squeaked into position alongside Slater's. Slater stood and watched as the driver's door swung open, dropping a good inch or 2 on its worn hinges as it did so. As his colleague eased himself out of his seat, Slater was sure he heard the car breathe a sigh of relief, and saw the suspension rise a couple of inches. He then watched as Norman failed to slam the door shut 3 times before he remembered he had to lift it to make up for the worn hinges.
"You should sell that car to the nearest circus," said Slater. "There's nothing wrong with my car," said Norman indignantly. "It works just fine."
"Yeah, right, but it would look so much better in a circus ring. The clowns would love it."
"You don't know what you're missing. Look and learn. This is a piece of British engineering history."
"Yeah, I've looked," said Slater, laughing, "and I've learned this car is from the period when we were making really shite cars."
"I'm just going to rise above such ignorant remarks," Norman muttered.
Slater had just noticed a faint odour that seemed to be surrounding Norman. He stepped closer to Norman and took a cautious sniff. "Blimey, what's that stink?" he asked.
"I don't know what you mean," said Norman haughtily. "I can't smell anything."
Slater stepped closer still and sniffed again. "Have you been and bought some new aftershave?" he asked suspiciously. "You weren't wearing any earlier."
"I might have nipped into a shop on the way over," admitted Norman, blushing slightly.
"Ha!" Slater let out a roar of laughter. "You're not trying to impress Jolly Jane, are you? 'Cause if you are, you've made the wrong choice there, mate. That stuff stinks."
"Well, that's where you're wrong, Mr. Philistine. I'll have you know this is the very latest—"
Norman began.
"Is this because of what she said about John Hunter?" interrupted Slater.
"Of course not."
"You're sweet on her, aren't you?"
"Crap," said Norman. "She's a colleague. I am not—"
"I always thought you had a soft spot for her," interrupted Slater again. "You'll be ironing your clothes next."
"Don't you have any work to do? I didn't come up here so you could take the piss."
"Well, if you didn't want me to take the piss, you shouldn't have come up here smelling like a polecat," said Slater, beaming.
"Like a polecat?"
Norman's face drooped.
"Do you know how much this stuff cost?"
"You paid for it," said Slater. "Seriously?"
"Oh, screw you. Your problem is you have no taste. I've told you this before."
Looking at the offended expression on Norman's face, Slater thought it was probably time to stop teasing him and get back to work. But it had been good to have a laugh for a couple of minutes to lift their mood, even if it was at Norm's expense. "So, what did Mr. Hunter have to say for himself?" he asked, returning to the more serious business at hand.
"His story is that he's Gordon Ferguson's solicitor," replied Norman. "Apparently he's been doing Gordon's will. He went to see him to finalize the details."
"Yeah, right," said Slater skeptically. "So it's just coincidental he was there the night before me."
"Right," said Norman. "And did you know, in my spare time, I'm the Queen of Sheba?"
"Well, that would explain the smell," muttered Slater as Norman creaked open the boot of his car and fished out his own wellies and raincoat.
"What's that?"
"I said that boot creaks real bad when you open it."
I need to know a bit more about John Hunter, said Norman, and I intend to do just that when we finished up here.
According to the nurse I spoke to, Gordon doesn't get any visitors, said Slater. So how has he been working on Gordon's will?
That'll be one of many questions I'll be asking, replied Norman, slipping on his wellies. In the meantime, let's go see how good these dogs are.
The walled vegetable garden must have been an impressive sight in its heyday, but even now it was still quite a sight. Whatever difficulties Florence might have had, an ability to grow plants and look after a huge garden was not one of them. When Norman and Slater had been here before, they had only glanced at the vegetable garden in passing. Now they were able to take a closer look. It was obvious, even to these two non-gardeners, that she must have put an enormous amount of work into keeping these gardens neat and tidy. At the far end, almost 50 yards away, Ian Bex was marching around, pointing his GPR equipment here and there, while the two spaniels were working busily away at the behest of their handlers, noses to the ground and tails wagging furiously. 3 more men were in attendance, armed with a pick, spades and shovels should they be needed. Slater and Norman took the opportunity to poke around in the 2 long, lean-to greenhouses that ran along the south-facing wall. Along one shelf, various seeds had been sown in trays, and on another shelf, small plants were being nurtured and prepared for the coming spring.
"Geez, look at this,"
said Norman, a look of awe on his face.
"Are you sure she was doing all this on her own?"
"Can't be sure about it," said Slater, "but who the hell else could have been helping her?"
"I can't believe she did this all on her own. I mean, lots of people can manage to grow a few fruit and veg, but run a garden this size, and look after the rest of the gardens too. It takes training to learn all this stuff."
"It's hard to believe, isn't it?" agreed Slater. "From what I've seen and heard, she wasn't exactly all there, was she?"
"If there isn't anyone else, who's going to grow these on now? What a waste. She was even growing fruit trees against the wall in the other greenhouse."
Slater peered through the window in the wall dividing the 2 glasshouses.
"If she was a veggie," said Norman, "she surely would have been self-sufficient with all this lot."
"Maybe she found the gardens good therapy," said Slater. "I mean, the TV show might have helped, but there's only so many times you can watch the same thing over and over, right? But looking after these gardens would be a full-time job, and it changes with the seasons, so it's not the same thing all the time. Perhaps immersing herself in the gardens helped to keep out her demons."
"And there's the satisfaction of creating, like growing stuff and eating it. That has to make you feel good, even if it's only at a subconscious level," added Norman.
Slater looked to the far end of the garden. Everyone seemed to be gathering in one area. "Looks like they might be onto something," he said. "Let's go and see." They stomped across to the search team, which seemed to have become focused around the compost heap. "Have you found something?" asked Slater. One of the handlers pointed to his spaniel, which was sitting at one corner of the compost heap.
"There might be something here," he said, "but I can't guarantee it. With the compost heap being here, it could be there's something inside giving off the same smell."
The heap was about 4 feet high. Ian Bex was stood on top, studying the small screen of the GPR, trying to make sense of what he was seeing.
"What do you think, Ian?"
called Slater.
"It's difficult to say," he answered, stepping from the heap and heading towards them. "I would imagine a compost heap in a working vegetable garden like this gets disturbed all the time, so I'm not surprised I can't get a reading. But if the dog says we should look here, I think we should listen to what it's saying. If you think about it, this would be a bloody good place to hide a body. For a start, the heat from the compost would speed up decomposition, and you don't keep moving your compost heap around, do you? I think we should clear the heap down to ground level and then take another look."
"That makes sense to me," said Norman.
"It would have been the last place I would have looked," agreed Slater.
"Right, guys,
said Bex to his 2 diggers. "Let's get this lot moved." He stood back next to Slater and Norman and watched as his team went into action. After a few seconds, he turned to Slater. "What's that funny smell?" he asked. Slater inclined his head towards Norman. "Someone's got new aftershave," he said, grinning. Bex turned his gaze to the unfortunate Norman. "We're trying to use working dogs here," he said, struggling to keep a straight face. "They've got very sensitive noses. That stuff's going to overpower anything less powerful than a skunk." Norman looked at Bex, then Slater, and then back to Bex.
"I have only 2 words to say to you peasants," he said huffily, "and the second one is off."
Slater and Bex roared with laughter. 20 minutes later, the compost heap had been removed and a layer of loose soil removed. The spaniels were set loose again. Almost immediately, the older of the 2 dogs found what he was sniffing for and sat down to indicate where he thought there was a body. Fine drizzle began to fall as Ian Bex moved in and swept the area with his GPR machine. "I think we might have something here," he said, his excitement affecting all of them. But the rain was getting worse now. He looked up at the sky, which had turned a dark slate grey since they'd been on site. "We need to get a tent over this. If it gets too wet, it'll turn into a quagmire in no time." The dogs had done their work for now. There was no point keeping them out in the rain just for the sake of it, so they were taken back to their vehicle. It was going to be shovel power from here on in. But by the time the tent was erected, the rain had turned to hail, and the sky had become so black it was like night, even though it was still an hour before sunset. Then, as the 6 figures huddled under the tent, there was a flash of lightning and an ominous rumble from the sky. "I'm sorry, but I think we're going to have to leave this until the morning," said Ian Bex. "We haven't got good enough lights to work out here in this, and I'm not happy having my people out here in this weather. And I can't get the overtime sanctioned anyway." Slater wasn't exactly over the moon at this news, but he wasn't really surprised. There didn't seem to be any money available for anything at the moment, and they still had 2 months to go before the year end. "I think you're right," he agreed reluctantly. "If there are any bodies under here, they've been here for 50 years. Another day won't make a whole lot of difference. Maybe the weather will brighten up in the morning." "We'll be back here at 8, promised Bex. "There's no point in you coming out here to stand around. I'll call you as soon as we find anything."
"You sound very confident," Norman observed.
"I've just got a feeling," said Bex. Chapter 30. It was 9:30 the next morning when Slater took the call he had been waiting to hear, but not wanting to hear, from Ian Bex. "We've found a skull," said Bex. "I'm no expert, but I think it's an adult, not a child." "An adult?" exclaimed Slater. "But we don't have a missing adult. All the staff are accounted for. So maybe they had staff who weren't registered to look after the kids who weren't registered." "Yeah, but—" Slater didn't really know what to say. He hadn't been expecting this. "I've already phoned for the mobile pathology team," said Bex. "I had warned them we might need their help. They're on the way here now. They should be here by lunchtime. In the meantime, they've asked us to stop digging until they arrive." "Right," said Slater. "There's no point in us rushing up there until you've got something for us to see. In the meantime, I think there's someone me and Norm need to speak to about those gardens. And before I do anything, I need to speak to a higher authority. I should also let you know the dogs have found another possible site." "You're kidding me. I thought you said they couldn't detect skeletons." "It might be a false alarm, but it's the same dog that found this one, so I'm not going to argue. This time there's a shed on top, so I figure it's a good bet." "What have we got up there, Ian? A bloody graveyard?" asked an appalled Slater. "It's beginning to look like that, isn't it?" Okay, thanks for calling. We'll call in later this afternoon to see how you're doing. Slater put the phone back with a heavy heart.
Problems?
Asked Jolly. They've found one body already, and one of the dogs seems to think there's another site close by, he said.
Oh, I see. Not so good then, she said grimly.
I'm beginning to wonder what exactly we've uncovered up there.
You can see why Mr. Winter's death was made to look like an accident now, can't you? Said Jolly. And if the house hadn't been ransacked, we would never have suspected any different.
That's not right. You suspected from the start. I was the one who dismissed the idea out of hand. If you hadn't been so convinced it wasn't right, we'd never have got anywhere.
Just a lucky hunch, she said.
The old man told me hunches are unreliable, said Slater ruefully. That wasn't the case here, was it? He pushed back his chair. Talking of the old man, he said, I suppose I'd better go and tell him about our latest development. Maybe now he'll let us start investigating Sir Robert Bloody Maunder properly.
Come!
Murray's voice boomed through the door. Slater opened the door just enough to poke his head through. Have you got a minute, boss? He asked.
Well, come in, man, said Murray mildly. There's no need to hide behind the door. I don't bite.
I thought you were going to the other day.
This is about Sir Robert again, is it?
Murray sighed.
You don't give up, do you?
You told us to carry on investigating the 2 murders, explained Slater, and you said it was okay to start a search of the grounds, so we have. Now the search team have uncovered a body, or at least they've found a skull, but that's what we'd expect if the body's been there for 50 years.
Oh, bugger,
said Murray wearily. And the cadaver dogs have indicated another grave, added Slater.
What do you want from me?
I need your permission to investigate Maunder, said Slater. We can't ignore the possibility any longer, boss. We need to interview him properly.
Let me make some calls. It might be better if he volunteered to come in and be interviewed. In the meantime, I'll get you a warrant to start checking out his financials, etc. But I don't want you making a song and dance about it, right? I want it low-key.
Of course, agreed Slater. Believe it or not, I'm not enjoying this, Gov.
Low-key, said Norman indignantly. If it was anyone else, we'd be speeding up there with a search warrant and a dozen uniforms. But because it's Sir Robert Maunder, he's going to be invited to come in for a chat. Talk about one rule for us and one for them.
Slater knew exactly what Norman was getting so uptight about, but there was nothing they could do about it.
So, what do we do in the meantime? Asked Norman. Sit on our hands and wait?
I've got a much better idea than that, said Slater. Jane knows what to look for, so it's best if she stays here and keeps on digging into Maunder's affairs. In the meantime, we're going down to Portsmouth.
What's at Portsmouth?
Who's the one person who might know what exactly is buried in those gardens, and where?
Of course, Norman grinned. Gordon the gardener.
Chapter 31. You'll see why I suggested you bring your coat now, Slater said to Norman as he parked his car outside the Belmont nursing home.
But these places always have the heating wound up, so it's like a sauna, argued Norman. We won't need coats in there.
The thing is, we won't be in there, said Slater with a grin. Gordon's a gardener, right? He still prefers the great outdoors. He'll be sitting out on the terrace at the back, all on his lonesome, staring out to sea.
What, are you psychic? Asked Norman.
No, I just thought it would be a good idea to phone ahead and make sure it was okay to come. Apparently it's all he's done since I came last time.
No shit. Good job I brought my hat and gloves, too.
They found Ferguson exactly where Slater had left him last time he came. They took a seat either side of him. If he noticed them, he didn't show it, continuing to stare off across the sea at nothing in particular.
"Hello, Dougal," said Slater. "It is okay if I call you Dougal, is it?" "You can call me whatever you like," said Ferguson, without looking at Slater or Norman. "I've nothing to say to you."
"This is my colleague, D.S. Norman," continued Slater. "He's working with me on the Hatton House case."
"We went up there and looked at the gardens," said Norman. "Someone's been doing a great job looking after them. We figured it must be someone who knows what they're doing, like a retired gardener, perhaps."
For the first time, Ferguson moved his gaze away from the sea. He turned and looked at Norman as if he was a gibbering idiot.
"It's all I can do to get from my room out to this bloody terrace, son," he said. "I'm dying of the cancer. Do you really think I could get up there and look after a garden?" "I didn't mean you," said Norman, "but maybe you had someone helping you back then."
"The only one I ever let help me in that garden was my wife. And then, when she died, I was on my own, until young Florence turned up. She loved the gardens. If she's living there, she'll be the one taking care of the plants. She won't need any help. She's a natural."
"Wow," said Norman. "She must be even better than I thought."
"It's time for you to start talking, Dougal," said Slater. "You can't keep on saying nothing." The old man returned his gaze to the sea once more.
"Do you know what a cadaver dog is, Dougal?" asked Norman.
The old man didn't appear to move, but Norman had spotted the slight nervous tic that briefly affected his right eye.
"They're amazing animals," said Norman. "Their noses are so sensitive they can detect a dead body underground. They can smell the decay. It's incredible. We've got one that can even detect skeletons long after the body's decomposed."
The tic worsened.
"The thing is," confided Norman, "we've been searching the walled vegetable garden at Hatton House. You remember that walled garden, right? You'll recall there's a big old compost heap. Guess what one of our dogs has found under it?"
The old man said nothing.
"But then, we don't think you need to guess what the dog found, do you, Dougal? You know exactly what the dog found, and you know whose body it is."
The old man sniffed a couple of times, shifted uncomfortably in his seat, and pulled a huge handkerchief from his pocket. He blotted his eyes, but continued to stare out to sea.
"I should deny it and tell you I know nothing," he said at last, "but I've carried that secret for 50 years, and now I'm close to meeting my Maker. Maybe it's best to confess and get rid of my burden."
"Confess to what, Dougal?" asked Slater. "Is this what you were telling me the other day, about how they had threatened to report you to the police?"
"I didn't kill her," said Ferguson vehemently. "It was an accident. She slipped and fell, hit her head. It was just a terrible accident."
"Who?" asked Norman. "Who are you talking about?"
"My wife, of course," said Ferguson. "It would have been my word against theirs. I didn't know what else to do, so I did as they said, and buried her in the garden. If anyone asked, I was to tell them she'd run away with another man."
"You buried your wife under a compost heap?" asked Norman, aghast.
"So what are you going to do about it?"
snapped Ferguson, turning to face Norman, clearly upset by the whole situation.
"You want to throw me in jail? Fine. I'll be dead in 6 months, so what do I care?"
"Just calm down, Dougal," said Slater. "No one's going to throw you in jail. But you know it's time you told us everything, don't you?" The old man turned his gaze back to the sea. "Even now," said Slater, 50 years on, people are still dying because of what went on back then. Do you think that's right, Dougal? If you tell us what you know, we can stop this before anyone else dies."
"You'll have to arrest me," said Ferguson, "and even then you'll be wasting your time. I'm telling you nothing. Now, what time is it?"
"Coming up for 3:30, said Norman.
"They'll be coming to take me in for my doctor's appointment shortly, so you might as well be on your way."
"Tell me about Florence," said Slater.
"There is nothing to tell."
"What about the magic roundabout?"
"I don't know what you mean."
"Oh, come on, Dougal," said Norman impatiently. "She had posters and toys. She was Florence, her brother was Dylan, and you're Dougal. Was it her escape?"
"What do you mean, she had posters?"
"You said she was Florence."
"What's happened to her?"
"I'm sorry, but she was murdered, Dougal," said Slater. "Bashed over the head and then dumped into the freezing canal. It was D.S. Norman here who found her." "We think she was killed because someone thought she knew something and was going to talk," said Norman. "She had been hiding for the best part of 50 years. So what did she know that made her hide for all that time and still get her killed?" The old man said nothing, but he seemed to slump even lower in his seat. A tear slipped quietly from his eye and rolled slowly down his cheek.
"Poor wee thing,"
he muttered. "Mr. Ferguson," called an approaching female voice. "Come inside now. Dr. Mackenzie's here to see you."
"Can you help me to my feet?"
said Ferguson, turning to Slater.
"I have to see the cancer doctor just now."
They helped him inside for his appointment and made their way back to the car.
"So what do we do now?"
asked Norman as they climbed in.
"Poor old guy can hardly walk from A to B. If we arrest him, there's a good chance it might kill him."
"Yeah," sighed Slater. "I thought telling him about Florence might have been enough to tip him over the edge, you know."
"Perhaps it would have, if that nurse hadn't whisked him away at the vital moment," said Norman gloomily.
"Maybe he'll feel different when he's had time to think about it," suggested Slater. "He's obviously scared of something or someone. But there must be a tipping point. Perhaps we need to find a child's body. Maybe then we would have a big enough lever to overcome his fear."
"I suppose he's not going anywhere in the meantime, is he?"
agreed Norman. They had only been on the road for 10 minutes when Slater's mobile phone began to ring. "Hi, Bexy. What have you got for us?"
"Are you in the car?"
asked Bex. "Yeah," said Slater. "But I'm hands-free, so you're all right. I've got Norm here, too."
"Right," said Bex. "You wouldn't believe the progress we've made this afternoon. I was expecting 2 forensic pathologists to arrive, but they've brought a small army of students with them."
"Sounds like chaos," said Norman.
"These are keen students," said Bex, laughing. "They've come to learn, and they're not frightened of hard work."
"So what have you found?" asked Slater.
They've not finished yet, obviously, so these results are yet to be confirmed. But so far we've recovered the skeleton of an adult female and 2 children from beneath the compost heap."
"Any idea what age these kids were?" asked Slater.
"They're guessing right now, but they reckon about 12 years old."
"Shit," said Norman in dismay.
"So when they finished abusing them, they just killed them?"
"Looks that way, doesn't it?" said Bex. "Do you want to hear the rest?"
"There's more?"
asked Norman.
"Well, yeah," said Bex. "Remember I said the dog had suggested we check under the shed? Well, with all these workers around, it was no trouble to clear the area and start digging there, too. We've found 3 more children so far."
Slater swore loudly.
How many more are you going to find? Asked Norman, appalled.
We've already got more than I ever wanted to have to deal with, said Bex grimly. We've been working the dogs as well, but they've not found any more sights. They've finished for the day, but they'll be back tomorrow as well.
Well, thanks for letting us know, Ian, said Slater. Are you working into the night?
We don't plan to. The light's fading already. We think we've maybe got another hour at best. Then we're going to call a halt until tomorrow.
I'm not sure we can get there before you finished, said Slater. We'll catch you tomorrow. Thanks for what you're doing, Ian.
I'd like to say it's a pleasure, said Bex, but I'll be bloody glad to get out of here.
I think we'll all be glad when this is over, said Norman.
10 minutes later, the phone was ringing again.
Hi, Jane, said Slater.
I thought I'd better ring, she said. I didn't know what time you said you would be back, and I didn't want to miss you.
What have you got?
Maunder's broke, she began. He's already received a payment from the insurance company, yet that money's gone straight out again in cash withdrawals.
How the hell did he get paid out already? Asked Norman.
I guess if you're a Knight of the Realm, you get special treatment. I've also been looking at his mobile phone records. He doesn't use it very often, but one of the numbers he calls and gets calls from is another mobile phone. I've checked, but it's not registered to anyone. It's a pay-as-you-go phone.
A burner, said Norman. This smells.
Oh, it stinks, Norm, said Jolly. All the calls have occurred around the time Dylan and Florence died. Chapter 32.
1 adult and 5 children.
Bob Murray looked horrified when Slater and Norman broke the news to him.
Who's the adult?
We believe she was the wife of Gordon Ferguson, who was the gardener there at the time. He has suggested he buried her there.
What do you mean, he has suggested he buried her there? Asked Murray.
We tracked him down and went to speak to him, said Slater. We're sure he knows what was going on, but something or someone has put the wind up him.
There's also the problem he's almost 90 years old and he's dying, added Norman. I don't care about that, said Murray. We've got 6 dead bodies. You bring him in here and find out what he knows.
Yes, Gov, said Slater. I'll get him in here tomorrow.
What about Maunder? Asked Norman. We need to question him. When's he coming in? He's not, said Murray, shifting uncomfortably. We suggested it would be in his interests to come in, but he's refused.
Governor, said Norman impatiently, we've got 6 dead bodies in the gardens of an old children's home. All the staff who used to work there seem to have very conveniently died, except for the old gardener. The only other person who may have some idea what was going on is Maunder. We have no choice. We have to question him, and you know it.
On what grounds? Where's the proof?
This bogus robbery of his, cut in Norman. He's already had the payout and drawn the money out in cash. He gets weird calls from a burner phone around the time Mr. Winter and his sister were killed. That looks mighty suspicious to me. And if the chief constable can't see it, it's only because he's got his nose shoved so far up Maunder's arse he can't see anything.
Slater winced as Norman finished his speech.
Oh, shit, he thought. Here we go. The old man isn't going to like that. But to his great surprise, the explosion he was expecting didn't arrive. Murray sagged in his chair and let out an enormous sigh. He looked thoroughly worn out and fed up.
All right, he said, but you need to understand. When the CC finds out, he's going to go berserk. I will be his first point of contact, so I need to know exactly what's going on.
Right, said Slater. We understand what you're doing for us, sir. We'll do it by the book, and we will keep you informed.
I want that old gardener brought in and questioned as well," said Murray. "I don't want it to look as though Maunder's being singled out for special treatment. You'll need a search warrant."
"Are you going to phone the CC?" asked Norman.
"Of course I am. I have my orders. I'll call him in the morning, but I'll wait until 10 o'clock. You make sure you're at Maunder's by 9, and you should have at least an hour. After that, I'll probably be ordered to pull you out, so make sure you find what you're looking for."
"Thank you, sir," said Slater. "We'll get on with it now, and I'll arrange to get Mr. Ferguson brought up here tomorrow as well."
"Right," said Murray. "That'll be all."
When they got back to their office, Jolly was just getting ready to go home. "I've just left you a note," she said. "The sister from the Belmont nursing home called. Apparently your tired gardener has taken a turn for the worse. He's on the way out, but he wants to make a statement while he still can." "Time to clear his conscience, I suppose," mused Slater. "I'll arrange for a car to pick him up." "No can do," said Jolly. "I suggested that, but the sister says he's too ill to make the journey, and you need to get there sooner rather than later." "He really has taken a turn for the worse, then."
"Maybe the news about Florence was too much for him," said Norman.
"Sister says he wants to do it first thing tomorrow morning, and he says he'll only talk to you, and it's not negotiable."
"But I'm supposed to be up at Maunder's with Norm," said Slater. "I can't be in 2 places at once."
"The sister says he's adamant. If you're not going to be there, he's not talking."
"We're a team, right?" said Norman. "Division of labour. You go down and interview Ferguson, and I'll go and see Maunder. I can handle him. I owe him for causing me all that grief over the so-called break-in, remember?"
"Are you sure?" asked Slater.
"It'll be a pleasure," said Norman, grinning. "I'll supervise the search and then drag his sorry arse back here. I'll wait for you to get back here and we can interview him together."
Chapter 33. It was exactly 9 o'clock the next morning when Norman rang the bell on Sir Robert Maunder's front door. "Oh, good morning. It's Sergeant Norman, isn't it?" asked Maunder's wife as she swung the door open.
Yes, that's right," said Norman awkwardly. "Good morning, ma'am."
Her smile slowly disappeared as she took in the small posse of officers and forensic technicians gathering behind him. "I take it you haven't come looking for a cup of tea this time," she said acidly.
"I'm sorry, ma'am," said Norman. "Is your husband in?"
"I'm afraid not, Sergeant. You've just missed him. You'll have to come back later." She made to shut the door, but before she could, Norman placed his hand against it.
"It's a pity he's not here," said Norman, "but we're going to have to come in anyway."
"I don't think so," she snapped.
"I have a search warrant,"
said Norman, gently pushing against the door.
"Please, ma'am, you have no choice. Let's not make this any more unpleasant than it already is."
She looked as though she might burst into tears, but then she seemed to get a grip on herself. Inwardly, Norman breathed a sigh of relief. He really didn't want to see her in tears. He had been hoping it would be Maunder who answered the door. It would have been much easier to play bad cop with him. She stepped back and let them in. The team had been briefed earlier. They already knew where to go and what to look for. "I'm disappointed with you, Sergeant," she said as they trooped past. "My husband said you were a sneaky one." Norman didn't know quite what to say to that, but in a way he was pleased to see she was ready to fight. He would much rather hear her having a go at him than see her in tears. "What's my husband ever done to anyone?" she asked. "He's a good man, I should know. I've been married to him for over 50 years.
"I'd rather not discuss this right now," said Norman, trying to dodge the issue.
"No, of course you wouldn't," she said bitterly. "He's an easy target, isn't he?
You should be out catching criminals, not wasting your time here. Why aren't you arresting the man who's been calling my husband and upsetting him?"
"I don't know anything about that," said Norman. "Has your husband made a complaint?"
"No," she said. "He thinks he can deal with it on his own. He thinks I don't know about it, and he won't mention it because he doesn't want to worry me."
Before either of them could say another word, a PC came out from the kitchen.
"Excuse me, sir," he said to Norman, "but there's smoke coming from down the garden."
Lady Maunder looked guilty.
"I thought you said Sir Robert was out," said Norman.
"He is," she said.
"Yeah, right. He's out in the garden. Please wait here, ma'am."
He turned to the PC.
"You come with me."
He led the way through the kitchen and out to the back of the house. There was a row of old stables and outbuildings across a courtyard. In the centre, an archway gave access to them. A thin trail of smoke could be seen coming from the other side of the buildings. They hurried through the archway and into yet another courtyard. Norman knew enough about these old houses to know this would have been where the carriage and horses were kept many years ago. There was a larger building off to one side which would have been the coach house, and now appeared to serve as the garage. On the opposite side was another large outbuilding. The door was open, and from where they were looking it seemed to now serve as some sort of office. Norman walked across to the office, the PC following closely in his wake. There didn't appear to be anyone around, so he stepped inside and took a look around. It was a rather grand, well-equipped office, with old-fashioned wood and leather furniture. Norman thought he would have been very happy to have an office like this. He stepped behind the desk. A drawer was just slightly open, and Norman eased it open a bit further to reveal a collection of rather expensive jewellery. He was sure he recognized a couple of the pieces from the descriptions Lady Maunder had provided after the break-in.
"Get this jewellery bagged up for me, please," Norman told the PC.
As he made his way back out to the courtyard, he wondered how Slater was getting on interviewing Gordon Dougal Ferguson. Absently, he looked at his watch. It was coming up for 9:20. Norman wanted to confront Sir Robert, but he also wanted to know what was on that fire. Maybe Maunder was destroying evidence from the past. It had to be just around this next corner. He crept up stealthily, half expecting to find Maunder stoking a fire, but all he found was an old wire cage-style garden incinerator. As he approached it, it seemed as though it was just garden rubbish smouldering away. But then, as he got closer, he could see there was a bit more to it. The garden rubbish was just being used to keep the fire going. To one side of the incinerator he could see some photographs and what appeared to be letters. They had slid from the top of the fire, and although they were singed and charred around the edges, it looked as though they might be salvaged, if only he could get them out quickly. Kneeling down, Norman gingerly fished the assortment of charred photographs and letters from the incinerator. As far as he could make out, the photos seemed to show Sir Robert with an assortment of scantily clad women, but there was nothing to suggest Maunder was interested in children. Suddenly he heard footsteps and started stuffing the documents hastily into an evidence bag.
"What on earth do you think you're doing?"
Lady Maunder's voice came in a shrill cry.
"Taking rubbish from a bonfire? Is there no limit to how far you'll go?"
"No, there isn't," he said, looking up at her. "Not if it means I catch the bad guys."
"Well, you won't catch any bad guys here. This is an outrage. You will be hearing from our solicitor, I can promise you that."
Yeah, I'm sure we will," said Norman as he climbed slowly to his feet.
"What have you got there?" she demanded. "Let me see."
"I'm not sure what I've got yet," said Norman, keeping the bag well out of her reach. "But maybe if you come and see what we found in your husband's office, you'll understand why we're here."
"You've been in his office?" she shrieked. "How dare you? Even I'm not allowed in there."
"Yeah, well,"
said Norman, beginning to tire of her ceaseless yelling and complaining.
"The thing is, I have a search warrant. That means nothing's private. If you just stop yelling long enough to read it, you'll see it gives me permission to go anywhere I want. Now, just follow me."
Ignoring her continuing protestations, he led her round to the office.
"Show her the jewellery, Nugent," he ordered the PC.
The PC held out the clear plastic bag so she could clearly see what was inside.
"Do you recognise any of those pieces?" asked Norman.
"Well, yes," she said uncertainly, peering at the bag. "But I don't understand. They were stolen. What are they doing here?"
"OK, you can take it over to the house now," Norman said to PC Nugent.
Lady Maunder was looking genuinely confused, and Norman realized she wasn't putting on all this indignation. She really did think her husband was some sort of saint.
"They were in the drawer of your husband's desk," he explained. "I'm afraid it looks as though they never were stolen, Ma'am. I'm sorry."
"What do you mean?" she asked, her face screwed up. "But that man left his card."
"I'm afraid your husband staged the whole thing," explained Norman. "I'm pretty sure we'll find he printed the card on that printer over there."
He pointed to the printer. As he did, his sleeve slid back to reveal his watch. It was 9:30.
"There must be some mistake," she said again.
"I don't think so, Ma'am," said Norman. "Now, can you tell me where your husband is?"
I thought he was out here," she said uncertainly. "Or he'll be out in his Rolls-Royce somewhere. He loves that car."
For a split second they stared at each other in silence, almost as if they were expecting something to happen. And then it did. The unmistakable boom of a shotgun being fired rang out from the garage on the opposite side of the courtyard. This was followed by a stunned silence, and then the sound of running feet as the PCs in the house reacted to the sound. Norman felt his innards turning to water as his mind raced through the possibilities.
"But it couldn't have been that," he thought. "Could it?"
"What was that?"
cried Lady Maunder. She was still standing face to face with Norman, looking into his face.
"I'm not sure," said Norman carefully. "Does your husband have a shotgun?"
"Yes," she said, "but he's got a license for it."
It was almost as if she was trying to ignore the possibility, but Norman's face told her what she already knew.
"Oh, my God!"
she said, and then she was off and running and screaming. She was surprisingly sprightly for a woman in her mid-70s.
"Sir, over here, sir!"
a voice called to Norman from the garage. A female PC intercepted Lady Maunder before she could get to the garage, and after a brief struggle managed to cajole her into moving away from the garage and back towards the house. The PC's face told Norman all he needed to know.
"Are you happy now?"
Lady Maunder screamed at Norman as she was led away.
"This is all your fault, Sergeant Norman. You did this."
"Ambulance is on its way,"
said another PC as he reached the garage. Norman rushed into the garage. As he had feared, Sir Robert was in the driver's seat of his beloved Rolls-Royce. He had even put the seatbelt on. When he had pulled the trigger, the blast had spread most of his brains across the interior roof and across the back seats. Released from his grip, the shotgun had slipped down to the floor and rested between his legs. Norman felt numb, and he clutched onto the doorframe. He forced himself to look away from the awful sight.
"Holy crap," he thought. "I have to tell Dave about this."
Chapter 34. At 9 o'clock, just as Norman was saying hello to Lady Maunder, Slater was composing himself, having spent the previous hour working his way through his full repertoire of swear words. There had been an accident on the A3 on the way down to Portsmouth, and, as a result, the busy rush-hour traffic had quickly become a 10-mile-long queue. It had taken almost an hour of crawling along at a snail's pace to clear the bottleneck. He knew it was just one of those things, and nothing could be done about it, but he hated being late. Swearing didn't get him there any earlier, of course, but it helped cope with the frustration. As he climbed from his car and made his way across the car park at the Belmont nursing home, he consoled himself with the thought that being late didn't really make that much difference in the grand scheme of things. He would still get Gordon Ferguson's statement, so it wouldn't change anything. Ferguson was propped up in his bed against a pile of pillows. The transformation in his appearance from when Slater had last seen him less than 24 hours previously was quite remarkable. The feisty, obstinate old devil from yesterday had been replaced by a pale shadow of a man who looked as though he wasn't going to be around much longer.
"I dictated a statement last night,"
the old man wheezed as Slater pulled a chair up next to his bed. He pointed to a large envelope at the foot of the bed.
"I wasn't sure I'd be here this morning. I've signed it myself, and it's been witnessed by 2 of the nurses."
"I still need to ask you some questions," said Slater.
"Read that first. Then if you have any questions, you ask away."
Ferguson let out a gasping breath.
"I've got a matter of days now, so I've nothing to lose."
It was 10 minutes past 9 as Slater opened the envelope, unfolded the statement, and began to read. He read slowly and deliberately, making sure he took it all in. 10 minutes later, he looked up at Ferguson. "You murdered your own wife?" he asked.
I'm not proud of myself. It was a true crime of passion,"
he said, his voice hoarse.
"She was the love of my life, and then I caught her in bed with him. I should have killed him, of course, but I wasn't thinking straight. And he was no hero. He ran away with his tail between his legs while I took it out on her. If he was a real man, he would have stayed and protected her."
"And then you buried her in the garden?"
"That's when they saw me. I was caught in a trap of my own making. After that, I had to do what they said."
"And the dead children you buried? You knew about the abuse and what was going to happen to the kids when they were finished with, yet you said nothing, and became complicit by burying the bodies." Ferguson looked deeply ashamed.
"I'm as bad as him, right?" he said. "Maybe even a bigger coward when all's said and done."
"How come you didn't have to bury Florence?" asked Slater.
"I was supposed to, but she wasn't dead when they brought her to me. I couldn't kill a child, so I hid her in my cottage in the grounds and nursed her back to health. I kept her hidden for 2 years. Then the boss saw her in my garden. I told him she was my niece, come to stay for a few days. But he knew. That's why he took the photograph, so he could be sure. But when he came back for her, I'd managed to send her away to my sister. Then, not long after that, the place closed, and we all had to move out."
"So why did Florence end up back there on her own?"
"I went to my sister's to look for her after Hatton House closed, but she'd run away. I had no idea she'd end up back at Hatton House. But she loved that garden, and especially that roundabout."
They were both quiet for a couple of minutes, until Ferguson spoke again.
"Are you going to charge me?"
"It doesn't look like you're going to be around long enough," said Slater, "so there doesn't seem much point. Anyway, I'm much more interested in catching the person who murdered Florence and her brother. It's the same person who organized all the child abuse, isn't it?"
"Without a doubt," agreed Ferguson. "But I'm not telling you who that is."
"Sir Robert Maunder," said Slater. "We already know that. We just need a bit of solid proof." Ferguson looked at Slater in amazement.
"Is that what you think?"
"What?" said Slater doubtfully. "He knew all about—"
"Oh, he knew about it," interrupted Ferguson. "But by the time he found out, he'd become a regular visitor to Hatton House. Only he wasn't coming for the kids. He was coming to have sex with my wife. He couldn't resist a pretty lady, you see, and they knew it. But once he'd been photographed in bed with her, then got dragged into her murder, what could he do? One word out of place, and his dirty little secret would have been revealed. And being a regular visitor, it would be easy to implicate him in her murder, abusing kids, and anything that was going on there. He was well and truly buggered."
Somewhere, not far from where they sat, a clock chimed the half-hour. It was 9:30. "So he wasn't involved in the child abuse at all?" asked Slater.
"Oh, no way," said Ferguson. "He's a philanderer, all right, but he's no pervert."
"Holy crap," thought Slater. "I need to let Norm know about this. Will you excuse me a minute, Mr. Ferguson?" he said, pushing the statement into his pocket and rushing for the door. "I need to make a call." Slater rushed outside to make his call, but before he could get the phone from his pocket, it began to ring. He fumbled the phone from his pocket and looked at the caller display. Whoever it was would have to wait. Then he saw the number. "That's weird. Why's he calling me?" He took the call. "Norm? That's weird. I was just going to call you."
"Are you psychic or something?"
What's going on?"
"You go first. You said you were just going to call me."
"I've just been talking to Ferguson. He tells me Maunder wasn't one of the child abusers. He knew about it, but that's all," said Slater excitedly.
"That's not going to be much consolation to his widow,"
said Norman grimly. Slater carried on, not really paying attention. "Apparently he knew about it, but didn't blow the whistle because—" "What? What did you just say? His widow?"
"Yeah, I think it would be fair to say we have a major problem," said Norman quietly. "Maunder just blew his brains out with his shotgun."
Slater felt as if he'd just been punched hard in the guts. He couldn't think of anything to say.
"I should have rounded him up," said Norman, "but his wife said he was out, and I believed her. By the time I realized he was there, he must have already been ready to kill himself."
"I would have called earlier," said Slater. "If you'd known earlier, you could have stopped him, but I got held up by an accident on the way down here."
"Are you going to be long down there? Only I could do with a bit of help up here."
Slater patted his pocket to make sure he had the statement. "I'm on my way, Norm," he said. "We'll sort this out. Don't worry." Chapter 35. It was after 5 o'clock by the time Slater and Norman got back to the station. Now, once again, they were stood in front of DCI Bob Murray's desk. Slater thought this was becoming a bit too much of a habit, and it was a habit he could happily live without. The bollocking had been raging for a good 10 minutes so far. "You got it wrong!" raged Murray, his voice rising an octave.
I'll say you got it bloody wrong. You've hounded a man to death. He's blown his own brains out because 2 of my officers wouldn't listen to their superiors and let it lie. Well, what have you got to say for yourselves?"
"All the evidence," began Slater.
"All the circumstantial evidence, Sergeant Slater,"
Murray said, pounding on his desk with each syllable.
"because that's all you had, wasn't it? Hearsay is not proof. Surely you don't need me to tell you that."
He sat back in his chair, his chest heaving.
"The CC's going to go ballistic when I tell him. You know that, don't you? He was a good friend of Maunder's. He'll be looking for someone to blame, and as you 2 went and accused him of child abuse, we'll all be in the frame. It's possible we'll all be suspended, and those bloody vultures from Internal Affairs will begin an investigation into our investigation."
"But we found the jewellery in his office," said Norman. "There's nothing circumstantial about that."
"No, there isn't. But that just proves he was trying to get away with an insurance fraud. It doesn't give you the right to accuse him of child abuse."
"With respect, Gov, we never accused him of child abuse," said Slater.
"You didn't?"
asked Murray in surprise.
"But I thought you said he was your #1 suspect."
"He was," agreed Norman. "We had him down as prime suspect for Mr. Winter's murder because we know Winter sent him a letter accusing him of child abuse. And if we're right about all that, it would also put him in the frame for murdering Florence. And if the letter was the catalyst, it gives us good reason to believe he was involved in child abuse back in the 60s. But we've never told him as much, and we've certainly never accused him, because we know we don't have any proof. As a matter of fact, until this morning, I've only ever spoken to him about the fake jewellery theft." "I asked him if Winter had sent him a letter," volunteered Slater, "but I swear I never accused him of child abuse."
"So what are you saying? That there's another reason, and it's not our fault?"
asked Murray. He was still red, but Slater sensed he was calming down slightly. "For a guy in his position, being guilty of fraud could be enough to tip him over the edge," said Slater.
"When I was talking to Maunder's wife," added Norman, "she said he's been getting phone calls from someone. She said he was worried about the calls, but he was keeping it from her. Maybe someone's been blackmailing him. That would explain why he's broke, and why he needed the insurance money. And if he knew we were onto him and it was all going to come out, maybe that's why he shot himself."
"And you're quite sure you haven't accused him of child abuse?" "Definitely not," said Slater. "We suspected him, but we never said as much to him." "And now you've got a witness who confirms he wasn't," said Murray. "Are you sure he's telling the truth?" "Yes," said Slater. "He caught Maunder with his wife back then, so he's definitely not going to be doing Maunder any favours. He could crucify the guy if he wanted to." "Well, look, I'm going to have to tell the CC before someone else does. I'll try to persuade him you had good reason to be there, and keep him off our backs for as long as I can. At least we've got the jewels to back that up. In the meantime, you need to find out who's been blackmailing him, and why he topped himself." They had agreed it was going to be a long night. If necessary, they would go right through every little thing again. But first, Norman had insisted they needed coffee. "I think that went quite well, all things considered," ventured Norman, as they walked away from Murray's office and headed for the canteen. "You do?" asked Slater. "I thought he was going to burst a blood vessel." "For sure," said Norman, "but I think we got off quite lightly. I was expecting to be suspended." "That's probably coming later, when the CC gets his way," said Slater gloomily. "Oh, well," said Norman chirpily, "look on the bright side. It won't be the first time, and I could do with a rest." They pushed their way through the canteen doors and headed for the coffee machine. "I'm thinking I spend far too much time stood in front of the old man's desk getting my ass kicked," complained Slater.
You and me both, agreed Norman. But would you rather be a yes man?
He poured 2 huge coffees into styrofoam cups, pushed the lids into place, and paid his dues, before handing one over to Slater, and then leading the way back through the doors.
You know, I've never had a suspect do that to me before, he said, and I hope it never happens again.
It might not have happened at all if I hadn't been delayed, said Slater guiltily. If I'd let you know what Ferguson had said half an hour earlier, you could have stopped him.
You can't think like that, said Norman firmly. That's like me saying it might not have happened if I hadn't gone up there with a search warrant. For what it's worth, I don't think he even knew we were there. And he wasn't warned we were coming, so my guess is he planned to do it anyway. Whatever we did this morning would have made no difference.
I suppose you're right, Slater sighed. It's just that it all seems a bit of a mess right now.
The whole thing seems a mess right now, for sure, agreed Norman. But I don't think that's our fault. We can only follow the clues where they appear to lead. The thing is, I think we're missing the one clue that really matters.
We're missing something, that's for sure.
It's got to be there somewhere, said Norman. I just think we haven't seen it yet, or we've seen it and not recognized it for what it is.
Maybe we should come at it from a different direction. Ferguson told me that Maunder had been set up in a honey trap, and that if he ever said anything, he would have been implicated in the child abuse, even though he wasn't involved. What if he was being blackmailed ever since? That would explain why he's broke.
But what about the big cash withdrawals when Winter and Florence were killed? Asked Norman. How does that work?
I don't know, said Slater. I haven't worked that one out yet. Unless they were bonus payments for the blackmailer to bump off Winter and Florence. But then why blow his brains out?
Maybe the blackmailer was going to up the ante if he'd been paid to commit murder. But it would also make sense for the blackmailer to want them dead, wouldn't it? He had a nice little earner going on there, and they could have spoilt it for him.
The blackmailer's the key to this, said Slater. If only we can work out who it is. They were back in their office now. There was no sign of Jolly, but that was no surprise. She would have gone home ages ago. She had, however, left a note. Wow, Jane's been busy, Slater told Norman as he read it. She's been through nearly all those old records from Hatton House. There's just a small pile left on her desk.
If that's all there is, said Norman, looking at the slim pile of papers on her desk, why don't I start there? At least then we know we've covered all the evidence we have at least once.
He sat down at Jolly's desk and began to work his way through the pile of old papers. Slater went to his desk and sorted everything into order. Then he started the long, boring process of reading his way through all the evidence they had collected. It really was going to be a long night. It was just before 7 when his mobile phone began to ring. "It's Jane. Are you still at work, or have you been sacked?"
"No, we're still here, Jane," he said. "I think we came fairly close to being suspended, but we seem to have been spared for now. Anyway, shouldn't you be bathing kids, or whatever it is you working mums do of an evening?"
"That's what husbands are for," she said. "In return, I get the dubious pleasure of going to the supermarket on my way home from work. I've just got back, actually. But I bumped into someone while I was there, and we got talking. I think you need to hear what I found out."
"I'm all ears."
Norman turned over to the next document, just as Slater's phone began to ring. He was getting a headache already, and they had a long way to go yet. As soon as he heard Slater mention the name Jane, his attention began to waver as he tried to listen in to Slater's end of the conversation. As a result, he almost missed what was on the document in front of him. What he saw didn't make sense at first, and he had to read it through again.
"Holy shit," he said aloud. "This can't be right."
He studied the document for a minute or two before it dawned on him.
Of course.
There was a way it could be right. He rushed over to his own desk, clutching the document he'd just read, and started tapping an address into his web browser. A website flashed up on the monitor. He clicked on the About page link. As soon as the page came up, he started reading.
"Ha!" he said. "Now it makes sense. Now a whole lot of things might start to make sense."
Slater was still listening on the phone. Norman hoped he wasn't going to be long, because he was pretty sure he'd just found what they were looking for. It wasn't that they'd missed it before, they just hadn't got to it until now. Chapter 36.
"Ah, Mr. Hunter," said Bob Murray. "Thank you for coming in and giving us the chance to explain our side."
He led Hunter from the reception area and out into a corridor.
"I've saved us a room so we can talk undisturbed," he said.
"I'm glad to see you're taking this seriously enough to have a senior officer taking charge, and not those two clowns who've caused this unfortunate incident," said Hunter, his usual good-humoured smile missing this morning. "You realize I'm here on behalf of Lady Maunder, don't you?"
"Of course," said Murray. "I'm very sorry she couldn't be here. I think she may have found this rather illuminating."
"I can't imagine you can come up with a good enough excuse for your behaviour," said Hunter. "I'll listen anyway, but I must warn you I intend to make an official complaint, and Lady Maunder will be taking legal action."
"Yes," said Murray, "of course she will."
He opened a door and ushered Hunter inside. Slater and Norman were stood behind a table waiting for them.
"What are these two idiots doing here?" snapped Hunter. "What's going on?"
"These two idiots would like to ask you a couple of questions," explained Murray with a beaming smile. "I'm sure a legal man like yourself would be interested in seeing justice served, right and wrong, all that sort of stuff, you know."
"I'm not wasting my time talking to these people," raged Hunter. "They shouldn't even be here. They're a disgrace to the police force. I'm leaving."
"No, that won't be possible. If you walk through that door, I'll have you arrested and dragged back in here. I'm afraid these two idiots aren't quite as stupid as you think."
"Oh, you've been clever. There's no doubt about that.
But these two have been even more clever. So if they're idiots, what does that make you, I wonder?"
"This is outrageous! You can't do this!"
"I think you'll find I can," said Murray. "Now, why don't you sit down and let's get this over with?"
Hunter didn't look quite so smug now, and his tongue seemed to have deserted him. Reluctantly, he sat down. Murray nodded to Slater and Norman and walked across to the door.
"Oh, one more thing before I leave," he said, turning back to Hunter. "I should advise you that as we speak there are teams of officers at your home and your offices. They have search warrants, of course."
Murray let himself out. He was going to enjoy watching this from the observation room.
"Good morning, Mr. Hunter," said Slater, smiling pleasantly at him. "It's very good of you to offer to help us with our inquiries. We just have a few things we think you might be able to help us with."
Hunter looked like he was about to spout forth, but Norman cut him off.
"When we spoke to you before about Mr. Winter, you said you'd only met him a few weeks before he died," he began. "Is that still the case?"
"Yes, of course," said Hunter indignantly.
"Then perhaps you could explain why your secretary, Mrs. Betson, told P.C. Jolly that he had been a client for many years."
"She must be mistaken," said Hunter.
"What about Mr. Winter's missing sister, who you said had contacted you out of the blue and was coming in to hear the will being read?"
"I told you what happened about that," said Hunter impatiently. She was a fraud, an opportunist who chickened out at the last minute.
Or maybe she never existed in the first place, suggested Norman. Mrs. Betson certainly can't recall her.
I didn't tell Mrs. Betson about her, argued Hunter. There was no need.
But didn't you tell us it was Mrs. Betson who had taken the original call?
Norman was bluffing, but Hunter didn't seem to realize.
Mrs. Betson also finds it hard to understand how your alarm system could have failed, said Norman. According to her, it has a battery backup system and is supposed to be foolproof. It can only be disabled by someone who knows the code, and you change it every week. That seems to narrow it down quite a bit, don't you think?
Hunter remained tight-lipped. The problem we had, said Slater, is that we assumed all along that the person who murdered Mr. Winter had let himself in with the spare back-door key from under the mat. But then, just yesterday, it occurred to us there was another possibility. What if Mr. Winter had known the killer? What if the killer had simply knocked on the door, and Mr. Winter had let him in? He would have done that if he'd known that person for a long time and trusted him, wouldn't he? But we didn't have anyone who fit the bill. And then Mrs. Betson got talking to P.C. Jolly, and suddenly we had a candidate. Slater stopped talking, and there was a pause. Hunter sat silently.
"How are we doing so far, Mr. Hunter?" asked Norman. "It's funny, you seemed to have it all to say when you arrived, but now the cat seems to have got your tongue."
"I have the right to remain silent," said Hunter.
"That's right," said Slater. "And it's okay, really. I don't think you need to say much. I'm pretty sure we've got it more or less worked out without your help."
"You still might have got away with it all,"
continued Norman, watching Hunter closely for a reaction to his next statement.
"But we found some old records from Hatton House."
"Well, well, well. You didn't know they existed, did you?" Slater smiled as Hunter's head jerked. "I guess it takes a special sort of idiot to keep digging until you find these things."
"It was mostly old records and stuff that wasn't in the least bit relevant to our inquiry. But then, right near the bottom of the pile, we struck gold," said Norman, who was enjoying himself hugely. "Here, take a look at this."
He slid a copy of the legal document he had found the previous evening in front of Hunter. Hunter looked down at the document.
"Recognize that solicitor's name and signature?" asked Norman.
"That's nothing to do with me," said Hunter. "Look at the date. It says 1962. I was barely 10 years old then."
"That's right, it's not you," said Norman. "But it has everything to do with you. It's your father, isn't it? Hunter and son, right? Only it's not you and your son, is it? It's your father and you. Your father was the solicitor for Hatton House."
"And what does this prove?" asked Hunter.
"It proves nothing," said Slater, "but it gave us a new line of inquiry. You see, up until this came to light, we were sure Sir Robert Maunder was the person we were after. We even had written evidence that accused him of being involved in child abuse at Hatton House back in the 60s.
"Yes, and because you accused him of that, he blew his own brains out," said Hunter grimly, "and I'm going to make sure you pay for that."
"We didn't accuse him of that, actually," said Norman, "but we can talk about that later. Right now, we're—"
There was a loud knock on the door. Slater got up, went over to the door, and opened it just wide enough to stick his head through. There was a short, mumbled conversation, and then he closed the door and came back to the table. He was smiling with satisfaction. As he sat down, he slid a note across the table to Norman, who read it carefully. Then he looked up at Hunter with a big, beaming smile.
"It looks like the idiots are on a roll," he said, grinning. "Guess what we've found already."
"Is this going to take much longer?" Hunter sighed, tapping his fingertips on the table.
I'm sorry, said Norman. Are we delaying you? Do you have somewhere else you'd like to be?
I would imagine anywhere would be preferable to sitting here listening to you spout this rubbish.
I agree, D.S. Norman can be a little tiresome.
Slater smiled, seemingly overflowing with bonhomie. Especially when he knows he's cracked a case. But then, he's an idiot, right? So what can you expect? So, why don't I take over for a little while? A change is as good as a rest, isn't that what they say? Hunter glared at Slater.
You're going to pay for this, he hissed. You won't even be back directing traffic. You'll be issuing parking tickets.
Yes, you're probably right, said Slater, looking down at the notes in front of him. Now, what was I just going to say? Norman leaned over and pointed to a line halfway down the page. Oh, yes, he said, smiling up at Norman. That's right, thank you. He turned back to Hunter. You never told us what you thought we might have found, he said. Do you want to hazard a guess? Hunter heaved a heavy sigh.
Go on, he said. Play your infantile game if you must.
We found a mobile phone, said Slater.
Congratulations, sneered Hunter sarcastically. No, really, well done. I must have half a dozen mobile phones, so it really wasn't that difficult, was it?
Ah, but the one we found is special, isn't it? Hunter's sneer slowly disappeared.
Do you know what a burner phone is, Mr. Hunter? Asked Norman.
Hunter said nothing.
No? Then let me explain. It's an unregistered pay-as-you-go phone. It's used by criminals to make a call, say, for example, to threaten someone, and then it gets thrown away. That way it's untraceable.
Hunter was beginning to look a little sick.
I don't have any pay-as-you-go phones, he said uncertainly. It must belong to my secretary.
Yeah, right, said Slater. Sure it does. Do you think it'll have her fingerprints on it, or yours? Hunter's face said it all. You see, the thing is, this particular pay-as-you-go phone has been used to call Sir Robert Maunder. Maybe you didn't realize his mobile phone was on a contract, or maybe you forgot we could request his mobile phone bills. Whatever. The thing is, we have his mobile phone bills, so we know exactly how often you called him using that very burner phone we found. We know how long the calls lasted and what times they were made. Hunter stared down at the table in front of him. We've also got his bank statements, said Slater, and they've revealed an amazing coincidence. You see, every time you call him, he goes to the bank the very next day and draws out some money. It must have been like using the hole in the wall for you. Need some cash? Just lean on the old guy and out comes the money, right?
This is rubbish, said Hunter. You can't prove any of this. I was his solicitor. Why would I start blackmailing him?
No, you didn't start it. We believe we can prove your father did that. You just carried it on as part of the family business.
This is preposterous, snapped Hunter. My father was a respected solicitor. Why would he blackmail one of his own clients? Don't forget, we're talking about a man who was chief constable and was given a knighthood.
Ah, but he wasn't a chief constable back then, was he? Said Norman, keen to get involved again. Back then he was a DS, just like me. But he had a weakness. He couldn't keep away from the ladies. He had an affair with Gordon Ferguson's wife. Gordon caught him at it and murdered her. D.S. Maunder was implicated, but he didn't want anyone to find out.
I don't know any Gordon Ferguson, said Hunter.
That's odd, said Slater. You drove all the way down to Portsmouth to see him a few nights ago. The Belmont Nursing Home. Ring any bells, does it? And before you deny it, you've been identified by a member of staff and you're on CCTV.
Anyway, continued Norman. "Maunder had begun to suspect what was going on with some of the kids up there. Once he got dragged into this murder and its subsequent cover-up, your father saw the opportunity to trap him and shut him up for good. Maunder's been paying for that mistake ever since. It also gave your father the opportunity to keep Ferguson under control too. He didn't have any money, but he could be useful in other ways, right?" "You'll never prove any of this," said Hunter desperately. "You've no proof and no witnesses." "I have to admit you've been pretty thorough there," said Norman. "We looked everywhere for surviving members of staff, but they all seem to be dead somehow. Except for Gordon Ferguson. But all the time he knew you were out there, he wasn't going to say a thing." Hunter looked briefly relieved, as Norman had hoped he would. "There's a problem for you, though," said Norman. "Gordon didn't die yet. We know you poisoned him when you were down there the other night, but he's a tough old boy, and he ain't dead yet. He's going to die very soon, and if he lasts until the weekend, it'll be a miracle. But we told him we were going to bring you in here, and you wouldn't be coming back out. So guess what? He told us who the ringleader was up at Hatton House. He also told us how, when that evil man died, his son had carried on terrorizing him." There was another knock on the door. This time Norman went. When he came back, his grin was even wider. "It's not looking good for you, is it?" he said. "They've just unearthed a CD given to you by Mr. Winter. I bet it's identical to the one we have." Hunter's face fell. "Oh, boy!" Norman laughed coldly. "You didn't know we had our own copy? See, Mr. Winter might have trusted you enough to let you into his house the night you murdered him, but he obviously didn't totally trust you. So he made a copy for us, too, in the event anything should happen to him. As you know, he thought it was Maunder who was the ringleader, but I figure he guessed your father might have been involved too." There was another knock on the door. This time it swung open, and Bob Murray stuck his head into the room. "Sorry to interrupt," he said ominously. "Could I have a word with both of you?" They trooped out to join him. Norman wondered what could have gone wrong this time. "I've just had the chief constable on the line," said Murray, looking deadly serious. "Don't tell me we're suspended," said Slater. Murray looked at Slater hard, and then he broke into a broad smile. "Not this time," he said. "Apparently Sir Robert Maunder had planned to take his own life. This morning the CC received a letter through the post from Sir Robert. It's a suicide note in effect, but in it he confesses to being involved in covering up the murder of Ferguson's wife. He confesses to having known about the child abuse, but not having the guts to do anything about it. He chose his career and reputation over those kids' lives. He also names John Hunter's father as the leader of the child abuse ring, and as his blackmailer. He claims the present John Hunter carried this on. He also confesses to having been blackmailed into paying to have Mr. Winter and his sister silenced. He couldn't live with himself any more." "I'm not surprised he couldn't live with himself any longer," said Norman. "I don't think I could have lived with myself for 5 minutes." "Yes," said Murray, "but not everyone has your moral compass, Norman." They stood in silent thought for a moment before Murray spoke again. "Right," he said. "I don't think we're ever going to be able to charge anyone over the historical child abuse, but we've got enough evidence to charge Hunter with 2 counts of murder and blackmail for a start. You can add another murder charge when Ferguson dies, and we ought to look back at the deaths of all those staff members who've died." Slater and Norman stood there. "Well, go on then," said Murray. "Get on with it." "Right, boss," said Slater. He turned to Norman. "Who's going to do the honours, you or me?" "Oh, heck, I don't know. Whose turn is it?" "I
Can't remember, said Slater, fishing in his pocket for a coin. Here you go, he said. Heads or tails?
Last time we did this I ended up watching a PM, said Norman. I'm sure that coin's double-headed.
The end. You've been listening to Death by Night by P.F. Ford, narrated by Andy Creswell. Published by Quest Audiobooks, an imprint of W.F. Howes Limited. This recording is copyrighted by W.F. Howes Limited.